Becoming an entertainment king starting from adopting twins. Xu Yao. No matter how you avoid it, our relationship has already faded away, and divorce is inevitable. Sun Feifei, are you doing this for that greasy middle-aged man, or to climb higher? Neither. It's just that we no longer have feelings for each other, that's all. Also, Mr. Huang is not some greasy middle-aged man. He has ideals, ambition, and ability. He helped me a lot when I was at my lowest. More importantly, he has money and connections, right? Har har, helped you a lot. Just like I did in the past. Xu Yao sneered, his words devoid of emotion, filled with mockery. Sun Feifei fell silent for a moment, then coldly said, Xu Yao, you've changed. You used to support every decision I made unconditionally. Haven't you changed too? Though you haven't made a name for yourself in the entertainment industry yet, your heart has already become filthy. No, I just matured. I know what I need, what I long for, and what I should give up. That's it. I don't have the energy to play house anymore. Accept reality, divorce is the only choice. The woman was explaining, but it sounded more like she was trying to convince herself. I can give you some money, I know you don't have an income right now. Beep. 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 Xu Yao hung up the phone directly, his heart calm. Sun Feifei, on the other end, was filled with impotent rage. This was the first time Xu Yao had hung up on her since they met. How could he? How dare he? He had really changed. R. Why doesn't he listen to me now? But Xu Yao didn't care about Sun Feifei's feelings. He looked out the window. Below, the bustling streets were filled with cars, the world was vibrant, and his mind wandered. Xu Yao, a man from Earth, a bar singer who had been traveling for nearly 20 years since he was 18, crisscrossing the country and even performing with a street band abroad. But just after returning to the country, he was hit by a truck while saving a pair of twin girls and died on the spot. Maybe it was divine mercy that gave Xu Yao a chance, and he crossed over to this world, Blue Star, which is similar to Earth. The original person was also named Xu Yao, 28 years old, an orphan who graduated from Rongqing Music Academy. He married his girlfriend, Sun Feifei, and to help her achieve her dream of becoming a singer, the original Xu Yao supported her financially with all his savings, wrote songs and lyrics for her, and even gave up his own dreams. After years of effort, Sun Feifei was getting closer to success, gaining hundreds of thousands of fans and being praised by many as one of the rare talented original female singers in the entertainment industry. Although she wasn't famous yet, she had already become inflated. The first step in success was to cut off the man who loved her. At that point, Sun Feifei became more extreme, and she increasingly felt that the original Xu Yao was a useless man. At first, she felt some guilt, but over time, it turned into resentment and accusations. If your family had money or power, or if you were more talented, I wouldn't have to suffer all these years. It's all your fault. I have no sense of security with you. Divorce is the only choice. You can't stop me from moving on to someone better, can you? Faced with Sun Feifei's accusations, the original Xu Yao fell into deep self-doubt and severe depression. For more than a month, he cut off all contact with the outside world. When he found out that Sun Feifei had an affair with a department director from a famous entertainment company, his heart finally died. He couldn't understand it and fell into depression, eventually overdosing on sleeping pills and dying. In Xu Yao's eyes, the original person had been emotionally manipulated by Sun Feifei. After losing his parents and becoming an orphan, he treated Sun Feifei as his salvation in his first relationship at university, only to realize it was an endless abyss. Xu Yao could understand but didn't agree with the original's actions. Whether male or female, one should never put all their hopes and dreams into another person. Looking at the shabby image in the mirror, Xu Yao felt uncomfortable. He quickly washed up, shaved off the long stubble, and put on clean clothes. In the mirror, he looked handsome, with a mature man's steady aura, despite a slight fatigue in his eyes. His appearance was completely different from the old, nerdy image. Not bad, Xu Yao thought. If he had this good-looking face in his past life, he would have at least gained a ticket into the entertainment industry. Dong, dong, dong. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Xu Yao walked over, peered through the peephole, and saw two police officers standing outside, one male and one female. What's going on? Xu Yao was confused, unsure of the situation, so he cautiously opened the door. Hello, Mr. Xu. We are officers from Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. We're here to inform you that your friend, Feifei, has passed away. Before his death, he left a will stating that he wanted you to take care of his twin daughters. The speaker was a man in his 40s with a square face and a deep voice. Feifei had indeed been the best friend of the original Xu Yao. His family background was complicated, but ever since the original Xu Yao had gone to Yangjing with son Feifei, he had become more reclusive and had less contact with his old friends. However, he did remember that Feifei had twin daughters. Mr. Xu, we tried calling you several times in the past few days, but your phone was off. The female officer frowned, sounding a bit displeased. Oh, my phone ran out of battery and turned off automatically, Xu Yao didn't he explain further. Uncle Xu, hello. A soft, clear, and somewhat hesitant voice came, like a gentle breeze or a flowing stream in the mountains. Xu Yao looked at the two little girls beside the female officer. Their large, bright eyes were full of curiosity, their long eyelashes fluttered, and their small noses and rosy lips were adorable. They wore light green dresses, like little fairies from a fairy tale, graceful and lovely. Are you Chichi and Yao Yao? The original Xu Yao's memory of their names was a bit fuzzy, so Xu Yao asked uncertainly. Yes, Uncle Xu, the two little girls replied in unison. Uncle Xu, I'm Chichi, the older sister. Xu Yao nodded. After observing carefully, he noticed that Chichi's face was slightly thinner, her eyes were still a bit wary, and her voice was crisp. Uncle Xu, I'm Yao Yao, the younger sister. Yao Yao had a rounder face and wasn't shy at all. She looked at Xu Yao with big, shining eyes and smiled cutely, her voice soft and gentle. Xu Yao could see the tiredness on the twins' faces and the slight redness around their eyes. He knew they had not been living well recently, and his heart ached for them. Yao Yao propped her face up with her little hand and thoughtfully said, Uncle Xu, you're thinner and fairer than before, but you're still so handsome. As she spoke, she took out a photo from the bag the female officer was holding. The photo showed the original Xu Yao and Feifei during their university days. They were both dressed a bit awkwardly, but they were full of youthful energy. Mr. Xu, do you agree to adopt Shen Mingqi and Shen Mengyao according to Mr. Shen's will? Also, we must remind you that apart from a house in Rongchen, Mr. Shen didn't leave any other assets. The female officer asked Xu Yao. I agree. What procedures do I need to follow? Xu Yao had no hesitation. He was aware of the close friendship between the original Xu Yao and Feifei. The male officer cleared his throat. Mr. Xu, according to regulations, you need to go to the Civil Affairs Department with your wife to handle the adoption procedures. Here is Mr. Shen's will and a list of the necessary documents. Please handle it as soon as possible to officially bring them home. Xu Yao took the documents and nodded, but then asked with concern, where will they stay tonight? Don't worry, we have dorms at the station, and since they are children, we'll assign a female officer to look after them. But it's better to bring them home as soon as possible. The female officer glanced at the two little girls and added, after all, home is always better than anywhere else. Chichi and Yao Yao looked at Xu Yao with pitiful eyes, clearly not wanting to stay in the police station. Xu Yao sighed, patted their heads, and comforted them, it's okay, we'll go tomorrow to handle the procedures and take you home. The twins' eyes sparkled with life again. Afterward, the two officers took the twins and left. Xu Yao accompanied them to the police car. Before getting in, Chichi and Yao Yao waved at him obediently and said goodbye. Xu Yao only turned around and left after the police car had driven away. Lying on the sofa, Xu Yao thought for a long time, then called son Feifei. I agree to the divorce. Hearing Xu Yao agree, son Feifei's voice was full of joy. Really? How much money do you want? I don't want any money, but there is one condition. Chapter 2, He is not your father, is he the male mistress? The next morning, outside the Civil Affairs office, Xu Yao and the female police officer were waiting with the twin sisters, Shen Mingqi and Shen Mengyao, for son Feifei to arrive. Xu Yao had originally arranged to meet son Feifei at 8:30 a.m., but it was until 9 o'clock that she finally showed up. She still thought of herself as a celebrity, so she wore sunglasses and a mask, deliberately concealing her face. She was walking arm in arm with a short, chubby middle-aged man toward Xu Yao. Huang, a department director at Qinxing Entertainment, had considerable power. He looked down on the impoverished Xu Yao and asked arrogantly, You are Xu Yao? Xu Yao nodded, acknowledging the question. He had no interest in Sun Feifei or Huang Zhichao. All he wanted was to complete the paperwork and take the two little girls home. Seeing that Xu Yao ignored him, Huang Zhichao was irritated and decided to provoke him. Sun Feifei noticed his intent and quickly intervened. All right, today's main business is what's important. Sun Feifei was shocked when she saw that Xu Yao had regained his handsome appearance and even looked more mature and confident. Since Xu Yao had been staying home writing songs and never bothered to take care of himself, this new look surprised her. It was also one of the reasons she had grown more dissatisfied with him. Feifei, for your sake, let us ignore him for now. After the divorce is finalized, I'll take you to meet the company's executives. I'll definitely help you become more famous, maybe even reach the top like a queen. Huang Zhichao puffed out his belly and spoke to Sun Feifei with a smug smile. Perfect. I knew following you was the right choice, unlike this useless man. Sun Feifei wholeheartedly supported Huang Zhichao, tightening her grip on his arm, totally disregarding Xu Yao's presence. Xu Yao rolled his eyes at the two of them, feeling speechless. The twin sisters, Shen Mengqi and Shen Mengyao, exchanged sympathetic glances with Xu Yao. At over 5 years old, they had begun to understand adult relationships to some extent. The female police officer was also speechless, not understanding Sun Feifei's antics. Let us just get the paperwork done, Xu Yao said flatly. He wasn't the original Xu Yao anymore, and he had no emotional attachment to Sun Feifei. He only wanted to adopt the two little girls and take care of them. Fine, but once the adoption is done, we'll divorce. That's the deal, Sun Feifei said. Xu Yao showed no visible reaction. He was a bit surprised by how indifferent he felt. Sun Feifei had once been everything to the original Xu Yao, but now, she seemed like a distant stranger. Okay, let us go, Xu Yao replied, not even looking at her. They all walked up to the adoption window. Xu Yao handed over the necessary documents. Everything was in order, and with the police officer's cooperation, the paperwork went quickly. However, the staff at the counter were confused when they saw that Sun Feifei was still holding the arm of a much older man. They whispered among themselves, wondering about their relationship. How are they adopting children but bringing her father along? Huang Zhichao's face turned bright red with anger. He wanted to lash out but knew he couldn't. He couldn't even explain the situation. Though only in his 30s, Huang Zhichao already had a potbelly and balding head, making him look like he was in his 50s. Sun Feifei awkwardly loosened her grip and tried to explain, "He's not my dad, he's." An onlooker in the waiting area, picking up on the awkwardness, asked with a grin, "What, he's not your father? Is he your lover then?" Sun Feifei stammered, unsure of how to respond. The staff and nearby onlookers instantly understood what was going on, and many rolled their eyes and snickered. Huang Zhichao's face darkened. He wanted to defend Sun Feifei's reputation but couldn't, so he was left fuming in silence. Har har har, this is too funny. Mengyao, who was usually more lively, laughed loudly without restraint. Mengqi, who was a bit more reserved, also couldn't hold back and giggled. Even Xu Yao and the female police officer couldn't contain themselves and were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Huang Zhichao snorted and walked away from the window. Once the adoption procedures were complete, the female officer had to return to the station for some other work, so she left first. Sun Feifei eagerly grabbed Xu Yao and dragged him toward the divorce window. After they got the divorce certificate, both Sun Feifei and Huang Zhichao became visibly pleased. Now, they felt they had nothing to fear from Xu Yao. "Xu Yao, I really don't know where you got the courage to adopt 2 kids when you can't even support yourself. Can you even afford to feed them?" Huang Zhichao mocked as he looked at Xu Yao disdainfully. "Exactly, Xu Yao, how much money do you have left? How can you afford to adopt 2 children?" Sun Feifei added, echoing Huang Zhichao. She had taken most of the money they made in the past, and Xu Yao had never had more than 10,000 yuan on him. Mengqi and Mengyao, who had been called little burdens, visibly deflated. Their spirits sank. Mengyao gently tugged at Xu Yao's pants and softly explained, "Uncle, Mengqi and I don't eat much. We're easy to take care of. We'll be good and never make you worry." Mengqi didn't speak but held Xu Yao's hand even tighter. Xu Yao could feel the change in their moods and felt a surge of love and pity for them. He squeezed their hands, frowned at Huang Zhichao and Sun Feifei, and said, you don't need to worry about us. You two should just mind your own business. What's wrong with my business? You're the one with problems. Huang Jichao was enraged. Stop talking. Just sign the agreement. We'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Sun Feifei took out 2 copies of the agreement. Xu Yao took the agreement. The main content was that Sun Feifei was worried Xu Yao would expose their past relationship, so she required him to keep it private and not use it to blackmail her in the future. Hey, I think you're overthinking this. I don't agree to this agreement, Xu Yao said as he handed the agreement back to her. He sneered, you struggled for so long, but it was all because of the songs I wrote that helped you gain tens of thousands of followers. Now you think you're some big shot because you're with Huang Jichao? You think you'll be a top-tier singer or even a queen? Let me tell you, that's just a pipe dream. Huang Jichao, seeing Xu Yao insult his beloved woman, stepped forward and said, what are you? Without Feifei, how would you survive? Xu Yao coldly responded, she left me, not the other way around. I can take care of Mengqi and Meng Yao by writing songs. Don't worry about me exposing anything. As for her, our marriage will just be a part of my past history. Sun Feifei, hearing Xu Yao's words, laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. She pointed at him and mocked, stop bragging. You think you'll get famous? You have no connections, no background. What fame? Talent? If you had any talent, I wouldn't have suffered with you for so long. Xu Yao didn't care. A summer insect can't speak of ice. Huang Jichao growled, what do you mean by that? Are you insulting us? Sun Feifei was speechless. Seeing that Xu Yao was unresponsive to both soft and hard tactics, she finally said, fine. But no matter what, you can't expose our relationship. Xu Yao looked at her coldly. I have no interest in that. From now on, we're strangers. But I suggest you both stay out of my life, or you'll regret it. Sun Feifei, unable to adjust to Xu Yao's cold attitude, asked in disbelief, how can you treat me like this? Didn't you love me the most? At times like these, when a person is utterly speechless, laughter often comes. Xu Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Xu Yao who loved you blindly is dead. You chose him, didn't you? The queen. Sun Feifei realized Xu Yao was mocking her. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. As they reached the door, she finally said, all right. I hope you remember what you said. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. After speaking, Sun Feifei dragged Huang Jichao away. As they walked, she glanced back, expecting Xu Yao to be gazing at her, but instead, she saw him hailing a taxi and preparing to leave with the twins. She realized he didn't have the slightest attachment to her, and a wave of deep disappointment flooded her heart. Huang Jichao, noticing her change in expression, asked, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about the divorce? Sun Feifei looked at Huang Jichao's ugly face, and compared it to the handsome face of her ex-husband in her mind, and suddenly felt disgusted. She forced a smile and said, I'm happy, really happy. Chapter 3, Earning money, how can you support a family without earning money? After leaving the civil affairs office, Xu Yao took the 2 little girls to the furniture mall to buy some furniture. Although the house was a 2-bedroom apartment, there was only 1 bed. If he didn't buy a bed for Chichi and Yao Yao, they would have no place to sleep. Xu Yao thought about buying a big bed first, and later, when conditions improved, he would move to a bigger house. However, once they arrived at the store, Chichi eagerly wanted a children's bunk bed with upper and lower levels. Yao Yao, somewhat confused, asked, Sister, don't you want to sleep with me anymore? Chichi shook her head. No, it's just that when we grow a little older, this bed will still work, and it'll save space. Yao Yao seemed to understand, and after thinking for a moment, she said, but we're not that tall yet. A big bed won't take up much space. Xu Yao was also a bit puzzled, until he saw that the price of the bunk bed was much cheaper than the big bed. Then he realized that Chichi was probably worried about him not having enough money. It's okay, pick the one you like. Don't worry about the price, Xu Yao reassured them. Smart children always tend to sacrifice their own desires. Xu Yao gently rubbed Chichi's head and comforted her. The store owner was a middle-aged woman. Seeing how much the 2 little girls liked the furniture, she said to Xu Yao, little brother, you're really lucky. These twin sisters are so cute. But why are you the only one here? Whereas the kid's mother. Xu Yao smiled and replied, "We're divorced." The woman immediately felt guilty, as though she had unintentionally touched a sore spot for Xu Yao. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up." Xu Yao shook his head, signaling that it was fine. In the end, Chichi and Yao Yao chose a 1.5-meter wooden bed. Xu Yao checked the price and saw that it was indeed the cheapest, but the quality wasn't very good. So he decided to exchange it for a more expensive one, about 1,000 yuan more. When Chichi saw the price, she gently tugged at Xu Yao's pants and whispered, "This bed is too expensive." Yao Yao, also understanding her sister's concern, nodded and said, "Sister is right. Let us go with the one we picked earlier. This one is too expensive." Xu Yao bent down to explain, "This bed is of better quality. When you get older, it won't break easily, and it'll last longer. It's actually more cost-effective in the long run." Seeing that Xu Yao had explained it patiently, both little girls nodded in agreement. The store owner, seeing how well behaved the girls were, liked them even more. She generously offered a discount, saying, "How about this? I'll give you a discount, 15% off, and let us just make it 2,000 yuan." Xu Yao was a bit surprised and thanked her, "Thank you so much. We'll definitely come back to support your business next time." The owner, who was now more focused on Chichi and Yao Yao, casually replied, "It doesn't matter whether you support my business or not. Just bring the two little ones over to play, I really like them." Xu Yao was speechless and just went ahead to pay. He immediately received a bank SMS. "Yangjing Bank, a payment of 2,000 yuan was made from your account ending in 9527 on July 14 at 11:11 a.m. Your current balance is 5,024.11 yuan. Seeing the balance, Xu Yao let out a helpless smile. What could 5,000 yuan do in the expensive Yangjing? Rent alone would cost 4,000 yuan a month, and that didn't even include the tuition and living expenses for the two little girls in August. It was a lot of money. However, Xu Yao wasn't particularly worried. Ever since he came to this parallel world, he had realized how poor the quality of entertainment products here was. It was simply appalling. The most popular short video app in the country, QuickDo, similar to TikTok, featured songs like Woof Woof and Big Bouncy Ball, which made Xu Yao frown in disgust. Even the so-called top-tier singers, whether they were first-line or superstars, their songs and lyrics seemed to be of the same level as those from his previous life. In short, everything was quite terrible. Xu Yao guessed that it was because the mobile internet and short video industry had developed too quickly in this world. People had been poisoned by these poorly made, industrialized sugar-coated songs for decades. Despite many people being unable to stomach such trash, the practitioners were numb to it, and the industry had become so rotten that people only cared about views and popularity. There was no soil or environment for excellent original works to thrive. In his past life, Xu Yao, as a bar singer, had a certain degree of fame. He could easily perform well-known songs from both domestic and international repertoires, and had quite a few loyal fans. He had even participated in several talent shows, passing the preliminary rounds. However, the director group kept hinting that he needed to either bribe them or accept the unspoken rules. Xu Yao rejected it outright. After several similar experiences, Xu Yao gradually lost heart and became disillusioned with the industry. So, when he arrived in this world, Xu Yao felt an incredible sense of confidence. With the library of classic songs stored in his mind, he was certain he would make a name for himself. Of course, this wouldn't be considered plagiarism. It was merely the promotion and dissemination of Earth's civilization. After all, his own ability to compose original songs was rather lacking, and he and his former self were about on the same level. Right now, the most urgent task was to find ways to make money. Only by earning money could he provide a good life for the two little girls. After agreeing with the store owner to have the bed delivered to his rented apartment at 3 p.m., Xu Yao took the girls and left. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yao Yao awkwardly covered her stomach. After running around with Xu Yao all morning, she was starving. Xu Yao smiled and said, "Let us eat first." Yao Yao jumped up happily. Chichi pinched her little sister's chubby face and sighed with maturity, Why do you always get hungry so quickly even before doing anything?" Yao Yao hugged her sister and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "We're growing, so it's normal to get hungry quickly." Xu Yao had originally planned to take them to a Chinese restaurant, but when they passed by Kandaji, a fast food restaurant, Yao Yao's gaze was fixed on it. Chichi tugged at her, and Yao Yao reluctantly turned her eyes away. Seeing how cute Yao Yao looked, Shu Yao chuckled. How about we celebrate with some Kandaji for lunch? But I'll warn you, you can't eat too much in the future. It's not good for your health. Yao Yao clung to Shu Yao's leg and pouted. Okay, Yao Yao understands. Thank you, uncle. At Kandaji, Shu Yao ordered a children's meal for the two little girls, and a hamburger and cola for himself. The children's meals came with princess toys, which both Chichi and Yao Yao loved. Chichi quickly tucked the toy away, waiting for Shu Yao, while Yao Yao couldn't bear to let it go and happily played with it, occasionally taking a few bites. When Shu Yao returned with his hamburger, he saw Chichi was teaching Yao Yao. Uncle worked hard today. You need to wait for him to eat before you start. Also, don't play with toys while eating. It's unhygienic and impolite. Chichi spoke with the authority of an older sister, her tone serious. Yao Yao looked a bit wronged. Her sister was only half an hour older, but always liked to teach her lessons. However, she understood that her sister was right. She pouted and said, I got it. Shu Yao was about to intervene but thought better of it. He didn't want to interrupt Chichi's way of educating Yao Yao and risk discouraging her, so he decided to pretend not to notice. After Shu Yao returned to his seat, Yao Yao happily picked up her bowl and continued eating. Seeing the two little girls eat so happily, Shu Yao felt very satisfied. Whether in his past or present life, he had lived alone for a long time. Now, with the two little girls by his side, it was a rare and precious kind of happiness. After they finished eating, Shu Yao took them to the mall, bought them 2 sets of new clothes, a new pair of shoes, and some daily necessities. By this point, his bank balance had dropped below 3,000 yuan, and he couldn't even pay next month's rent. Shu Yao knew that it was time to earn money to support his family. Chapter 4, Networking is essential. Relying on my senior to help me fly. After thinking for a long time, Shu Yao finally decided to call his senior, Wen Liang. Senior Wen, are you busy? Hey, kid. It's been so long since you've called me. I'm always busy, but no matter how busy I am, I'll pick up your call. Finally remembered me, huh? Wen Liang was surprised and happy when he received Shu Yao's call, immediately answering it. Wen Liang, a graduate of Rongqing Music College, was the department director at Yangjing TV, mainly responsible for the station's variety shows. He had invited Shu Yao to participate in a music talent show a couple of years ago, but at that time, Shu Yao was fully invested in his relationship with son Feifei and had no thoughts of furthering his own career. Wen Liang was disappointed by Shu Yao's self-destruction, especially considering Shu Yao had been one of the most outstanding graduates of their class. Wen Liang admired Shu Yao's talent, but when it came to love, he felt there was no way to save him. Senior, I'm divorced, Shu Yao said in a calm voice, without much fluctuation in his tone. Har har har, good. Divorce was a good choice. Wait, why suddenly bring up divorce? Wen Liang couldn't control his honest thoughts at first, then realized he had probably said something inappropriate since divorce wasn't usually seen as a good thing. The feelings faded, and there was no future. Divorce is better for both of us. Yeah, that makes sense. After divorcing son Feifei, you should start thinking about your own career. You've been delayed for too long. Wen Liang was genuinely regretful about Shu Yao's wasted years. Objectively speaking, son Feifei didn't have much going for her, while Shu Yao was far superior in every aspect. If Shu Yao had sung the songs he wrote for himself, he could have at least been a third-tier singer by now. It's okay. I've made up my mind. I'll find a job first, at least to support myself. Good. That's the right mindset. Coincidentally, we are preparing a new music variety show, New Sound, which I think would be perfect for you. If you win, there's a 1 million yuan prize and a signing opportunity with Phoenix Entertainment. Even if you don't win, as long as you're in the top 10, you'll get a 100,000 yuan reward. Wen Liang gave Shu Yao more details. The show was live-streamed, and the auditions were already underway at Yangjing TV. Originally, Shu Yao had missed the registration deadline and wouldn't have been able to participate, but since Wen Liang was in charge of the department, he had the authority to recommend someone internally, allowing Shu Yao to bypass the auditions and enter the preliminaries directly. Shu Yao thought for a moment and asked, Senior, are all the auditions live-streamed? Is the rest of the show live streamed too? Yes, the auditions are live streamed, and over 100 original singers will be chosen. The entire process will be live streamed as well. This is an experiment by the station to minimize external influences as much as possible, Wen Liang answered. Wen Liang then hesitated and asked, "You've given all your songs to Sun Feifei, do you have enough original songs left? If not, it'll be hard to go far." Xu Yao laughed heartily, "Don't worry, senior, I have plenty of original songs." After the call, Xu Yao took the twins home and gave the house a full cleaning. At first, Yao Yao was very energetic and helped for over 10 minutes, but then got exhausted. Kiki also worked for over half an hour before becoming tired. Xu Yao let them rest in his room. Initially, the twins didn't want to sleep and wanted to continue helping, but after realizing they were truly exhausted, they finally agreed to rest. Xu Yao worked alone, feeling very comfortable with the work after all, he was used to it in his previous life. Soon, the new bed arrived from the furniture store. Xu Yao helped the workers install the bed and changed the pillows and bedsheets. He even mopped the living room and bedroom floors again. When Kiki and Yao Yao woke up and came out, the house looked completely new and spotless. "Wow, uncle, you're amazing." Yao Yao's mouth opened wide, giving Xu Yao a round of applause. Kiki was also very surprised, thinking Xu Yao was really impressive. What was just routine housework for Xu Yao was met with praise from the twins, and he couldn't help but smile, feeling quite satisfied. Emotional value maximized. That evening, Xu Yao made beef noodles, and the twins were very happy with the meal. Kiki and Yao Yao even offered to wash the dishes, but Xu Yao laughed and refused, seeing that they were too small to reach the stove. The next morning, after breakfast, the three of them took a taxi to Yangjing TV. When Wen Liang saw Xu Yao with the adorable twins, he was surprised. "When did you have twins? You never mentioned it these past few years." Xu Yao quickly explained, "Their dad was Feng. He passed away recently, and before he left, he entrusted them to me. You know Feng and I were close. This one is Kiki, and this one is Yao Yao. Don't they look a lot like old Shen?" Wen Liang took a careful look at Kiki and Yao Yao and noticed they did resemble Feng in their noses, eyes, and brows. He sighed, "It's a shame. He was so sudden to leave." Wen Liang wasn't very close to Feng, but they had known each other in school, so hearing about his sudden passing made him feel sad. Wen Liang bent down and gently patted the twins' heads. "Hello, Uncle Wen," Kiki and Yao Yao greeted him sweetly, as Xu Yao had already introduced Wen Liang to them. They knew he was an old friend of their father's, and they called him very politely. "Such well-behaved kids," Wen Liang said with a smile. "This is your first time meeting, so I didn't bring any gifts. Take the money, and later, let Xu Yao take you shopping for whatever you like." Wen Liang took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and gave 1,000 to each of the twins. No, thank you, Uncle Wen, but we know it's not easy for you to earn money," Kiki and Yao Yao said in unison. Wen Liang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the twins, who were so young, to be so understanding. Xu Yao knew his senior's personality. Even if the twins didn't accept the money now, Wen Liang would find another way to give it to them later. So he said to the twins, "Take it. This is Uncle Wen's way of showing his affection and care for you." Kiki and Yao Yao finally accepted it, smiling sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Wen." Wen Liang's heart melted. He couldn't help but say, "So well behaved. If my own kid were half as good as you two, I wouldn't have such a headache. Boys should be more lively, they'll be better able to face challenges in the future. It's a good thing. Let us not talk about that. Let us focus on your situation. You don't need to attend the auditions. You'll go straight to the preliminaries," Wen Liang said, regaining his composure and standing up. Xu Yao hesitated. "Is that in line with the station's rules?" "Don't worry. I'm at least a mid-level manager at the station. This was decided in a meeting. The goal is to get more talented contestants. I believe with your ability, you'll at least make it to the finals," Wen Liang said, patting Xu Yao's shoulder with confidence. "All right, I'll hold onto your leg tightly, senior." Xu Yao smiled, not bothering to be polite anymore. "You brat, you want to be polite? Just come with me to sign up. Let Kiki and Yao Yao play in my office. It's spacious," Wen Liang said, laughing. When they entered Wen Liang's office, Xu Yao saw how big it was. Besides the desk, coffee machine, sofa, and coffee table, there was even a whole row of bookshelves filled with stylish decorations. No wonder you've done so well at Yangjing TV. Senior, you've really made it. Wen Liang pointed at Xu Yao and said, if you hadn't been messing around with Sun Feifei for so long, you would have been a first-tier celebrity by now. Based on your looks and the fact that you were one of the best graduates at school, you would have made it big. Xu Yao just smiled and shook his head without answering. In the supervision of his sister, Yao Yao was quietly reading a book in Wen Liang's office. Wen Liang took Xu Yao out of the office, feeling sentimental, so well behaved. I really regret not having a daughter. Xu Yao rolled his eyes. What's the point of regretting? Can you control whether it's a boy or a girl? Wen Liang froze. You're right. It all depends on fate. When they reached their registration desk, Wen Liang thought everything would go smoothly. Xu Yao would sign up and enter the preliminaries with ease. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. Chapter 5: Old Rivals, New Conflicts. The staff member in charge of registration looked helpless. Director Wen, Director Guo Taiping set the requirement before. No one can add anyone without his permission. Wen Liang got angry when he heard the name Guo Taiping. The two of them had always been at odds with each other. It would have been fine at normal times, but his junior brother finally asked him for help, but he was slapped in the face before he even started. No matter how good his temper was, Wen Liang couldn't tolerate it. He stared at the staff and asked, we had a meeting before and it was decided that each department head has one internal recommendation quota. Does Guo Taiping want to oppose the collective decision-making of the leaders? The staff member was stunned. He knew the policy, but had no way of answering because he would offend people no matter what he said. After all, the main person in charge of the Voice of China is Guo Taiping, and he is under the management of Director Guo. It is not easy for him to shirk responsibility, and he dare not offend Wen Liang. Wen Liang took a deep breath. He knew it had nothing to do with the staff, so he took Xu Yao straight to Guo Taiping's office. Guo Taiping, what do you mean? Wen Liang didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. Guo Taiping was sitting in the office with his legs crossed, drinking tea and watching a video of beautiful girls on TikTok, feeling so comfortable. He was startled by Wen Liang's sudden voice and lost his grip on the cup, so the tea spilled all over his thighs. Oh my god! The hot tea scalded Guo Taiping's vital parts, causing him to grimace and swear. When Wen Liang saw Guo Taiping in such a miserable state, his anger was mostly extinguished. The two can be considered old rivals. They entered the TV station at almost the same time and have always been in a state of competition with each other, competing openly and covertly. They also each have a prime-time program. The old director is about to retire, and a deputy director will definitely take over. The vacant position will be promoted from the middle level if nothing unexpected happens. Both of them are strong candidates to compete for the deputy director position. Damn Wen Liang, you're here to attend a funeral and you didn't even knock on the door. Guo Taiping spent a long time cleaning up and when he saw Wen Liang breaking in, he cursed angrily. Har har, if you're talking about attending a funeral, whose funeral can I attend in your office? Wen Liang retorted. Oh. Guo Taiping was confused. How did he get trapped by these words? Wen Liang continued to ask, the station held a meeting to clarify that New Voice has one recommendation quota for each mid-level manager. Why do we need your consent? Guo Taiping glanced at Xu Yao behind Wen Liang and instantly understood what Wen Liang meant. Why, since I'm in charge, I must be responsible for the reputation of the Voice of China. If every middle manager randomly recommends a student from a music school, then our program will be of no quality at all, right? Go to hell with you. Who would recommend someone they are not sure of? At that time, the station asked everyone to find people and recommend talented people internally in order to improve the quality of the contestants. You are completely going against the decision of the leaders. Wen Liang had been in contact with Guo Taiping for too long, so he naturally knew what he was thinking. Har har, it's up to you. The decision is mine anyway. The brother behind you won't be able to enter the preliminary round because I don't agree. Guo Taiping understood as soon as he saw Xu Yao. He originally wanted to laugh sarcastically, but the burning pain in his crotch prevented him from laughing at all. Xu Yao said calmly, didn't you say you were worried about the quality? Why don't you agree when you haven't even tried it? Guo Taiping glanced at him and said, har har, if I say you can't pass it, then you can't pass it. Don't bother watching it. Wen Liang came out angrily, pointed at Guo Taiping, and trembled with anger. You've gone too far. Guo Taiping was calm and composed, and did not take the two people seriously. After all, he was the program director now, and if he said no, then no, and if he said yes, then no. While the two were arguing, Deputy Director Yang Xiufen came to the office area for inspection. Hello, Director Yang. Xiao Wang, are the results of the new voice auditions out? It's out. Currently, there are 102 contestants who have passed the audition, and 5 have entered the preliminary round through internal recommendations. There is one. Staff member Xiao Wan looked towards Guo Taiping's office, a little hesitant. There is a what? Yang Xiufen asked. The staff member glanced at Guo Taiping's office and said with a wry smile, Director Guo has set the requirement that all recommended candidates must be approved by him. Director Wen brought a young man here just now. I told him Director Guo's requirement, and Director Wen went to see Director Guo angrily. Yang Xiufen frowned and said nothing. She walked straight to Guo Taiping's office and pushed the door open. Director Yang, why are you here? Seeing Yang Xiufen enter the office, Guo Taiping and Wen Liang immediately stopped arguing and stood aside respectfully. Xu Yao knew that this was the leader of the station and everyone would give him face. Yang Xiufen looked around and said unhappily, you are all middle-level cadres in the station and heads of departments. How can you quarrel in the office if others hear you? The two of them lowered their heads and did not explain. Seeing Xu Yao, Yang Xiufen guessed that this was the singer that Wen Liang wanted to recommend. She asked Guo Taiping somewhat unhappily, didn't the station decide before? The middle management has the right to recommend. Why are you stopping them? Because 102 singers have been selected through auditions, and other department heads have also recommended 5 singers, I'm worried that if more people come in, it will be too many and affect the overall level. Although Guo Taiping seemed respectful, he did not take Yang Xiufen too seriously. He was a close confidant of another deputy director and never really listened to Director Yang. Yang Xiufen frowned, you mean you cannot carry out the decision of the station? Guo Taiping laughed dryly, Director Yang, I don't mean that. After all, I am the person in charge of the program and I have to be responsible for the program. Who knows what level this kid is at? If he is not good enough, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our TV station? After all, he didn't participate in the audition. Then the audience will say that we have connections. After saying this, Guo Taiping glanced at Wen Liang, his meaning was very clear. Wen Liang was unhappy, Guo Taiping, let's not talk about the quality of the other 5 singers recommended internally. Don't play tricks on me here. If my junior brother really has no talent, I would never recommend him. With his ability, he will have no problem entering the finals. Guo Taiping smiled wryly, har har, after all, he is your junior brother, so his level must be good enough, but I don't know how high it is. Director Yang said seriously, okay, stop arguing, just let this little brother sing a song. Since there is a rule in the station, don't find excuses to stop him. She glared at Guo Taiping specifically and knew exactly what he was thinking. Seeing his leader speak, Guo Taiping forced a smile and said, okay, let's do as Director Yang says. The 3 of them focused all their attention on Xu Yao. After all, whether he could enter the preliminary round depended entirely on his performance next. Xu Yao had not made any preparations and was suddenly asked to perform, so he was a little dazed for a moment. Guo Taiping thought Xu Yao was stage frightened and laughed, Director Wen, it seems that your junior brother himself has no confidence. Yang Xiufen was also a little confused. In her impression, Wen Liang was a mature and steady man. He would not easily recommend a fake to participate in the show, right? Although The Voice of China is a new program on the station, Wen Liang could not be unaware of the importance the station attaches to this talent show. Wen Liang was also a little worried. After all, Xu Yao had been willing to be the man behind Sun Feifei in the past few years. Could it be that he hadn't practiced for too long and was now a little unconfident? Just as Wen Liang was about to ask Xu Yao took the initiative to speak, do you have any musical instruments? Guitar, piano, etc. will do. Chapter 6, A Trial of Nan Sha Nan. Wen Liang brought a guitar from the instrumental room and handed it to Xu Yao. Xu Yao took the guitar, sat on the chair and put it aside for a test. Guo Taiping looked at Xu Yao and said sarcastically, by the way, you have to sing your own original songs. We have selected original singers. Xu Yao ignored it. Original? Everything here is original, but none of them are his own. He started to sing, playing the guitar. You are in the bright sunshine of the south. Heavy snow. I am in the cold night of the north. Spring all year round. If we can make it before dark. I want to forget your eyes. Lifelong. A dream that can't be finished. When Xu Yao finished singing the first sentence, Wu Taiping and the others fell silent. The song was so gentle and delicate, and every word of the lyrics seemed to touch their hearts. Wen Liang was extremely excited. He knew that the talented, confident and cheerful Xu Yao was back. The Xu Yao whom he admired so much had finally found himself again, and his level seemed to be even higher than before. Yang Xiufen was also a little surprised. The simplest guitar and unmodified vocals could best reflect the level of the creator. Based on her experience, the level of this song was very high. If Xu Yao could really maintain the level of this song, then what Wen Liang said before, entering the finals and even winning the championship would be a piece of cake. The song Xu Yao played was Nan Sha Nan, which is not very famous compared to many classic Chinese songs, but he has always liked it and is used to humming it every time he auditions. When the staff outside heard the sound, they put down their work and ran to the door to look. Wow, who is this great artist? This music and lyrics are really good. Although I don't understand, I feel like my ears are pregnant. And he's so handsome. I like him. A certain infatuated working girl said with stars in her eyes. I understand, but I can only say it's awesome, the man next to him also said admiringly. Uncle is the best. Uncle is so handsome. Yao Yao felt that she had stayed in the office for too long, so she opened Wen Liang's office door and sneaked out to play. Chichi came out to catch her. The two little ones happened to hear Xu Yao singing and instantly turned into little fangirls. Xu Yao took in everyone's reactions, and then continued to sing. He no longer talked to anyone about the lonely island where they met. Because my heart is already deserted. His heart can no longer hold another home. Be a dumb person who only lies to yourself. He said that any of your beauty that is praised by others. Not as good as the first time he met you. Time lingers on. There is nothing I can do. Just when everyone was immersed in it, the sound stopped leisurely. Everyone looked at Xu Yao in shock, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear, that's it. Xu Yao spread his hands, looked at Yang Xiufen and Wu Taiping and asked, is this acceptable? He looked towards the door and saw Chichi and Yao Yao huddled together. He felt helpless about the two kids. Wu Taiping wanted to say that he was not qualified, but looking at the reactions of the crowd, he felt that he would be beaten if he really said it. Yang Xiufen nodded with some regret, the song is very nice, and you are also very good, but is there anything else to come? Yes, but I haven't registered the copyright yet. I will upload the song after I go back and register it. Yang Xiufen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you have a strong sense of copyright. By the way, what's the name of your song? You can tell me, right? Xu Yao smiled and replied, the name is Nan Sha Nan. Yang Xiufen nodded, it's a very nice song. I think based on the quality of the song alone, you have the ability to enter the finals. It's just that the style of the song is too gentle, and relatively speaking, it's not so suitable for a competitive program. Xu Yao nodded, knowing that songs on talent shows generally had to be unique in order for more viewers to remember them and vote for them. Seeing that Yang Xiufen had highly approved of it, Wu Taiping had no choice but to ask Xiao Wang to add Xu Yao's name. When Yang Xiufen saw Xu Yao write down his name, she said enthusiastically, Xu Yao, are you interested in joining Yangjing Television? Xu Yao didn't understand the meaning of Yang Xiufen's words, but Wu Taiping and Wen Liang were shocked. The deputy director took the initiative to invite him, which meant that he was very optimistic about Xu Yao's development. You should know that Phoenix Entertainment, which is affiliated to Yangjing Television Station, is now one of the famous entertainment companies in China. Every deputy director of Yangjing Television Station has the opportunity to apply for AB visa once a year, and provides singers with many support policies. This time, only the top 5 contestants of The Voice of China have B signatures, and the champion only has an A signature from Phoenix Entertainment. The conditions for the S signature are extremely harsh, and it is basically impossible for ordinary people to achieve them. In other words, Xu Yao has already secured a place in the top 5 in the finals with just half a song. Before Xu Yao could answer, Wu Taiping advised, Director Yang, this does not comply with the regulations. He has not even produced a complete song yet. Why should he be given AB visa? You know. The coldness in Yang Xiufen's eyes made Guo Taiping feel cold all over. Why? You rejected her just now, that's your right, I respected you. Now I'm using my rights to invite her, you want to stop me? Apart from anything else, just based on this half song, is there any new song this year that can compare to it? Guo Taiping did not dare to confront the deputy director directly, so he lowered his head and said submissively, no, I dare not. Yang Xiufen looked at Xu Yao again, and her eyes softened. Xu Yao replied, thank you for your kindness, Director Yang. I would like to wait until the finals before considering signing the contract. Wen Liang was a little anxious, and quickly advised, don't be stupid. Even if you sign a B visa now, you can upgrade to an A visa after you win the finals. Yang Xiufen waited for a while, and seeing that Xu Yao had no intention of changing his mind, she nodded and said, okay, I believe you have a good chance of winning. Come on, I look forward to your performance in the preliminary round of The Voice of China this Saturday. I hope you can bring us more good songs. Xu Yao thanked Director Yang, took the two kids and followed Wen Liang away. When Director Yang saw the cute twins, he was somewhat tempted. The station was preparing a celebrity parent-child variety show, and with the twins' looks, they would definitely be popular. But after thinking about it, he realized that Xu Yao also had to participate in the show here, and he would not be able to make time for it. Besides, his current fame was not enough to meet the threshold of the show, so he put the idea aside. It was just time to get off work, so Wen Liang took Xu Yao to his home for dinner. Maybe next time, senior brother Wen. Xu Yao was still thinking about going back to make a few songs and then registering the copyright. Wen Liang said unhappily, how long has it been since you had dinner with me? Besides, my little rascal doesn't have a companion, so take Chichi and Yao Yao out to play and have some fun. Xu Yao had no choice but to take the two kids to his senior brother's house for a free meal. Senior brother Wen Liang's wife also likes Chichi and Yao Yao very much, and she keeps picking food for them during the meal. That's right. After all, how could anyone not like such adorable twins? Senior brother Wen's son Xiaochen is over 6 years old and also wants to play with his two younger sisters, but the two little ones are a bit aloof and don't pay much attention to him. How about it? Have you prepared the song for the preliminary round on Saturday? Or you can just play the song we sang today. I think the level is very high and it will be easy to pass the preliminary round. Wen Liang asked with concern. He was sincerely happy for the talent displayed by his junior today. I'm ready, but it's not today's Nan Sha Nan, it's another song. Xu Yao smiled and nodded, looking very relaxed. Wen Liang's expression changed, and he asked curiously, which song do you want to sing? Chapter 7, the song 10 Years made the whole audience cry. On Saturday, which was the day of the preliminary round of The Voice of China, Xu Yao brought the two little ones to the recording site of Yangjing TV station early. Because Yangjing TV spent a lot of money on marketing, and the previous auditions were very good, many viewers were waiting in front of the screen. According to background data, there were already nearly 300,000 viewers across all platforms before the show even started. This result is not very popular, but for Yangjing TV, a new program can achieve such an effect, which is beyond expectations. Since The Voice of China adopts the live broadcast format, everyone attaches great importance to the accompaniment. Almost every contestant checked his or her accompaniment backstage and returned to his or her waiting position only after confirming that there was no problem. Because it was a last-minute decision, Xu Yao did not have enough time to make accompaniment, so he brought his own guitar from home. There are a total of 108 contestants participating in the preliminary round. Even if each person's on and off-stage performance only takes 5 minutes, it will still take 9 hours. So the preliminary round officially began at 8:30 in the morning. There are 3 judges in total. The first one is Song Yue, 25 years old, a first-line female singer in China, famous for her sweet songs. She is loved by many otakus and is very popular. Many people call her the Little Queen. The second one is Cai Jie, 35 years old, a top male singer in China. His music style is tough and he is an idol of many middle-aged women. The third one is Chen Guoqian, 48 years old, also a famous singer, a singer with more experience and a greater influence among the elders. The program team had done special research when inviting judges, striving to include most of the audience, young and old, both men and women, and to ensure that the ratings meet expectations. The host Kang Jun opened the show very briefly, and then the first contestant came on stage to perform. The subtitles gave a brief introduction to the contestant. His name is Li Bin, and the song he sang is called Hometown, which expresses his nostalgia for childhood and rural life. After listening to it, Xu Yao felt that the singer's ability was quite good, better than most singers in this world, and he was definitely a talented singer. Yao Yao covered her ears and said, "It doesn't sound good." Xu Yao was a little puzzled. She sang very well. Yao Yao shook her little head like a rattle. "Compared to Uncle, it's far worse." Chichi also nodded. "It's true that my singing is not as good as Uncle's." Xu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Maybe the program team deliberately arranged for the strongest contestant to appear first. Starting from the second one, the dozen or so contestants behind were worse than the last, and many viewers cursed. The judges gradually became tired and made simple comments on several people. Except for the first contestant who advanced directly, 3 contestants were eliminated and the rest were all pending. As the youngest judge and a girl herself, Song Yue was tortured by the contestants and became dejected. She completely lost the spirit of a little diva. The photographer also deliberately gave Song Yue a close-up of her face. Although Song Yue reacted, her appearance with the mask of pain on was captured. The audience who were originally cursing started laughing instead. After all, Song Yue always appeared to be full of energy in front of everyone, and no one expected that she had this side of her. So cute. The popularity, which had been declining, has recovered a little. Seeing Song Yue's influence, Wu Taiping quickly signaled the photographer to continue capturing the little queen's various expressions from time to time. The comment section of the live broadcast room immediately became a discussion area for freshly made emoticon packages. The style of painting gradually deviated. Just when Chichi and Yao Yao were dozing off, the staff came over to remind Xu Yao that it was his turn to go on stage next. Xu Yao nodded to show that he understood. The 2 kids instantly became excited and looked forward to Xu Yao's performance. Soon, the previous contestant finished singing, and Xu Yao went behind the scenes to wait while the judges were commenting. "Please welcome contestant number 23, Xu Yao, to perform 10 Years for Us." Kang Jun's powerful voice came out, and Xu Yao walked to the center of the stage holding a guitar. A white t-shirt, black jeans and a pair of sneakers. Unlike other contestants with all kinds of weird hairstyles, clothes and styles, Xu Yao looked completely ordinary. He didn't even put on basic makeup and it seemed that he had not made much preparation for the show. Fortunately, he has a good figure and outstanding appearance, otherwise everyone would doubt whether he is sincere in the competition. Xu Yao sat on the chair in the center of the stage and began to pluck the strings. Several judges still looked listless. The audience didn't have too many expectations. Even when they saw that Xu Yao's song was titled 10 Years, no one knew what it meant. The other lights dimmed, and all the light on the stage was focused on Xu Yao, making him look particularly lonely. When the prelude sounded, several judges' eyes lit up. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. As soon as a few notes came out, the singers knew that this song must be very difficult. Getting into the rhythm, Xu Yao began to sing. If those 2 words had not trembled. I want to notice that I'm feeling uncomfortable. How to say it out? It's just a breakup. As soon as Xu Yao's low and slightly hoarse voice came out, the audience felt like they had drunk a full glass of ice water in the hot summer, and their whole bodies began to tremble. Song Yue closed her eyes and completely immersed herself in the singing. Cai Jie stared at Xu Yao as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Chen Wuqiang frowned, as if he wanted to listen carefully to every word of the lyrics. Even the backstage, which had been a bit noisy, suddenly became quiet at this moment. If there is no demand for tomorrow. Holding hands is like traveling. Thousands of doorways. Someone always has to go first. Since the embrace cannot linger. Why not when you leave? I enjoyed it and cried at the same time. When singing to this point, Xu Yao's emotions became richer, and the audience seemed to be able to feel Xu Yao's sadness and pain from the singer. The little queen Song Yue still had her eyes closed, tears slipping inadvertently from the corners of her eyes. The photographer did not forget his mission and quickly took a picture of the scene. The waiting contestants were all immersed in the atmosphere created by Xu Yao. Only a few were still thinking that with such a strong opponent, it seemed that there was basically no hope for them to win the championship. The audience in the live broadcast room was excited, and quite a few of them shed tears as they recalled the past. Some shouted, "Wow," and then crazily recommended it to their relatives and friends, while more people started to post barrages of comments in the live broadcast room. 666. What the hell, what kind of deity is descending to earth? Xu Qianqian, are you okay? I love you. Wang Jie, do you still love me? It's so tear-jerking, so touching. Wow, this is amazing. This song reminds me of 10 years ago, when I was still an innocent boy, happily together with my first love, and now I am a mother of 2 children. Can the people upstairs please not ruin the atmosphere? Xu Yao didn't observe other people's reactions. All he had eyes for was the guitar and the stage. The song gradually came to an end. 10 years later, we are friends. You can also greet, but that kind of gentleness. There is no reason to hug anymore. Lovers will inevitably become friends in the end. Until I've been friends with you for many years. Only then did I understand my tears. Not for you. And flow for others. When he sang the last sentence, Xu Yao inexplicably recalled the 10-year relationship between his original self and son Feifei, which flashed through his mind quickly like a movie. Perhaps it was because the original body's emotions had not completely disappeared, or perhaps it was because the emotions were completely replaced. A tear rolled down Xu Yao's eye. When the song ended, he stood up, faced the judges and the audience in front of the screen, and bowed to express his gratitude. Song Yue, Cai Jie and Chen Guoqiang stood up from the judges' seats at the same time and gave Xu Yao a warm round of applause. Their contestants at the scene also applauded. Only Guo Taiping, who was in the background, was feeling both happy and worried as he watched the data rising sharply and received cheers and applause from the crowd. The good news is that the number of viewers exceeded 600,000, which is far higher than the station's expectations. What worries me is that Xu Yao is Wen Liang's junior fellow apprentice, and a natural enemy of mine, and they are destined not to be able to coexist peacefully. Deputy Director Yang Xiufen was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that Xu Yao's song would be even better than the previous one. Now we don't have to worry about the ratings of the show at all. Wen Liang said with a smile, my junior brother has always been the best graduate in our school, without a doubt. After a few years of accumulation, his accumulation has become more and more profound. Yang Xiufen glanced at Wen Liang with satisfaction and said, you have done a good job in recommending me. Seeing Guo Taiping's grim expression, she said in a deep voice, pay attention to your working methods in the future, and don't always bring personal conflicts into your work. Guo Taiping's face became even gloomier. Chapter 8 Yeshen's first stage. In the live broadcast at this time, Song Yue had wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sorted out her emotions, and asked with a smile, hello, Xu Yao, although everyone is moved by your song like me, I still want to say that this song is simply great. Xu Yao nodded in thanks. When he played the song 10 years, he had anticipated everyone's reaction, and the current situation was also expected. As a senior, Chen Guoqiang was qualified not to care about the so-called social etiquette. He said excitedly, very good, Xu Yao, this song of yours is the best in recent years. I can't listen to other songs. I once thought that the Chinese music scene was finished. Xu Yao didn't dare to respond, so he could only interrupt Mr. Chen's spell and said with a wry smile, Teacher Chen, thank you for your love. Cai Jie knew that Mr. Chen was too excited, so he stepped out to smooth things over. Can you tell me about the background of the creation of 10 years? This is a song with a lot of stories, and I'm really curious. Xu Yao looked at Cai Jie gratefully and answered seriously, just like what everyone heard in the song, I just ended a relationship that lasted for 10 years from college to work. From knowing each other and falling in love to getting tired of each other, and finally letting go, this is the background for me to write 10 years, and it can also be regarded as my mental journey. Cai Jie nodded, this was consistent with his guess. The audience in the live broadcast room also launched barrage. Yes, a 10-year relationship is always so unforgettable. Wow, I really cried like a tearful person. Although Xu Yaocai just debuted, he started off with a bang. No one in the Chinese music scene can beat him. I would like to call him Yaoshen. Second. I don't know who the heroine is that makes Yaoshen love her so deeply. Song Yue was curious at this time, and she asked, have you really walked out of this relationship? Xu Yao nodded and replied while holding the microphone, although it was difficult, I finally made it through. Song Yue's gossip spirit was burning, and she asked, then what was the reason for your breakup? Song Yue regretted the moment she said this. Her question was a bit torturous. No matter how she answered, she would be putting Xu Yao on the spot. The little diva pouted like a little girl who had made a mistake, and the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Cute. I want to raise one. My goddess Yue. Song Yue picked up the microphone and prepared to change the question. After all, it was difficult to tell right from wrong in matters of the heart. If Xu Yao took all the responsibility on himself, it would definitely not be good for his future. If he pushed it to the woman, it would be even worse for his reputation. But Xu Yao had already answered. As for the reason, I would like to explain it to everyone in the next song, if there is such an opportunity. At this time, the host Kang Jun showed his ability to control the situation. He immediately said, "Can contestant Xu Yao advance to the next round and bring us a new song? Please choose, judges." The promotion rules are 2 votes for advancement, 1 vote pending, and 0 votes for direct elimination. After the host signaled, Song Yue, Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang raised their advancement signs at the same time. 3 votes to advance. Chen Wuqiang concluded, "Xu Yao, I hope you can bring us more good songs next time." After Xu Yao nodded in thanks, he left the stage following their host's gesture. The 2 little ones were already waiting in the audience. When they saw Xu Yao coming back, they hugged his thighs excitedly and cheered, "Uncle is awesome. His singing is so beautiful." Xu Yao rubbed the 2 little ones' heads lovingly and said, okay, let's go home." Good. Xu Yao was also thankful for his good luck as he drew an early lottery ticket, otherwise he would have to eat boxed lunches with the 2 kids at the TV station at noon. He himself didn't care. In his previous life, when he was singing in various venues, he had eaten the worst boxed lunches. But it was different for Kiki and Yao Yao. They were both growing up. After going backstage to say hello to senior brother Wen, Xu Yao was about to leave when he saw Deputy Director Yang Xiufen coming towards him. "Xu Yao, you gave me a big surprise," she said with a smile. Har, thank you Director Yang for your kindness," Xu Yao replied politely. "Keep it up." Must. After taking a taxi back home, Xu Yao took out the vegetables he had bought for the 2 kids at the supermarket last night from the refrigerator and started to cook lunch. Chichi and Yao Yao helped Xu Yao wash rice and vegetables. At this moment, Xu Yao felt much more satisfied than singing on TV. With the help of the 2 little ones, Xu Yao quickly prepared the meal, brought it to the table, and washed his hands with the 2 little ones before preparing to eat. There are 3 dishes and 1 soup in total: Beijing-style shredded pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cola chicken wings, and a vegetarian soup. Yao Yao loves sweet food the most. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and cola chicken wings are her favorites. She picked up several of them with her chopsticks. Chichi stopped her and said, "Okay, Yao Yao, slow down. Girls should be more polite." Yao Yao's round eyes rolled and she looked at Xu Yao pitifully. "Uncle's food is delicious." Xu Yao gently scratched Yao Yao's nose. "Okay, no matter how delicious it is, eat slowly. Chewing slowly is good for the stomach. Besides, it's easy to choke if you eat too fast." Yao Yao nodded repeatedly and said, "I understand, uncle." Seeing Yao Yao's well-behaved appearance, Xu Yao didn't say anything more. After dinner, Chichi and Yao Yao took the initiative to offer to wash the dishes. Xu Yao smiled and said, "Wait until you are older to wash it, you can't even reach the sink now." Chichi shook her head and said, "Uncle, you're working so hard, we have to share your worries. Besides, we can just stand on the small stool." Yao Yao also agreed, "Yes, uncle, Dad taught us to take on housework within our ability." "Okay, but be careful." Xu Yao was a little worried, so he stood by and watched the 2 little ones busy washing dishes. After Chichi and Yao Yao finished washing the dishes, they felt a little sleepy. Children usually sleep a lot, and it was also nap time, so Xu Yao let them take a nap. After the 2 little ones lay down on the bed and closed their eyes, Xu Yao gently closed the door and returned to his room. He made all the songs that might be used in the competition and prepared the accompaniment and copyright issues in advance. What Xu Yao didn't know was that after he left, the judges were still expecting another original singer who could be compared to him to appear. However, until 8 o'clock in the evening, when 108 heroes had finished their performances, although there were a few good singers, no other contestants appeared who gave any special surprises. Especially for Song Yue, a whole day's work was really too hard. Except for the half an hour for lunch, she had been working all the time. If everyone was at Xu Yao's level, she would definitely enjoy it. But in the end, there were only 3 or 4 people who advanced with unanimous votes. Although they all received unanimous votes like Xu Yao, the gap between them was huge. After all the contestants finished their performances, Song Yue sat down on a chair exhausted and said to her agent Sister Kong coquettishly, "Sister Kong, look at the notices you took for me. It's really tiring." Sister Kong, who was in her 40s, replied with a smile, Okay, now you are little queen, why are you still complaining like a little girl?" Song Yue frowned slightly. Even a diva would be tired, not to mention being called a little diva. Look at teacher Cai Jia and teacher Chen Guoqiang, they were also very sleepy at the end. There are too few excellent singers, and they are too easy to hypnotize. Sister Kong asked, "Isn't there a good young man who sang 10 years? What's his name?" Song Yue's eyes flashed with cunning. "What's the matter? Sister Kong wants to sign him." Sister Kong said with some regret, "After listening to this song, I do have a heart for talent, but their program team has signed an agreement before. In principle, except for the contestants who have already signed the contract, other contestants cannot sign an agreement with the entertainment company before the finals." Song Yue was slightly stunned. "I didn't even know there was such a rule." Sister Kong said helplessly, "You are always so careless, but you don't need to care about these details. Anyway, we can get in touch with him more in advance so that he can have a good impression of us." Song Yue agreed very much. After all, she also recognized Xu Yao's talent. Chapter 9, Fan Surge. After Xu Yao finished his preparations for the preliminary round, he had a week of free time. Besides taking his kids out for a walk, he spent his time making songs. On Sunday morning, he was bored and opened Kuaishou. He saw that many people followed his account and many people left comments on the videos he had posted before. Fuck, is this Yaoshen's account? It seems that Yaoshen was even more immature a few years ago. Har, it's me as expected. I can even find the account here. But why did Yaoshen always sing other people's songs before? Didn't he create his own songs before? No way, Yaoshen's 10 years is so awesome, he must have a lot of creative experience. It's impossible for his first song to be so awesome. Anyway, I don't believe it. Look, yesterday Yaoshen's 10 years was already on the hot searches on Kuaishou and Weibo. That's awesome. There was a lively discussion in the comment section, with more than 1,000 comments already. Xu Yao looked at the number of fans and found that it had exceeded 10,000 in just one day. According to the original body's memory, the number of fans was only around 300 to 400 before. Although this speed of increasing fans is not as fast as many popular internet celebrities, after all, Xu Yao has not released any songs or videos so far. In fact, they were all found by fans themselves, which is already very difficult. Reminded by his fans, Xu Yao searched for his live streaming videos and found that the highest number of likes on his video had exceeded 1 million. But it was only in one day. Xu Yao thought about it, and since he had some time, he took out his guitar and prepared to shoot a video. Kiki became the photographer and was responsible for the entire shooting process. Her serious little look was simply so adorable. Yao Yao originally wanted to get it too, but she didn't compete with her sister. The first song Xu Yao filmed was Nan Sha Nan. He did not finish playing it when he was at Yangjing TV station. Now after the preliminary round, he finally has time to perform it in its entirety. He held the guitar sideways and sang softly. If all the land were connected. On the road to life. Just to hug you. Drunk on his dreams. Good night. He heard someone singing an ancient song. Singing about what happened today, far away. Like in her eyes. The lonely island scene. No sadness. But there are no flowers. A dream that can't be finished. Awakening from a dream. A ridiculous life. Nanshan South. Northern autumn sadness. There are valleys in Nanshan, and the south wind is blowing. There is a tombstone in Beihai. The two kids waited for Xu Yao to finish singing and clapped together. "Uncle, you sing so well." Xu Yao said with a smile, "I don't know how proud I am to have you two praising me every day. I won't be able to listen to other people's criticism from now on." Yao Yao pouted, "If anyone dares to criticize Uncle, Yao Yao will bite him." Xu Yao quickly corrected, "That's not okay. Everyone has their own preferences. It's normal not to like your uncle's songs. Don't." Seeing Xu Yao was nervous, Yao Yao hugged his legs and said coquettishly, "I'm just kidding, Uncle, don't be afraid." Xu Yao was left in a state of confusion. Chichi was covering her mouth and laughing happily beside me. After finishing recording Nan Sha Nan, Xu Yao filmed 10 years, then clicked send on the Kuaishou platform and sent out the 2 videos. Boss Shui, this is our company's newest female singer, Sun Feifei. She is a rare original singer, and many of her songs are very popular on major music charts. Huang was introducing Sun Feifei to a middle-aged man, and the man was Shui Ping, the vice president of Qinqing Entertainment in charge of artists. Shui Ping looked up at Sun Feifei and nodded perfunctorily to show that he understood. He did not take the 2 of them seriously at all. Huang felt a little embarrassed. He had previously promised Sun Feifei that he would make General Manager Shui use her. He finally found an opportunity to report to General Manager Shui, but in the end, General Manager Shui didn't give him any face at all. Sun Feifei showed a flattering smile, took the initiative to step forward and wanted to shake hands with Shui Ping, and said, "Please take care of me, Mr. Shui." This made Shui Ping look at her more and asked, "Do you have any famous works?" Sun Feifei was stunned. She subconsciously glanced at Huang Jichao and said, "Mr. Shui, my representative works are Snowfield, The Week, Ice Wall." Shui Ping thought about it and still had some impression of Ice Wall. It seemed to have been a small hit on Kuaishou 2 years ago. The song was of good quality, but he had the impression that Sun Feifei's singing was very average. He nodded to indicate that he understood, and said to Huang Jichao, "Okay, I understand too. If you have nothing else to do, you can go down and do your work. I have a few more plans to look at. This is an order to expel you." Huang Jichao was a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to offend his direct superior, so he mustered up the courage to add, "Boss Shui, our singer department is going to focus on training in the second half of the year." Shui Ping's face changed. "Why, you want to make a big production with just a few losers in your singer department? Do you have any talent now? Do you have any works you can show off?" Huang Jichao then remembered that Song Yue was originally the ace singer among Qinqing Entertainment. However, her agent at the time offended Song Yue by doing something behind her back. As a result, this top singer ran to a rival company in a fit of anger after her contract expired. Recently, she was promoted from a first-line star to a quasi-queen. Now the company's top management is very angry with the singer department. Huang Jichao made a bitter face and quickly admitted his mistake. Shui Ping cursed a few more times, scaring Sun Feifei beside him so much that she dared not say a word. After getting angry, Shui Ping felt better and said in a calmer tone, "Okay, as the person in charge, you still need to discover more potential singers, especially those with original creative abilities. You must increase your efforts in training them." Huang Jichao nodded in agreement. Shui Ping suddenly thought of the song 10 Years that went viral on the Kuaishou platform today, and suggested, recently, Yangjing TV has hosted a program for original singers called New Voices. You can pay special attention to it, especially the one who sang 10 Years. You must pay special attention to it. I've heard of it, and that singer has great potential. Huang Jichao silently memoized 10 Years and prepared to check it out. "Okay, you can go now." Shui Ping waved his hand again to signal them to leave. Huang Jichao and Sun Feifei didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly said goodbye and left. After leaving the office, Sun Feifei said angrily, "Didn't you say that Mr. Shui values you very much? Why do I think he doesn't care about you at all?" Huang Jichao wiped the sweat off his face with a tissue and tried to save his face by saying, "Boss Shui has been too busy these past few days, and with the incident with the singer, it's understandable that he's in a bad mood." Sun Feifei snorted coldly and ignored Huang Jichao. Huang Jichao coaxed her for a while until he promised to buy Sun Feifei a bag to apologize. Only then did Sun Feifei change her anger into joy and forgave him. Huang Jichao cursed in his heart, materialist, but he had a smile on his face and showed no dissatisfaction. It was not until he arrived at his office that Huang Jichao opened his mobile phone and searched for New Voices on Yangjing TV. After watching several videos in a row, Huang Jichao felt that they were all mediocre. Sun Feifei sat next to him and said disdainfully, "I said that your President Shui has no talent. These songs are not as good as mine. He still looks down on me." Huang Jichao was a little puzzled. He clicked on the homepage of the official account of The Voice of China and saw the pinned song 10 Years. He said to Sun Feifei, "Let's see how this song is. President Shui strongly recommended it, so it should be good." After being scolded, Huang Jichao felt a little annoyed. After clicking on the video, he put his hands aside, leaned back in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. If those two words had not trembled. I won't find out that I'm suffering. How to say it out? It's just a breakup. Well, not bad. Huang Jichao's eyes lit up. After all, he was in this field for a living and had the ability to appreciate the quality of songs. This song was indeed good. Sun Feifei became suspicious. Why did this voice sound so familiar to her? Chapter 10. He is Xu Yao. When Sun Feifei was entering the entertainment industry, Xu Yao was willing to be a supporting actor and stayed at home to write songs for himself. After graduation, Sun Feifei had never seen Xu Yao sing. So at first, she only felt that the voice was familiar, but she didn't recognize it as Xu Yao's voice. After listening for a while, Sun Feifei felt something was wrong and said to Huang Jichao, "Show me your phone." Huang Jichao was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Feifei said impatiently, "Give it to me." Seeing that Sun Feifei was a little impatient, Huang Jichao handed over the phone. Sun Feifei opened her phone and saw Xu Yao's familiar face in the video. She held her breath and stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. "Xu Yao! It's Xu Yao," she shouted loudly. Huang Jichao asked in confusion, "What is Xu Yao? What is his relationship with Xu Yao?" Sun Feifei calmed herself down and handed the phone back to Huang Jichao. When Huang Jichao saw the familiar face sitting on the chair and singing, he also shouted, "Fuck." I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. He pointed at Sun Feifei and asked, "Didn't you say he didn't have much talent? How come this song is so great?" Sun Feifei rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "How should I know? You've heard all the songs he wrote for me before. Although they are okay, they don't have the potential to become a big hit. But as soon as he divorced me, he brought out this song 10 years. Huang Jichao thought for a long time and said to Sun Feifei, "Humph, in my opinion, he is hiding it, waiting for you to divorce him before bringing it out. Look, now he is famous, it has nothing to do with you." Sun Feifei thought about it carefully and felt that it was unlikely. He said that this song was to commemorate his last relationship. He must have written it after he divorced me. Huang Jichao snorted coldly, "It's only been a few days, and he has the talent to write such a good song. Indeed, if he really had this talent, I wouldn't have to suffer so much with him." Sun Feifei thought so too. It must be that Xu Yao had already written it and secretly hidden it. But even though the two men had malicious intentions towards Xu Yao, they were completely helpless at the moment. What can we do? Ban him? Neither Huang Jichao nor Sun Feifei have this energy. Humph, he only became famous with this song. I wonder what song he will sing in the next competition. That's right, he must have run out of ideas and it's impossible for him to have another song of such high quality. But, Feifei, why don't you give him another call and say a few nice words first? If she still has feelings for you, you can take the opportunity to get the copyright of his song. Especially, if he has other good songs, you can ask him to give them to you. This way you will be one step closer to becoming a queen of pop. Huang Jichao tempted. Even though the two of them were cursing Xu Yao at this time, they did not deny the excellence of 10 years. After all, they were both practitioners and knew that the level of this song was indeed impeccable. Sun Feifei's first reaction was to refuse. What a joke, asking her to go back and beg Xu Yao. After thinking about it seriously, I found that it was not unacceptable. I was immediately attracted to it. After all, 10 years was so good. If I could get the copyright and the new songs, I would be able to take a solid step forward in the music industry. Is this okay? Why not give it a try? We won't suffer any loss. Besides, this song is so affectionate, maybe he still has you in his heart. Sun Feifei was moved and took out her cell phone to call Xu Yao. Hello. Xu Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xu Yao, how have you been lately? Sun Feifei showed her gentle side in front of Xu Yao for the first time in a long time. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm very happy with food and drink. Well, I saw you singing 10 years today. I didn't expect that your feelings for me are so deep. Sun Feifei was a little nervous and spoke stutteringly. Shinjin. Whoever has feelings for you, go find a doctor. Xu Yao hung up the phone cursing. Beep beep beep. The moment the phone was hung up, Sun Feifei's heart skipped a beat and she felt an indescribable confusion. She turned pale instantly. Xu Yao was taking the two kids for a walk in the wetland park near the community when he received a call from Sun Feifei out of nowhere. He thought there was something he hadn't dealt with. As soon as I heard what she said, I knew she must have some opinions about my song, so I hung up the phone after scolding her. If that's not enough, just block and delete the user directly, and all social apps will also block and delete the user. Chichi and Yao Yao had never seen Xu Yao so angry before, so they asked, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Xu Yao smiled and said, "Nothing, I just met a liar." The two of them nodded as if they understood, and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Yao Yao's stomach started to growl again. "Little greedy cat, are you hungry again?" Xu Yao asked with a smile. Yao Yao nodded a little embarrassedly. She was indeed a little hungry after walking such a long way. "Then let's go back and cook. It's almost time to cook." Yao Yao nodded quickly and took Xu Yao and Chichi's hands and went home. Xu Yao had already prepared everything at noon, and made egg fried rice in the evening. He diced scallions, carrots, cucumbers, and ham, and fried them until the rice grains were distinct from the eggs. After adding seasonings, he finally put in the scallions and stir-fried until the aroma filled the air. Yao Yao felt even hungrier when she smelled the food. When Xu Yao brought out 2 small bowls of egg-fried rice, she looked at them eagerly. She still remembered what her sister said, that she must wait for her uncle to eat. Seeing Yao Yao drooling, Xu Yao found it a little funny and quickly brought out his own meal. After seeing Xu Yao take the first bite, Yao Yao couldn't wait to take the spoon and feed the rice into her own mouth. "It's so delicious." The little face showed a look of satisfaction, which made Xu Yao very satisfied. Chichi also took a bite and agreed, "Uncle, your cooking skills are really good. Everything you cook tastes good. When I grow up a little bit, I will learn to cook from you." Xu Yao laughed and said, "Okay, as long as you want to learn, I will teach you." A joyful dinner time. After clearing away the dishes, the three of them watched TV together. Xu Yao remembered the video he posted today on Kuaishou, so he opened the Kuaishou app on his phone to see the effect. As a result, Kuaishou seemed to be about to explode. The software was full of red dots and 999 plus, and Xu Yao couldn't keep up. A look at the number of fans shows that it has exceeded 500,000. Xu Yao was stunned. Just 2 videos and half a day, and he gained so many followers. "I have to say that 10 years is good enough, Xu Yao sings well enough, and the Kuaishou platform is big enough. 10 years has been viewed over 3 million times, received 500,000 likes, and received over 20,000 comments. The number of views of Nan Sha Nan has exceeded 1 million, with 200,000 likes and more than 5,000 comments. Most of the comments on 10 years are the personal thoughts after listening to the song. Many people miss their ex, while some people cherish their current relationships more. Most of the comments on Nan Sha Nan praised Xu Yao for his talent and the beautiful songs. Xu Yao suddenly found that someone had sent him a private message. He clicked on the private message interface of a girl's avatar. "Brother Xu Yao, do you want a date?" There is also a selfie video of a girl. Xu Yao took advantage of it and the hot dance was matched with the latest popular music on Kuaishou. It was quite touching. Hiss. This figure is quite good. Just when he wanted to take a closer look, Chichi and Yao Yao saw Xu Yao obsessed with his phone and came forward to take a look. Fortunately, Xu Yao reacted quickly and turned off his phone. "Well, let's watch TV together. Uncle won't play with his phone anymore." The 2 kids looked at Xu Yao's panicked look and were very puzzled. Xu Yao made up his mind and went back to his room to criticize slowly. Chapter 11: Chichi and Yao Yao's talents. As the days passed, on Thursday, their new voice program team sent messages to the 30 contestants who entered the semi-finals, asking them to send the accompaniment, song title and lyrics to the designated staff before noon on Friday. This time there was enough time and Xu Yao had already prepared the song he was going to sing. Staff member Xiaoshu added his WeChat account. "Hello, Teacher Xu Yao, I am Xiaoshu from the new voice program team. Is your song ready?" Xiaoshu was very polite. "Hello, the name of my song is Love Transfer. It's ready and I'll send it to you later." Xu Yao replied. "Okay, thank you Teacher Xu." Xiaoshu was also very polite. Then another message came, "Teacher Xu, I am your fan, 10 years is very nice, good luck in the semi-finals." Xu Yao was in a good mood and replied, "Thank you for your support. It always feels good to be liked and supported." He put down his phone and saw Chichi sitting beside him reading a book obediently. Yao Yao couldn't concentrate on the show. She was playing with her doll next to her sister, humming to herself. When Xu Yao got closer, he realized that Yao Yao was actually singing his own song, 10 years. What shocked him even more was that although the little girl couldn't quite remember the lyrics, she was in tune and it sounded pretty good. Yao Yao also has talent in this area? Seeing her uncle beside her, Yao Yao looked up, blinking her big watery eyes as she looked at Xu Yao in confusion. Xu Yao smiled and asked, Yao Yao, I remember you only heard me sing 10 years twice. Yao Yao nodded and said, yes, uncle, I heard you sing once when you were competing before, and then you sang again when you went home to record the video. So you remember everything? No, I didn't remember the lyrics very well. There are some words that I don't know what they mean, so I can't remember them very well. But the tune is very simple and I remember it. Uncle, Yao Yao, am I very stupid? Yao Yao pouted, worried that she was a little stupid. Yao Yao is the smartest. Xu Yao knew that Yao Yao seemed to have a talent for singing and he was very happy for her. Really? Thank you, uncle. Encouraged by Xu Yao, Yao Yao danced with joy. Yao Yao, do you like singing? Xu Yao asked Yao Yao for her opinion. If she liked it, he could strengthen her training in this area in the future. Yao Yao nodded and gave an affirmative response. Then uncle will teach you some singing knowledge later when I have time, okay? Xu Yao felt like a weird uncle who was coaxing a little girl. Okay. Yao Yao nodded. She knew that her uncle was doing this for her own good. When Xu Yao saw Chichi, he wanted to see how she sang, but Chichi was too embarrassed to speak. It's okay, Chichi, just sing boldly. Xu Yao encouraged. If those two words weren't trembling. Chichi finally spoke with Xu Yao's encouragement. As soon as the first line of lyrics came out, Xu Yao knew he was wrong. Even though they were twins, their talents were not exactly the same. At least Kiki's talent isn't in singing. In order not to dampen Chichi's enthusiasm, Xu Yao waited patiently for her to finish singing. Hey, Chichi, you have a good memory. You can remember all the lyrics. Have you ever memorized them specifically? Xu Yao really discovered Kiki's strengths. After she sang the song, there wasn't a single mistake in the lyrics. Well, no. My memory has always been good. I remembered it after you sang it on TV. Chichi was a little embarrassed. You are also very capable. Xu Yao sighed. All Shen's two daughters are not only cute, but also very talented. It's a pity that they passed away too early and could not enjoy the blessing. Xu Yao later found an opportunity to verify and discovered that Kiki had very strong memory and comprehension abilities. Now, at the age of 5, she can already recite many ancient poems. Yao Yao also has a special talent in singing and possesses absolute pitch. Whenever he had time, he would focus on improving the abilities of the two little ones. After The Voice of China entered the semi-finals, there were only 30 singers left and the workload was greatly reduced, so the program team specially arranged the time at 7 o'clock in the evening, so as to maximize the ratings. Xu Yao took the two kids to have dinner at a restaurant near the TV station and then went to the scene to wait. Unlike the preliminary round where no one disturbed them, since Xu Yao's 10 years was so popular and other contestants had already seen his strength, many contestants took the initiative to say hello. Xu Yao hadn't paid much attention to these singers before, and basically couldn't name any of them, so he could only smile in response. Most of the staff members of the program team like 10 years very much and will take the initiative to say hello whenever they have the chance. Xu Yao also responds with a smile. The program team has already told each contestant their appearance number in advance. Xu Yao is number 15, which is neither early nor late, and is in the middle. Senior brother Wen told him on the phone that the leaders of the station had noticed his popularity and thought that putting him in the middle would not only attract people to continue paying attention to The Voice of China but also help to hit the highest ratings. Oh, by the way, your biggest opponents this time are probably Li Bin and Jiang Shuai. Although their performance last time was worse than yours, they are both very popular contestants. And it is said that their next songs are also very good, and they are preparing to use their best moves in the finals. Don't worry, brother. I have confidence in myself. It doesn't matter how strong my opponent is. My goal is always to reach the finals and win the championship. Okay, I believe you, keep going. Wen Liang felt a little numb on his scalp when he thought of the terrifying influence of 10 years, and then he felt relieved. Although Xu Yao was not worried, in his opinion, Considering the classic level of 10 years and love transfer, even the three judges on the stage were not good enough. After all, the original singer of the song is one of the leading figures in the Chinese music scene. It's no exaggeration to say that he has influenced several generations. But I was still very touched by the concern my senior brother showed me from his tone. The program team still likes to put talented singers at the opening. Jiang Shui was the first singer to appear. His original song, Lost, fully aroused the emotions of the audience, and the judges gave him a high score of 9 points. This is a song about a person's mental journey, which is about the confusion of a young man and the gradual recognition of his own reality. The lyrics are good and the melody is well matched, which can resonate with people. Compared with Cai Jia and Chen Guqiang, Song Yue identified more with this song. As the youngest judge, she felt more deeply about Lost than the other two teachers. Xu Yao also nodded as he listened. The quality of this song, Lost, was similar to the original song. Although it could not be called a classic, it had enough highlights. After entering the semi-finals, the judges will directly give scores instead of choosing promotion. This will help to intuitively select the strongest 15 out of the 30 contestants to enter the semi-finals, and another 5 singers will enter the semi-finals through off-site voting. Although some talented singers are somewhat dissatisfied with such a competition system, this is an era where traffic is king after all, and the program team needs the audience and the singers' fans to pay for the program. The situation that the senior brother had grasped was very accurate. Jiang Shui's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. However, Xu Yao did not take it too seriously. He believed that no one could beat Love Transfer. The following songs are mostly between 6 and 8 minutes long, and there is nothing particularly outstanding or eye-catching. The live broadcast rooms and comment sections of various platforms have become quiet, and the ratings of The Voice of China have also dropped significantly. The three judges on the scene were helpless as there were always too few outstanding creators. Now, please welcome contestant number 15, Xu Yao, to perform Love Transfer. Their host's powerful voice came, and the judges suddenly became excited. Song Yue's eyes lit up and she stared at the figure that was becoming clearer from blurry. The live broadcast room also began to boil. Chapter 12 Xu Yao appears, Love Transfer. Fuck, I've waited for so long, and finally Yaoshan is here. Love Transfer, is it another love song? I want to give birth to a baby for you, Xu Yao. Anything produced by Yaoshan must be top quality. Har har, Xu Yao is just a song, and he is called the God of Glory. It's just hype. How can an amateur bring any good songs? Bar, the two of you above, have you ever heard of 10 years? Why are you speaking nonsense here? That's right, it seems that our Yaoshan has really become popular. Now he even has haters. The barrage of comments was very lively, and as soon as Xu Yao appeared, the total number of viewers quickly exceeded 1 million. The program crew was delighted to see the rising ratings and the soaring popularity of the live broadcast room. Xu Yao is really our lucky star. Deputy Director Yang sighed. Although the station has always attached great importance to The Voice of China, there are too many programs at the same time and resources are not fully concentrated. The expectations of the leaders are actually not too high. Now relying on Xu Yao alone has far exceeded everyone's previous psychological expectations. Xu Yao walked onto the stage. The lights around him dimmed. Xu Yao took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then the lights illuminated his face again. Sunny, handsome and confident. The three judges on the stage became excited, and the other singers off the stage suddenly became nervous. Jiang Shui and Li Bin were the most worried. Their original plan was to win the championship, but their fantasy was shattered by Xu Yao's song 10 years. They could only hope that Xu Yao's subsequent songs would be worse. If all of them were of the same quality as 10 years, they would have no choice but to admit defeat. Huang Jichao and Sun Feifei were also watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, feeling a little nervous. I don't believe he can come up with any good songs. Humph, I guess the most I can find is 10 years. Where can there be so many good songs? Impossible. The two of them talked, more like comforting themselves. Ever since being rejected by Xu Yao last time, Sun Feifei became angry and humiliated and hated Xu Yao to the core. Xu Yao didn't pay attention to the reactions of other people in the audience. He was now fully immersed in the stage. This time there was accompaniment, so he didn't play the guitar anymore. After the prelude sounded, Xu Yao sang affectionately. Wandering through so many shop windows. How many hotels have you stayed in? Only then will you feel that separation is not unfair. Feelings are used for browsing. Or for collection. So that every day will be unforgettable. When Xu Yao sang to this point, Song Yue went from closing her eyes and enjoying it to opening her eyes wide and staring at Xu Yao, obviously stunned. As a professional singer, she naturally knew that Xu Yao's song, Love Transfer, was another song comparable to 10 Years, and its quality was definitely top-notch. Cai Jie and Chen Guoqiang were also immersed in Xu Yao's songs and completely ignored the changes in the outside world. The live broadcast room was filled with 666 and fuck. This boy has the potential to be an emperor. It's so terrifying. Wow, why are all Yashin's songs so tear-jerking? I managed to hold back from crying last time when he sang 10 Years, but I can't this time. Har har, can such a soft song be called good? Isn't Love Like Thunder on Kuaishou better than this? It has the same tune as the previous song. That is to say, the people in the front are all water soldiers hired by other contestants. It's terrible to be uneducated. The two people above, go check your QVOD, don't come here to delay everyone's enjoyment of the music feast. There are really all kinds of people these days. One song by Yaoshin is worth 10,000 songs you like. As for the trolls that have appeared, the majority of netizens have also concentrated their efforts to crack down on them. It is so disgusting. Not only do they have no taste, but they also use the fast food on Kuaishou to lower our aesthetic standards. Xu Yao has spent countless days and nights singing classic songs including 10 Years and Love Transfer by heart. In the past, he always felt that although he had the level of a professional singer, he was still a little short of the top notch. It was not until he sang 10 Years on the stage last time that he began to really enjoy the stage. This time, when he sang Love Transfer, he felt that he had inadvertently broken through that barrier. His level has improved significantly. After enduring so much suffering. How many eyes were wet? Only then will you know that sadness is the legacy of love. A few double beds are left. I changed my faith several times. Only then did they exchange the rings without hesitation. Give a person's warmth. Transferred to another's chest. Let the mistakes you made last time reflect on your dreams. Everyone is like this. Enjoyed the fear. I refuse to be the guilty lamb of love. Xu Yao interpreted the mood of the song so well that Song Yue even felt the sadness, regret, and the inevitability of separation, and even developed a sense of fate that separation was inevitable. She was so immersed in it that tears once again flowed from her eyes unknowingly. Until she saw the annoying camera taking a close-up, she was speechless and helpless. The audience was originally immersed in the singing, but when they saw Goddess Song's cute reaction, they found it very funny. Har har, damn. I feel sorry for Goddess Song for 3 seconds. Shocking, an amateur made Goddess Song Yue cry twice. Fuck, brother, it's a shame if you don't join the shock team with your talent. You are such a talent. I cried too. Chichi and Yao Yao in the audience also looked at the shining Xu Yao on the stage with starry eyes. Uncle is so awesome. Sister, don't you think Uncle is handsome when he sings? Of course, it's so cool. Deputy Director Yang sat there calmly, looking at the rising ratings and popularity, and was very satisfied. Xu Yao alone is enough to carry the banner of ratings. Wu Taiping felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, because the previous obstruction and now Xu Yao's success only proved his own stupidity. What's even more infuriating is that, even though the ratings continue to rise, the results don't seem to have much to do with him anymore, and he develops a special sense of frustration. Huang Jichao and Sun Feifei, who were watching the live broadcast, were so angry that they turned off the TV. They were both insiders and naturally knew how good Xu Yao's song was. It's another song called 10 Years, and the so-called answer to Love Transfer is just a satire on Sun Feifei's cheating, right? Although the song was relatively mild, Sun Feifei knew how bad her behavior was. The first thing you do when you get ashore is to kill the person you love. She originally thought that she had kicked away a burden, but she didn't expect that after the divorce, Xu Yao's star was unlimited, while she still had no voice. But people are selfish. She never thought about how wrong she was. It was just a choice. She put all the blame on Xu Yao. Xu Yao, who originally had nothing except her good looks, suddenly shined on the stage of The Voice of China and created 2 classics in a row that will go down in the history of Chinese music. She really couldn't hold it back. Xu Yao, you hypocrite. You are so disgusting. You kept saying you loved me, but the songs you gave me were all rubbish, and you kept all the good songs for yourself. Sun Feifei pulled her hair angrily, scaring Huang Jichao, who was standing next to her. Honey, don't be angry with him. If that's the case, isn't divorcing him the right choice? He doesn't consider you or your career at all. Sun Feifei looked at the bald fat man in front of her with resentment, and her heart was filled with tears. Now, she thought she had found a big tree to lean on, but she didn't expect that without the nod from the top management, she still couldn't get good resources. All Huang Jichao could give her was some good stuff. She is not as easy to control as Xu Yao. After all, although Huang Jichao cannot help her get any big resources now, it is still very easy for her to make things difficult for him. Huang Jichao was frightened by Sun Feifei's gaze, so he found an excuse to leave the room, leaving Sun Feifei alone to sulk. On the stage of The Voice of China, Xu Yao completely entered into the artistic conception of love transfer, and his singing became even more contagious. Memories are like moonlight that cannot be grasped. If you hold it tightly, it will turn into darkness. Wait for the false figure to disappear in the clear sky. The sun is flowing on my body. When all karma is forgiven. Love never stops. I want to drive to the end of the world. How brave it takes. The dinner was lit by candlelight. I can't find an answer. Love is not a warm dinner party. Love never stops. I want to drive to the end of the world. How brave it takes. Don't be disappointed. The heart-wrenching thing is the most beautiful ordinary. After singing the entire song, Love Transfer, Xu Yaocai came out of that special feeling. After he let out a long breath, he bowed to the judges and the audience to express his gratitude. There was no applause this time. Chapter 13. Is this your answer? Xu Yao thought there was something wrong with his singing, but after waiting for a while, the others seemed to wake up from their dream and burst into thunderous applause. It turned out that everyone was completely immersed in the song and it took them a while to react. Xu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed as if he had made a mistake. Chen Guoqian sighed, Xu Yao, you really gave me another surprise. I thought that 10 years was your peak, but I didn't expect it was just the beginning. I don't have much to comment on, it's great, really. I hope you will get better and better in the future and create more good songs. Cai Jie picked up the microphone and said excitedly, I feel the same as Teacher Chen. I am sincerely happy to see you come up with another good song. I only have one suggestion. Can you change the style of the song next time? You see, our goddess song has been moved to tears twice by your singing. Xu Yao was a little confused. He didn't expect that Cai Jie, who looked serious and upright, also liked to joke so much. He could only bite the bullet and answer, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Cai. I will try to change to a happier song next time. Song Yue had just come out of the sad atmosphere when she heard Cai Jie teasing her. She quickly wiped away her tears to hide her embarrassment. But in the eyes of the audience, this scene is playful and cute, and has the feeling of cool white moonlight. Teacher Cai, please stop teasing me. I can only say that Xu Yao's work is truly touching. Although Song Yue's status is higher, as a junior, she can only respond in a roundabout way. Xu Yao, is this your answer? She looked at Xu Yao with a smile, her beautiful eyes could easily capture people's hearts. Xu Yao nodded and said, yes, that's my answer. Song Yue smiled and said, your song Love Transfer seems to say everything, but it also seems to say nothing. It all depends on the audience to understand it themselves. Xu Yao asked in return, isn't this the charm of music? Song Yue nodded, thinking that Xu Yao's answer made sense. She continued, then I won't embarrass you. Let me ask you a simple question. If there are 2 words in 10 years that don't tremble, which 2 words are they? The comments in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Aren't we breaking up? Yes, Goddess Song's question is too simple. Xu Yao was a little stunned. He didn't expect Song Yue to ask him this question. He smiled and answered, it's very simple. It's actually the 2 words, if. The lyrics are all, if those 2 words didn't tremble. It must be if. Song Yue was stunned. She didn't expect this answer. The barrage also went crazy. Har har har, Xu Yao is really a master of cold jokes. This is too funny. Those 2 words are, if. Nothing wrong with it, it's just hilarious. Empress Song is dumbfounded. Har har har, is it still possible to play like this? I can only say that Yao Shen is awesome. Chichi and Yao Yao both laughed out loud in the audience. They didn't expect that their uncle could be so humorous in making jokes on stage. Song Yue couldn't do it anymore, so she said helplessly, "Okay, you win." Xu Yao smiled slightly. Song Yue remembered the task her agent had given her and said, "Xu Yao, are you interested in writing a song for me?" "Of course, there's no rush for this. It will be done after you finish all the competitions." Xu Yao was stunned. The little queen Song just sang a song directly on the stage. She was so straightforward and cute. But wasn't this also the greatest recognition for the new original singer? After all, the little queen's status is big enough, which will definitely increase his exposure. He thought about it and realized that there were many songs that were not suitable for him to sing. Some songs were too delicate and gentle, and were relatively more suitable for female singers. Besides, I can't sing all these songs by myself, so I can sell them to others to solve the current economic crisis. Okay, no problem. Song Yue said happily, "Okay, then it's settled." Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang both felt a little regretful. After all, they were seniors and felt a little embarrassed to ask for a song on the spot. Now seeing Song Yue get a song from Xu Yao so easily, they felt itchy in their hearts and thought about asking Xu Yao for a song privately later. Seeing that the time was almost up, the host quickly came out to remind the three judges to remember to give their scores. Song Yue and the other two judges looked at each other and gave a full score of 10 with a smile on their faces. Love Transfer is one of the best songs we've heard from them in recent years, along with 10 years, of course. Their host Kang Jun was surprised to see that all three judges gave full marks and said, "This is the first full mark for our new voice. Congratulations to Xu Yao. I hope Xu Yao will give us more good songs in the next competition." "Thank you." Xu Yao bowed again to express his gratitude and then left the stage. He originally planned to take the two little ones back home after the performance, but Xu Yao was told by the program team that after all the contestants finished their performances tonight, the top 15 would be selected to enter the semi-finals, and finally the three judges would designate keywords on the spot as the theme of the semi-finals. Tomorrow we will select 5 more contestants from the other 15, making a total of 20 singers as the semi-finalists. Xu Yao could only sit on the sidelines with Chichi and Yao Yao and wait, but it was a bit tormenting. After all, for him, apart from the song Missing You sung by Li Bin, which was quite good, many other songs were boring. Chichi and Yao Yao were also drowsy. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the two little ones had already fallen asleep, one on each side of Xu Yao's shoulder. They usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. Xu Yao felt both cute and distressed when he saw the two of them sleeping soundly. I don't know what Chichi dreamed about, but tears suddenly started to flow silently. Xu Yao was stunned, slowly took out a tissue from his trouser pocket, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xu Yao sighed in his heart, probably because of the family changes, which still had an impact on the two little ones. However, Chichi behaved very maturely in front of himself and Yao Yao, probably because she didn't want to make them worry. Perhaps only in dreams can one release one's emotions without any defense. After the finals of The Voice of China are over, I will take the two little ones back to Rongqing to have a look. After all, that is their home where they have lived for the past 5 years. At least I should go and see my original good brother and pay tribute to him. It was not until a little after 11 o'clock that all the contestants finished their performances. The host announced the top 15 singers based on the scores. The remaining 15 singers will compete again for tickets to the semi-finals tomorrow. But this has nothing to do with Xu Yao. He just hopes that the judges can decide on the keywords as soon as possible so that he can take the two little ones home to sleep after the judges finish. Chen Wuqiang, Cai Jie and Song Yue discussed for a moment and finally reached a consensus. They winked at the host to indicate that it was okay. Kang Jun nodded and said, "Please ask the judges to announce the theme of the song for the semi-finals." Song Yue continued, "The theme is freedom." The contestants in the audience were a little confused. Nowadays, everyone is better at writing about love, and freedom. It's so profound. How to write it? But Xu Yao didn't take it to heart. He just needed to pick a song from the music library, and basically a few seconds after Song Yue announced it, he knew which song he should perform. In control. However, it was very difficult to bring the two sleeping little ones home without waking them up. This became Xu Yao's most difficult problem at the moment. Chapter 14: Two Little Kids' Trip to the Amusement Park. Fortunately, senior brother Wen Liang had finished his work by then. Seeing Xu Yao's predicament, he took the initiative to step forward, took Yao Yao, and gently held her up. Come on, I'll take you home first. Okay. Xu Yao didn't bother to be polite with senior brother Wen. He shook his right hand, which was already feeling a little sore. Raising a child is a technical job. It's not as easy as you think. Compared to Xu Yao, senior brother Wen can be considered a professional dad. Along the way, he told Xu Yao many stories about how he raised children since they were young. Xu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "It's not easy. I thought everything was fine." Senior brother Wen said, "You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run a household, and you don't know how tiring it is until you raise children. Especially for you, you're taking care of 2 little girls right away. There are much more things to pay attention to than boys, and you'll have to bear the consequences later." When they arrived at the underground parking lot, senior brother Wen opened the car door and gently placed Yao Yao on the back seat. Xu Yao sat in the middle and looked after the 2 little ones. After starting the car, senior brother Wen continued, "Fortunately, Chichi and Yao Yao are both very sensible, otherwise you would not be able to handle it alone, not to mention that you are also busy with your career and have to earn money to support your family." Xu Yao nodded, indeed feeling the pressure. "Have you ever considered finding another one? At least you can relax a little." "I don't have any ideas about this yet. Let's talk about it later." "That's fine. Just make your career a success first, and don't worry about other things. After all, it will take time to find a suitable girl." The two changed the topic of conversation. Brother Wen followed the navigation given by Xu Yao and soon arrived downstairs of Xu Yao's community. When we got off the car, maybe because we moved too much, Kiki woke up, but she was still a little sleepy. When they got downstairs at home, Chichi was a little confused. "Have I slept for so long?" Xu Yao smiled and said, "It's mainly because the show is too long." Seeing that Chichi had woken up, senior brother Wen Liang said, "Then I will go back first." "Okay, it's getting late. If I wasn't afraid that my sister-in-law would worry, I would ask you to go up and sit for a while." Xu Yao was not a pretentious person. Seeing Wen Liang starting the car to go home, Chichi shouted sweetly, "Thank you Uncle Wen for taking us home." Wen Liang rolled down the window, waved his hand and said, "Go to bed early, Chichi. Children should make sure they get enough sleep." "I know." When they got home, Chichi and Xu Yao first wiped Yaoyao's face with a handkerchief, then wiped her feet with a wet tissue, and finally put her on the bed and gently covered her with a quilt. After Chichi finished washing up, she asked with concern, "Uncle, did you advance tonight?" Xu Yao said with a smile, "Of course he got in. Go to bed early. I will take you out to play tomorrow." "Good night, Uncle." Chichi kissed Xu Yao on the face and ran to her room to sleep. Xu Yao knew that at this time, Chichi and the others began to become closer to him and trust him more. He was very happy. He hummed a song while taking a hot bath. He felt so happy. The next morning, Xu Yao slept in for a rare time, mainly because he slept too late last night. Plus it was Sunday, so he wanted to slack off a bit. When he got up, it was almost 9 o'clock. Chichi and Yao Yao had already washed up and were quietly in their room. They each took half a piece of bread from the refrigerator and ate it. Xu Yao slapped his head, thinking that the 2 little guys must be starving, and felt a little guilty. "I immediately went to the kitchen to cook tomato and egg noodles." When the 2 little ones smelled the fragrance, they came out of the bedroom to eat breakfast. "I'm sorry, Chichi, Yao Yao, Uncle won't sleep in anymore. You must be hungry." Xu Yao took the initiative to apologize. "Don't blame Uncle. He slept too late last night and worked so hard." Chichi and Yao Yao were understanding and didn't take it to heart at all. Xu Yao likes the 2 little ones more and more. They are so sensible. The best thing so far is to adopt them. "After dinner, Uncle will take you to the amusement park." "Great." Yao Yao danced with joy. "Uncle, the amusement park must cost a lot of money, how about we go there later?" Chichi was worried that Xu Yao didn't have enough money. Xu Yao thought about it and realized that there wasn't much money left, not even enough to pay the rent for next month. But fortunately, he was now well known, so it wasn't a big problem. Besides, didn't the little diva ask me to sing a song? I could just sell it to him as soon as possible. It's okay. Uncle can make money and we can still go to the amusement park. Xu Yao waved his hand generously, telling the two kids not to worry. After breakfast, the three of them packed up simply and took a taxi to Chenxing Amusement Park in the suburbs. The drive from the community took more than half an hour, which was neither close nor far. There were many parents and children at Juqian Amusement Park, and Xu Yao and his friends left a little late, so they had to queue up at the door to buy tickets. After entering the amusement park, Yao Yao seemed to let herself go, looking here and touching there. Seeing Yao Yao eager to try but not daring to do so, Xu Yao found it a little funny and said, "Now that you are here, don't just watch, have some fun." He took the two kids to the carousel first, which was considered the most gentle attraction in the amusement park. "How about riding the carousel first?" Yao Yao nodded vigorously, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. Kiki and Yao Yao chose their favorite wooden horses. Kiki chose a unicorn with snow-white fur and eyes sparkling with gentle light, and Yao Yao chose a Dumbo. Xu Yao chose a wooden horse next to the two little ones and sat down. He looked at his daughter with a smile, his eyes full of pampering and encouragement. As the music started, the wooden horse began to rise and spin slowly. Chichi and Yao Yao became excited, with happy smiles on their faces. The wooden horse spun faster and faster, and the laughter of the two little ones became clearer and more pleasant. Actually, this was Xu Yao's first time to ride a carousel. His family didn't have the means when he was a child, and when he grew up, he was alone and didn't have the time or was too embarrassed to go to the amusement park to ride the carousel. In fact, there were many young couples there, but Xu Yao had never been in a relationship, so this kind of happiness had nothing to do with him. Bringing the two little ones here can be considered as making up for the regrets of my childhood. When the carousel slowly stopped, Yao Yao got off reluctantly, but a smile of satisfaction and happiness was still on her face. Xu Yao saw Yao Yao's reluctance and said with a smile, "There are other activities later. If you are not satisfied after playing other activities, come back again." "Okay." Yao Yao became excited when she heard that there was more fun to do later. Then, Xu Yao took the two kids to ride a small train, bumper cars, and then a small Ferris wheel. When the two little ones first entered the Ferris wheel, they were very excited and curiously leaned against the window to look out. But as their height got higher and higher, they became a little scared. Yao Yao was about to cry, but Chichi was fine, just a little uncomfortable. Xu Yao quickly pulled the two little ones to sit down on their seats and let them lie on his shoulders. Soon, Yao Yao's fear was alleviated a lot. But she was active by nature, and after she recovered, she became curious again and slowly went to the window to look. At this time, the height was close to the highest point. Yao Yao saw that the other people and equipment in the amusement park were getting smaller and smaller. She forgot her fear and became excited instead. "They have become so small." Chichi said, "Of course, the farther you are from it, the smaller it looks." Yao Yao suddenly had an idea. "If I look down from the stars in the sky, won't I be able to see my uncle and sister clearly?" Chapter 15, Little Queen Song has an appointment. Xu Yao chuckled and patiently explained to Yao Yao. After getting off the Ferris wheel, the two kids played in the maze exploration, children's playground and other projects. Seeing many boys riding the pirate ship and roller coaster, Yao Yao wanted to play but was a little scared. In the end, she didn't have enough courage and could only reluctantly follow Xu Yao home. As soon as he got home, Xu Yao received a strange phone call. "Hello." "Har har, hello, Xu Kaizi." A crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. "Teacher Song." Xu Yao was stunned, a little surprised. "Don't call me Teacher Song, it makes me sound very old. Just call me Yue, it's more friendly." Song Yue didn't have the airs of a little diva at all and was very easygoing. "Oh, okay, what's the matter?" Xu Yao asked. "Didn't you promise to write a song for me?" "I wasn't in a hurry at first, but something unexpected happened and I need to release a new song as soon as possible. Several songs prepared by the company are not very good. They were okay before, but after listening to your 10 years and Love Transfer, I completely don't like them now, so I need you to be responsible." Song Yue explained. But Xu Yao always felt something was weird. What did it mean to be responsible for her? Do you have any requirements for the new song?" Xu Yao asked. Song Yue was very surprised to hear that Xu Yao did not refuse. "Is it going to disturb your game? I thought you would be embarrassed." "It's okay. The songs for the competition are almost ready." "So amazing?" We just announced the keywords last night, and you already got it done today. No, I had an idea before, everything happened by chance. I don't believe it. There are so many coincidences. So, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We can talk face to face. Xu Yao glanced at the two little ones and said with some embarrassment, dinner tonight? It's a bit inconvenient for me here. Their main consideration was that if Song Yue really invited me to dinner, taking the two little ones with me might cause trouble to Song Yue, but it would be impossible to leave them at home if I didn't take them. Song Yue was stunned and asked incredulously, why is it inconvenient for you? You are the first man to reject me. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Apart from the injustice he had suffered at Qinxing Entertainment before, his life and career had always been smooth sailing, not to mention being rejected. No, I have two children here, I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you. What, you already have a child? Two at that. Song Yue thought to herself, well, once these two songs came out, your affectionate personality was established, but I didn't expect that you actually have a child. This is hard to describe in a few words. It doesn't matter. Our theme is new songs anyway. As long as you can help me write a good song, nothing else matters. Xu Yao thought about it and decided that he really needed to see Song Yue's intentions and her own characteristics before he could pick a song suitable for her from the music library. All right then. Okay, then add me on WeChat and send me the address so I can arrange a car to pick you up. Xu Yao hesitated and said, no need for that. Just send me the address and I can take a taxi directly over. Song Yue smiled and said, you're welcome. Just help me write the song later. Xu Yao had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, he added Song Yue on WeChat and sent her the address of the community. Song Yue replied with an okay and a cute gesture. Xu Yao shook his head. He didn't expect that the little queen of the music industry also had such a playful side. The two kids were a little tired after playing in the amusement park, so they went to sleep when they got home. After Xu Yao tucked them in, he also began to rest. After sleeping for half an hour, Xu Yao cleaned the house again. I was busy preparing for the competition a few days ago, so the house was a little messy. Chichi woke up first. Seeing Xu Yao busy, she took the initiative to wipe the dust everywhere with a rag. Xu Yao did not discourage Chichi's enthusiasm, but just asked Chichi to wear a mask to avoid the impact of too much dust on her body. After a while, Yao Yao woke up and ran over to help wipe the table. The family of three cleaned the small house quickly and tidily. Xu Yao boiled some water, poured it into the two kids' cups, and told them to wait until it cooled down before drinking. Drink more water. Xu Yao said. Yeah. The two little ones nodded. While I was resting on the sofa, Queen Song called me, come down, we are at the gate of the community. Okay, right away. Xu Yao thought Song Yue had arranged for a driver to come, but he didn't expect her to come in person, without any airs of a little diva at all. This made Xu Yao feel a little flattered. As soon as Xu Yao walked out the door, he saw the little diva wearing sunglasses and a mask standing on the side of the road. Even with some disguise, her figure was still eye-catching. Passers-by, especially men, kept staring at her and her rate of turning heads was very high. I have to say that Song Yue has a very good figure and is very elegant, so it is inevitable that such a situation would occur. Wow, are these the two kids you mentioned? So cute, hello. Song Yue was almost melted by the two doll-like little ones. After all, as a person who loves appearance, Song Yue simply couldn't refuse such cute children, let alone twins. Chichi and Yao Yao knew that this was one of the judges of Xu Yao's previous show, and she was also a beautiful older sister. She called out in a baby voice, hello, sister. Song Yue felt that the two kids were just polite and wanted to go up and hug them. Sister Kong got out of the nanny car and looked around. After not finding any suspicious people, she reminded, let's go, don't delay. Okay, Xu Yao, let's get in the car. Although Song Yue felt a little regretful, she knew that Sister Kong was thinking about her, so she got in the car. Xu Yao also got into the car with the two kids. Thanks to the excellent shock absorption performance of the vehicle and the professional driver, the journey was very smooth and Xu Yao did not feel any bumps at all. I originally thought Sister Kong was very serious, but when we got in the car, she asked about Xu Yao's situation very enthusiastically. Song Yue was particularly curious about the two little ones and asked about their situation. Xu Yao could only give a simple explanation, as he also had to consider the feelings of Chichi and Yao Yao. When Song Yue learned that the two children were entrusted to Xu Yao by his good brother before his death, she felt extremely sympathetic and loving for the two children, and also admired Xu Yao very much. After all, he had little income at the time and was facing the crisis of divorce. It's really not easy for a man to raise Chichi and Yao Yao so well. But she didn't say any more. They soon arrived at the restaurant, and Sister Kong led the group to the private room. Xu Yao took a careful look and found that although the store looked very plain from the outside, it was luxurious and stylish inside, and most importantly, it had good privacy. It seems that restaurants of this level are often visited by celebrities. After all, for them, privacy always comes first. Chapter 16, Encounter. Song Yue loved the two little ones so much that she kept picking food for them. Do you have any special requirements? Xu Yao thought it would be better to ask clearly so that he could choose songs more specifically. There's nothing else to ask for, as long as it suits me. Song Yue thought about it and really had no other requirements. Xu Yao looked at Sister Kong again and asked for her opinion. Sister Kong thought seriously for a moment and said, well, let's go with love songs. After all, love songs are more popular. But I don't want to sing songs like I love you like crazy, but I'm heartbroken when we break up. After all, our Yu Wei has always been single. I want her to feel more involved, so that she can perform better. Sister Kong had a complicated look on her face. She made the request but felt a little embarrassed about Xu Yao. In her opinion, such requirements are indeed too high, which is also the main reason why Song Yue and Sister Kong are not satisfied with the songs provided by the company. Influenced by Xu Yao's 10 Years and Love Transfer, the two have higher standards and still want to come up with a song that is substantial enough to impact the status of a queen of pop. Xu Yao thought about it, eliminated several songs he had originally planned, and selected one of them. He took out his mobile phone and sent the demo and lyrics documents he had prepared in advance to Song Yue. Take a look at this song. I think it's more in line with your requirements. Sister Kong and Song Yue opened their mouths wide. They had never expected that Xu Yao was already prepared. Haven't you been preparing for the competition these days? Do you still have time to write other songs? Song Yue didn't finish her words. She looked at Chichi and Yao Yao, who were eating steak obediently, and was shocked. Xu Yao had to take care of two children, so where did he get so much time to write songs? How about we take a look first? Xu Yao did not answer Song Yue's question. Song Yue forwarded a copy to Sister Kong, then turned on the demo and played it. After listening to just 2 or 3 sentences, her eyes lit up. It sounds good. It really sounds good. And this song is very suitable for Yue. Xu Yao, you are so talented. Sister Kong was shocked. The high quality of this song, combined with Song Yue's temperament, did not seem like a work that could be produced in a short period of time. Xu Yao just smiled, but what he was thinking in his heart was that it was all thanks to the unpopular singer Ms. Sun. When Chichi and Yao Yao heard them praising their uncle, they also said proudly, of course, uncle is a very capable person. Song Yue looked at Xu Yao's handsome face and nodded in agreement, it's really amazing. Sister Kong was so excited that she completely forgot about the agreement the TV station had signed with the contestant. Xu Yao, why don't you sign a contract with our company? We at Oriental Entertainment sincerely invite you to join. With my authority, I can at least guarantee that you can get an A-level visa. And as one of the top entertainment companies in China, the treatment for an A-level visa is definitely the highest in the industry. Xu Yao pretended to think for a while before refusing. Sister Kong, I'm sorry, I have signed an agreement with the TV station before. Sister Kong said nonchalantly, it's okay, we can make a verbal agreement first, and then we can talk about it after your finals. Xu Yao declined, my senior recommended me to the program team, so I still have to be responsible for him. Let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about the song first. Sister Kong looked at Xu Yao deeply. As smart as she was, she naturally knew that Xu Yao was not satisfied with signature A at this time, and was not concerned about the agreement with the TV station. This is indeed the case. Xu Yao is now somewhat famous, but not too outstanding. The domestic music market is too prosperous. Although the two songs, 10 Years and Love Transfer, are popular, they were popular for too short a time. The songs are popular but the singer is not. Many people who have heard the two songs may not have heard of Xu Yao's name. If Xu Yao signs a contract with the giant Oriental Entertainment now, the treatment may be good, but he will undoubtedly be strictly regulated by the company in the future. After all, for large companies, except for the superstars who have a lot of autonomy, other artists are just puppets. But Sister Kong has been working in the entertainment industry for so many years, and she believes in making money through harmony. Moreover, Xu Yao's talent and future are so limitless that she naturally won't force it. Okay, but I still hope that if you have such ideas later, you will still put us in the first tier. Sister Kong nodded and continued, how appropriate do you think this song is? Xu Yao was unsure of the current market price, so he smiled and asked, Sister Kong, how much do you think is appropriate? When it comes to professional fields, Sister Kong becomes serious. She thinks for a moment and gives a price that she thinks is more appropriate. 400,000. The price is pretty good, but Sister Kong, is this song only worth this price? In fact, Xu Yao's expectations have already been met, but with the potential of meat, there is still room for discussion. He knows too well the influence of meat on the Chinese music scene on Earth. Sister Kong is a person who does big things. She did not hesitate or belittle the salary. She directly increased it by another 100,000 yuan, plus the royalties that the songwriters deserved, which accounted for about 15% of the total income. Xu Yao nodded in agreement. Song Yue said excitedly, then this song belongs to me. She loved this song so much that she felt it was tailor-made for her and was perfect for her. So we sign the contract tomorrow? And get this done as soon as possible. For Sister Kong, paying copyright fees to Xu Yao is a small matter. The most important thing is to help Song Yue find good songs as soon as possible and become a true queen. Xu Yao naturally had no objection. For him, who was almost at the poverty line, it was important to get the money first. Can you write songs for Yue again? The price is negotiable. Sister Kong hesitated, but still spoke. Of course she knew that meeting was of high quality, but it was indeed too difficult to become a queen of pop, and it would be a little lacking to rely on just one song. Well, then you have to wait until after my finals. I don't have enough time and energy now and I'm too busy. Xu Yaowen refused. Although it didn't take up too much time for him to find another song for Song Yue, he couldn't leave this impression on the two of them. It would be bad if it really aroused their suspicion. Hearing that Xu Yao did not directly refuse, Sister Kong and Song Yue were very satisfied. They could also understand Xu Yao's current situation. As long as he agreed to help them write songs later, it would be fine. After all, success in becoming a queen is not something that can be achieved in just 1 or 2 days. After the meal, Chichi and Yao Yao ate the fullest, while the other 3 went off to chat. But tonight's dinner was a perfect win-win situation. Xu Yao earned his first pot of gold, and there was no problem improving his living standards in the short term. If Song Yue gets a good song, her chances of becoming a superstar will greatly increase. Both their host and the guests were delighted. On their way to send Xu Yao back, Song Yue curiously asked Xu Yao about the song he had prepared for the semi-finals. Xu Yao made a gesture to silence the crowd and uttered 2 words, keep it a secret. Song Yue rolled her eyes, TSK, can you tell me your name? That's no problem. Xu Yao replied. So what is the song title? Chapter 17, The Romance Between the Little Queen and the Original Singer. When getting off the car, Song Yue was still a little reluctant to leave the 2 little ones, so she personally sent them back to the community. Okay, it's time for us to go back. If we take a few more steps, we'll be at someone else's house. Seeing Song Yue's reluctant look, Sister Kong quickly persuaded her. Goodbye, Aunt Song. Goodbye, Aunt Kong. Chichi and Yao Yao waved their hands and said goodbye to the 2. Goodbye. Song Yue wanted to say a few more words before Sister Kong pulled her into the car and left. Today was still a fulfilling day. Xu Yao and the 2 kids played in the amusement park for most of the day, and then had a big dinner with Song Xiaojian in the evening. After arriving home, the 2 little ones quickly washed up. They had to go to bed before 10 o'clock so that they could grow taller. After seeing them go to their room to sleep, Xu Yao went to wash up and then washed their clothes in the washing machine. He originally wanted to use the washing machine, but the landlord's washing machine in the rented house was a product of more than 10 years ago. When he was about to use it, he found that it was broken. Xu Yao sighed helplessly and could only rub it by hand. Seeing that everything in the house was a bit old, he thought of moving to another place. After all, the financial situation was tight before and I couldn't afford to rent a good house. Now after selling meeting to Song Yue, I can still afford the cost. By then, the two little ones' rooms will need to be bigger, and we can buy them some toy dolls and new clothes that little girls like. This is the meaning of making money. But as an old man who has been single for many years, these are all he can think of for now. At that time, I can only see what Chichi and Yao Yao like and then buy them. When Xu Yao finished his work, it was already 11 o'clock. He opened Kuaishou and found that his fans had exceeded 800,000, far exceeding the number of Sun Feifei's fans before. The number of private messages was even more outrageous. He couldn't read them one by one, so he could only clear them one by one. Otherwise, it would be full of red dots as prompts, which would look like it would drive people with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. After watching another video, Xu Yao slowly fell asleep. The next day, Xu Yao and Sister Kong reached a consensus, so after reviewing the terms and conditions and finding no problems, they quickly signed the contract. The money arrived quickly. Song Yue was busy attending to an announcement and did not show up. After all, her time is very valuable, and Xu Yao can understand that. Just as Sister Kong was holding the contract and was happy for Song Yue's bright future, her assistant brought her bad news. What? A paparazzi called and said he had evidence that Yue was secretly married and had a child. And he also wants 3 million from us. Sister Kong was furious. Her first reaction was that the paparazzi must have maliciously spread rumors. The assistant next to her saw Sister Kong lose her temper for the first time and was a little afraid to speak. Wait, you just said that they have evidence. Sister Kong suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the assistant and asked. Then I'll bring the thing over and show it to you. The assistant said and went back to his office to get a package. Sister Kong opened it and saw that it was a few photos. Although the photo looked a little blurry due to the long shooting distance, Sister Kong was able to quickly figure out that the photo was taken when Song Yue picked up Xu Yao last night. This does look like Sister Song. The assistant said subconsciously, and when he saw Sister Kong's eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. He knew he had spoken too much. Har har, the paparazzi nowadays really don't care about right or wrong, they just want to cheat people out of money. How did they call? Sister Kong asked. It's a virtual number, we can't get through at all. The assistant looked bitter, not knowing how to deal with it. It's okay. This is all blackmail and has nothing to do with Yue. Just go and do your own thing. If they call you again, just hang up. Sister Kong showed a smile. She was a little angry at first, but then she had an idea. This might not be an opportunity for Yue. It all depends on how to deal with it. The assistant was skeptical and asked, then I'll go back. Sister Kong waved her hand. Several days passed and there was no movement from Oriental Entertainment. Paparazzi Li Ersihui called them several times, but the calls were hung up before he could say anything. Unwilling to admit defeat, he insisted on calling, and the person who finally answered the phone asked impatiently, what do you want to say? Li Ersihui was stunned, you don't care about the scandal of Queen Song. The other side replied angrily, fake. Then he hung up the phone with a bang. Li Ersihui was really angry. It seemed that he would not get the confidentiality fee. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. He immediately sent the photos he had taken to the relevant media through a special account for breaking the news. Even though the money was a little, it would be nice to get a little more money. As soon as the major media heard that Song Yue was secretly married to an original singer who had become popular recently and had a child, twins, they knew that this was a huge news. What does this mean? Traffic. He had to accept the overwhelming wealth. Phone calls came one after another, and Li Ersihui sent so-called explosive photos one after another, and the money he received was increasing. The media that got the photos quickly took action, but the headlines were basically big news. It is suspected that the little queen of the music industry secretly married and gave birth to twins with an original male singer. Well, it's much safer if I add the suspected one. Even if it turns out to be a mistake, it has nothing to do with me. After all, when I said suspected, I didn't specify who they were with. Is that okay? Weibo exploded. It exploded even after shaking. The spectators also went crazy. There are only a few little divas in the music industry, and their appearances are quite different. Everyone knew at a glance that the heroine was almost certainly Song Yue. Many people were unfamiliar with the hero, but after the spectators combined a detailed look at Song Yue's recent schedule with a detailed comparison, they all guessed that it must be Xu Yao. Public opinion is boiling. Har har har, I was saying that on the Voice of China. Song Yue and Xu Yao looked at each other with such a flirtatious look. There must be something going on. That is to say, how is it possible that an original singer Xu Yao suddenly appears, and his songs are so amazing? It turns out there is a little queen behind him, TSK TSK TSK. My soulmate is a stunning beauty. One day she will marry me in a white wedding dress, give me a hit song, and give me twins. The person above is overthinking. Do you have Xu Yao Shui? Some fans of Song Yue also spoke up for their idol. Although the photo is blurry, it can be seen that she was at least 4 or 5 years old. At that time, our Yue was still in college. How could she have a child? Someone immediately retorted, how can it be impossible? There are many college students who give birth to children, right? Besides, it is possible that Xu Yao got married and had children first, and then got together with Song Yue after the divorce. Song Yue's fans were so angry that many of them responded in groups, but they did not outnumber the crowd who were just watching the show. After all, their numbers were much larger. After receiving the news, Yangjing Television immediately convened relevant personnel to study the matter. Chapter 18, People's Words Are Fearful. This kind of news is definitely negative news for our program team. More importantly, this public opinion will definitely cause the audience to question the fairness of the Voice of China and even have an impact on the reputation of the TV station. I suggest replacing Xu Yao and Song Yue, and also hold them accountable and require them to compensate for our losses. Guo Taiping spoke first. Xu Yao's perfect performance on The Voice of China in the previous 2 times made it impossible for him to make trouble, but this time the paparazzi's revelations gave him a perfect opportunity for revenge. After all, for him, not only had he offended Xu Yao before, but the more successful Xu Yao was, the more his level would appear to be. Only by taking this opportunity to step on him hard, could he feel happy. I disagree. First of all, this matter is still just hearsay, and the parties involved haven't even responded yet. At least as far as I know, the twins were entrusted to Xu Yao by his good brother to be adopted, and he and Song Yue are not in love. Wen Liang directly refuted Guo Taiping's point of view. With his understanding of Xu Yao, he naturally knew that the so-called black material was fabricated by paparazzi and should not be taken seriously. Secondly, Xu Yao's influence on the show is obvious to all. He almost single-handedly carries the banner of the show's ratings. If he leaves, the ratings will at least be cut in half. Third, if we hastily terminate the contract with Song Yue before the situation becomes clear, it is likely that we will have to compensate Song Yue. Wen Liang's speech was well reasoned and the leaders and department heads present all nodded, obviously agreeing with him. Guo Taiping immediately responded, Wen Liang, if you were not Xu Yao's senior brother, would you speak up for him like this? Among all of you present, you are the least suitable to speak. After all, you recommended this person. You should also be held responsible if something goes wrong. Guo Taiping's words also made many people think deeply. After all, they didn't know much about Xu Yao, and they didn't know the truth about the gossip between him and Song Yue. Naturally, they all practiced silence and watched the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard. Wen Liang said angrily, Guo Taiping, don't bring personal grudges into work. It is because Xu Yao is my junior brother that I understand the situation. Deputy Director Song Yun interrupted Wen Liang's next words, okay, since you are Xu Yao's senior brother, then you should stop talking and affect the fairness of our decision-making. Wen Liang was speechless for a moment. He knew that Deputy Director Song had always been Guo Taiping's backer. Unfortunately, he never formed cliques or factions and always did his work conscientiously. Although he became the head of the department based on his ability and opportunity, he had no leader to speak for him, which put him at a disadvantage in such occasions. I agree with Wen Liang's point of view. Just when he was feeling discouraged, Deputy Director Yang Shufan spoke. She directly agreed with Wen Liang's point of view and naturally drew a clear line between herself and Song Yun and Guo Taiping. Before, Guo Taiping had a personal conflict with Wen Liang, so he kept blocking Xu Yao from joining the Voice of China and even denied him a chance to try. Fortunately, I passed by at that time and discovered such an outstanding talent. Director Yang drank some water, cleared his throat, and continued, as you can see, Xu Yao's performance was excellent. Even in the entire Chinese music scene, he can be called an absolute genius, not to mention that he is still so young. Song Yun responded sharply, no matter how talented he is, negative public opinion has already appeared, and the audience's doubts about our program team are undeniable. Yang Xiufen was not afraid at all. It's hard to tell the truth, so let's let the bullet fly for a while. Seeing the two deputy directors quarreling, everyone else turned their attention to the old director. Although he is approaching retirement, the old director has not been managing the daily affairs of the station recently, but he has many students all over Yangjing City, and many city leaders have received his guidance and help when they were young. His opinion plays a very important role in determining who will take over the TV station. After all, he is the top leader now, and in this situation, the final decision depends entirely on him. Okay, it's just a small matter, what's there to argue about? Are you used to arguing? The old director's seemingly cloudy eyes swept around everyone. No one dared to look him in the face and lowered their heads. The program will proceed according to the established procedures, just pretend that this incident never happened. Also, Xiufen, please communicate with Oriental Entertainment to see if they need to directly refute the rumor on The Voice of China. Okay, director, I will contact them after the meeting. Deputy Director Yang showed joy, she knew that the old director's opinion was in her favor. Song Yun and Guo Taiping looked very unhappy. Xu Yao, who doesn't often go online, was accompanying the two kids to the park. He took turns putting Chichi and Yao Yao on his shoulders to sit for a while, and then he felt a little tired. It's not that he is in poor health, but the two girls are over 5 years old, so it's really not suitable for him to continue like this. It puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. As soon as I put Yao Yao down, I received a call from my senior brother. Hey, brother Wen. What are you doing? Have you watched the news? I'm visiting the park with Chichi and Yao Yao. What's going on? What's the matter? My God, your name, Xu Yao, has already become famous, and you are still walking in the park. Seeing Xu Yao acting so leisurely, senior brother Wen laughed out of anger. What do you mean? I didn't participate in any shows or release any songs, so how come it became popular? Don't you know that the matter between you and Song Yue has become a hot topic now? Even the TV station was holding a meeting just now to discuss how to deal with it. Xu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's the relationship between me and Song Yue? I just wrote a song with her a few days ago, and she transferred the money to me. Isn't this a transaction relationship? Oh, and on The Voice of China, she was a judge and I was a contestant. Look for yourself, either Kuaishou or Weibo. Wen Liang roughly understood the meaning from Xu Yao's words. It was obvious that he brought Chichi and Yao Yao to discuss songwriting with Song Yue, and they were photographed by paparazzi. Wen Liang didn't have the patience to find out the truth. He was tired of arguing with Guo Taiping at the meeting, so he just let Xu Yao search on his own. All right. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yao opened Weibo and saw the first few entries. Song Yue secretly married and had a child. Xu Yao. Song Yue meets a mysterious man at night. My diva girlfriend. The word explosive or hot follows the entry, which obviously indicates that it is quite popular. When Xu Yao clicked on it and saw a few pictures, he realized that he was secretly photographed by paparazzi while having dinner with Song Yue on Sunday night. What the hell? It's obviously a mistake. Unexpectedly, he became famous not because of his songs, but because of his fictitious romance with the little queen. No wonder so many popular stars like to hype up their romances. This kind of thing really has a high exposure rate. Xu Yao smiled and was about to put down his phone when he suddenly received a call from Song Yue. Xu Yao, have you seen the news? Song Yue's voice was a little nervous. I saw it. It said that you and I were secretly married and had a child, and you even had twins. Xu Yao's tone was also helpless. These people are writing nonsense. The little queen's voice was filled with shame and anger. She had never been in love, so how could she be secretly married and even have twins? So how does your company plan to respond? Xu Yao asked. He wanted to respond, but after thinking about it carefully, based on his response alone, regardless of whether the public believed it or not, many people might still suspect that he was deliberately hyping it up to gain traffic. At this time, Oriental Entertainment's voice will be much more authoritative and its influence will be much greater. The company's top management is discussing this. Sister Kong has already attended the meeting. She told me not to worry. I'm fine, but I'm mainly worried about affecting you. Xu Yao thought, the little diva is pretty easy to deal with. Why would a virgin girl worry about an old man with 2 kids instead of herself? Chapter 19, Blooming Blue Lotus. Shortly after Song Yue hung up the phone, Oriental Entertainment issued a statement to refute the rumors, but it only refuted the rumors created by the self-media on its official account and explained that the two were discussing work, and as for the child, it was Mr. Xu Yao's personal privacy. As the person involved, Xu Yao, apart from forwarding Oriental Entertainment's rumor-refuting statement, has no other updates. Since the explanation was relatively simple, many people didn't really believe it. The rumors became more and more popular, and even the unreliable rumor that Xu Yao abandoned his original wife to pursue Song Yue spread. Similar statements almost all came from Huang and son Feifei. After learning the news about Xu Yao and Song Yue, they were overjoyed and naturally took the opportunity to spread rumors and hired internet trolls to spread them widely. Har har, Xu Yao can't get up this time. Huang Jichao hugged son Feifei's waist and continued, "How about it? My method works, right? It will prevent him from getting up." Son Feifei was a little worried. How come Oriental Entertainment is such a big company, and there is no action? Will we be okay? Huang Jichao didn't take it seriously. It's not a big deal. There are so many people making up rumors online now. Can they sue them? Besides, we didn't comment in person. Didn't we ask someone to do it? Sun Feifei felt relieved and continued, that is to say, now that he is surrounded by negative news, no one would dare to use him no matter how talented he is. It is even a question whether he can participate in tonight's Sing. New voice. Huang Jichao chuckled and said, Boss Shui asked me to contact him before, and now it seems that the potential trouble has been solved. Before we knew it, it's Saturday night again and the semi-finals of The Voice of China are here. Because Song Yue and Xu Yao have been so popular in recent days, the number of viewers exceeded 8 million almost the moment The Voice of China was broadcast, and it continues to grow. The director also understands the audience's thoughts. As a judge, it is normal for Song Yue to have a lot of screen time. In the intervals between other contestants' screen time, Xu Yao's screen was constantly played. I have to say, Xu Yao is really handsome. He can make a living from this. Some onlookers exclaimed when they saw Xu Yao's appearance. Bar, scumbag. To be honest, I don't really believe that the man who wrote 10 Years and Love Transfer cheated on his wife. Har har, works are not equivalent to character, there are many sanctimonious people. That's right, this scumbag must die a horrible death. Fortunately, Xu Yao didn't look at the comment section at that time, otherwise he would definitely be depressed. The atmosphere tonight is very lively. The top contestants have advanced to the semi-finals and are the best ones left. This competition will select the final 10 people to participate in the finals. The top 10 singers, including Jiang Shui and Li Bin, have all performed at their best. Several songs were pretty good. Of course, for Xu Yao, who had seen countless classic music, they were just pretty good. There is a problem with these songs, which is that their spiritual core has little to do with freedom. Apart from the lyrics mentioning freedom, the listeners have no idea where else freedom is reflected. Fortunately, many viewers came just to watch the show, so they didn't blame other contestants too much. But by the end, the crowd had grown impatient, and finally Xu Yao made his final appearance. The program team deliberately put Xu Yao at the end, so he gained the most traffic. Everyone says Xu Yao's songs are good. I want to hear how good they are. Har har, if you listen to his singing, you will turn from hater to fan and fall in love with him. Bragging, the people above aren't the ones hired by the scumbag, are they? Whoever is a water army will die. Absolutely, I believe you. When the light hit Xu Yao's face as he sat on a stool holding a guitar, the show officially began. As the prelude sounded, Xu Yao entered his own musical world. Nothing can stop your desire for freedom. The eyes of the three judges on the stage lit up at the same time. The comments section also started to change. Fuck, this is Yaoshan. Open your mouth and kneel. My whole body is shaking, it's awesome. Great song. Wow, I believe the previous comments, I changed from hater to fan. The camera swept across the other contestants in the audience, some of whom had grim faces or were smiling bitterly. I was expecting Xu Yao to be a genius, but I didn't expect that Xu Yao had all the best songs in his hands, and each song was more awesome than the last. Is he so invincible? A life of imagination. Your heart is free of worries. Through the dark years. I also felt confused. The moment you lower your head. Only then did I realize the road under my feet. The free world in my heart. So clear and lofty. blooming and never fading. Blue Lotus. As soon as the three words Blue Lotus came out, the audience felt as if their scalps were exploding and their souls were leaving their bodies. This is the pursuit of freedom. This song expresses people's deepest desires and beliefs. Judges Cai Jia and Chen Guqiang looked at each other and saw the appreciation in each other's eyes. They have been in the music industry for so long, but the last time they were so shocking was last week, and the time before that was the week before last. Apart from this, it seems that there are no other songs that left a deep impression on them or shocked them. There is no order of learning, the one who achieves first comes first. These words popped up in the minds of both of them at the same time. This time, they were completely impressed by Xu Yao's talent. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million. Xu Yao was still immersed in the beautiful world of Blue Lotus and continued to sing. Through the dark years. I also felt hesitant. The moment you lower your head. Only then did I realize the road under my feet. Through the dark years. I also felt confused. The moment you lower your head. Only then did I realize the road under my feet. The free world in my heart. So clear and lofty. Blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. When the song ended, the audience burst into warm and lasting applause. The three judges also stood up and applauded, which showed respect for the good song. Xu Yao bowed and thanked him as usual. Kang Jun signaled the judges to give their scores, and as expected, all of them scored full 10 points. Okay, Xu Yao's final score is 10 points. Congratulations. Kang Jun congratulated, and then continued, in the past 2 days, there have been a lot of news about you and teacher Song Yue on the internet. Do you have anything you want to tell everyone? In fact, the program team had already communicated with Xu Yao and Song Yue before. Using the program team to clarify the facts would be beneficial to both parties. Har har, thank you all for your concern. Teacher Song Yue's company has already made a statement. I won't say more. We just made an appointment to have dinner, and the content of our discussion was to create a song tailor-made for her. Xu Yao smiled, concise and clear. So it's already been created? Xu Yao smiled mysteriously, then please let teacher Song answer. Song Yue turned on the microphone and continued Xu Yao's words, it has been written, and the studio version is also in production. I believe it will be available to everyone soon. Kang Jun asked, but I'm really curious, can I invite you to sing a song on behalf of the 13 million viewers in the live broadcast room? Song Yue nodded and said, of course, no problem. The other two judges, the other contestants, and the audience were all stunned. Oh shit, there are other experts out there. Chapter 20 The Strength of the Little Queen. This song is called Meeting, and the music and lyrics are both by Xu Yao. I want to thank him for writing this song. I like it very much, and I hope everyone will like it too. Song Yue walked onto the stage and introduced the song she was about to sing. Song Yue is known as the Little Queen. Although it is undeniable that her appearance is a plus, her strength should not be underestimated. After his debut, he has several representative works, all of which are above standard. The reason why she cannot be called a queen is that she is still young and has not been in the industry for long, so time is needed to test her. The second reason is that although her songs are good, they lack classics that can be called popular and spread for a while. After Xu Yao and Song Yue's explanation, many people still believed it, but some people still remained skeptical. No way. Xu Yao participated in the competition himself, and he could also write a song for Song Yue? Does he have the time and energy for that? It seems like they made an appointment to sing a song during the last live broadcast. Har har, let's see how Song Yue's new song is. If it's still a production of an entertainment company, then it's definitely a lie. Meeting? It sounds like a love confession song. Are you serious about it? Don't think too much about it, it's just a song, it's bound to be full of love. Not to mention the level of 10 years, Love Transfer and Blue Lotus, at least it can't be much different, otherwise I won't approve of it. Our goddess Yue will never lie. The innocent will be innocent. That's right, haters, don't go too far. There are also true fans who speak up for the goddess. Back at the scene, Song Yue had already walked onto the stage from the judges' seat. The judges and contestants present were looking at Song Yue with great anticipation. Cai Jia and Chen Guqiang wanted to see how well Xu Yao performed for others, while the contestants wanted to see the judges' abilities. After all, Song Yue was the goddess of many people, and everyone wanted to see her sing live. Thanks to this dinner scandal, otherwise everyone would not have the opportunity to hear Song Yue's new song live. I can only say that she is worthy of being a little queen. As soon as Song Yue arrived on the stage, she exuded a different temperament. Under the blessing of the lights, she became even more beautiful and attractive. In the expectation of everyone, Song Yue sang along with the accompaniment. Here, winter is leaving. I woke up in a certain year and month. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be planned accordingly. The other two judges became excited when they heard the first sentence. As an expert, they can tell whether a song is good or not at a glance. It is definitely a good song. Then I started to regret why I didn't make an appointment with Xu Yao to sing a song earlier. I originally wanted to be safe, but now I decided to make an appointment as soon as the show is over. The contestants also became agitated. If they admired and envied Xu Yao's singing, after hearing Song Yue singing, they only felt admiration and love. Although some contestants were older than Song Yue was a senior and a quasi-queen, so they did not feel jealous. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to boil, and their voices doubting the relationship between the two became much smaller and no longer posed a threat. On a cloudy day, in the evening, outside the car window. There is someone waiting in the future. Look left, right, and forward. Love has to go through many twists and turns before it comes. Who will I meet and what kind of conversation will we have? How far in the future is the person I'm waiting for? I heard the wind, coming from the subway and the crowd. I stand in line, holding the number plate of love. Song Yue continued to sing quietly. She did not make any unnecessary movements. Unlike other singers, she did not pursue stage effects. She seemed to have returned to her 18-year-old self, a girl full of longing for love. She told all the listeners about her hopes for a love relationship, but also some worries. Just chatting with everyone like this, I actually put everyone into that mood. Xu Yao nodded. Even though he had heard the original version, he still approved of Song Yue's performance. Compared with the original singer, Song Yue is more yearning and her emotions are stronger, but her skills are slightly worse, so it can be said that they each have their merits. The two children leaned on Xu Yao's shoulders and were also attracted by Song Yue's singing. Uncle, Aunt Yue's songs are also beautiful, and she is beautiful, but the most important thing is that the songs you write are good. Xu Yao gently scratched the two little ones' noses and said with a smile, "Okay, you guys almost washed my head. Just listen to the song and praise Aunt Yue." The listeners were fascinated. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased, but the number of comments decreased, as if typing would affect their appreciation of the golden songs. But no one will doubt the quality of this song anymore, and no one will question Song Yue's ability anymore. Song Yue enjoys the stage and the special mood created by meeting. On a cloudy day, in the evening, outside the car window. There is someone waiting in the future. Look left, right, and forward. Love has to go through many twists and turns before it comes. Who will I meet and what kind of conversation will we have? The person I am waiting for, how far in the future is he? I heard the wind coming from the subway and the crowd. I stood in line, holding the number plate of love. I fly forward, across a sea of time. We have also been hurt in love. I looked at the road, and the entrance to the dream was a little narrow. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be solved. After the song was over, Song Yue still looked towards the front of the stage affectionately, as if she had not yet walked out. It wasn't until everyone applauded that she came back to her senses and thanked them. Damn, Goddess Song is invincible. Oh, I love Yue so much, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Deaver. 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 Xu Yao is really amazing. This song completely surpasses the quality of all the songs that Song Yue sang before. I am convinced, really convinced. As a die-hard fan of Goddess Yue for 20 years, I agree with the above post. Although I like other songs of Goddess Yue as well, I think this is the only song that can be popular for decades. I didn't want Xu Yao and Goddess Song to date before, but now it seems like they're a good match. They are actually quite a good match. One writes songs, the other sings, and they are both so good looking. No, absolutely not. The discussion in the live broadcast room was lively and the applause in the audience was long-lasting. Chen Guiqiang said with envy, Yue, was this song really written by Xu Yao? Song Yue smiled and nodded. Of course, Teacher Chen, to be honest, I really can't write such a beautiful song. Chen Wuqiang is also a straightforward person. I am really envious. Your song really makes me want to write a song for me. Caij quickly responded, and me, I want to sing a song too. The excitement in the two judges' eyes was real, and everyone's eyes turned to Xu Yao, who was silently watching the show. Kang Jun also handed the microphone to Xu Yao. He could only smile bitterly and said, Teachers, let's talk about the singing arrangement later. I just hope that we won't be photographed by paparazzi again, so as to avoid affecting you again. Har har, we are all men, so it's no big deal if we are secretly photographed, right? The two teachers were middle-aged or older, so they naturally didn't think there was anything wrong. The live broadcast room became lively. Har har har, that's not impossible. This rotten girl has already started fantasizing. I advise you to be kind, Teacher Chen and Teacher Cai, can you really do that? Wow, so horny. Chapter 21 The Rhythm of Explosion. The semi-finals ended successfully, and as expected, Xu Yao entered the finals with a clear lead. The Voice of China has achieved a new high in ratings, with the number of viewers of the live broadcast on all platforms exceeding 20 million, with the two peaks being Xu Yao's Blue Lotus and Meeting. The keywords Xu Yao, Song Yue Xu Yao, Xu Yao's Blue Lotus, Song Yue's Meeting, and the new voice Xu Yao occupied the top 5 of Weibo's hot searches and Kuaishou's hot lists. 4 of them mentioned Xu Yao's name, and all 5 keywords were related to Xu Yao. This was also the most popular time for Xu Yao since he participated in the program. Not only did the two songs Blue Lotus and Meeting become popular, but Xu Yao also began to be recognized by the public. After the program team of The Voice of China released the editing of the live broadcast, many people began to forward the singing clips of Xu Yao and Song Yue, and some even created new ones. Many passers-by clicked on it and were completely conquered by the two songs. Because many people in the comment section praised Xu Yao's previous songs, most of them continued to search for 10 Years, Love Transfer, and Nan Sha Nan. It turned out that Xu Yao is really a treasure singer. No matter who you are, you can almost find a song you like among these songs. Moreover, even if they do not suit one's taste, no one will deny that Xu Yao's songs are rare good songs in the entire Chinese music scene. Xu Yao really became popular. Even though it was only 2 days after the semi-finals, his fans on Kuaishou and Douyin increased to more than 6 million, making him the singer with the fastest growing number of fans on Kuaishou and Douyin. You should know that Kuaishou has been cleaning up zombie fans and inactive accounts recently. Many first-line singers have tens of millions of fans, and superstars generally do not exceed 20 million. If measured solely by the number of fans, Xu Yao's status can already be considered a second-tier singer. Even if his fan base continues to grow at this rate, his fan base will soon approach the level of first-tier singers. With the huge investment of Oriental Entertainment, Song Yue also struck while the iron was hot and released the carefully produced theme MV Meeting, which once again triggered fanatical pursuit from fans. In the next few days, some companies have contacted Xu Yao, wanting him to help promote the company's products or to be a spokesperson, but he refused. After all, he knows very well that he has just gained some fame, and the most important thing now is to strike while the iron is hot and release more good songs. Naturally, one will not abandon a bright future for a little bit of immediate gain. More importantly, he actually didn't have much obsession with money. Even in his previous life, although he couldn't be said to be financially free, he could at least have enough food and clothing. Apart from posting a video on Kuaishou thanking fans for their attention and reposting the performance video of The Voice of China, Xu Yao did not take any other action, but he still won a lot of fans. After finishing the chores at hand, Xu Yao found senior brother Wen Liang. The admission problem of Chichi and Yao Yao is indeed a bit troublesome. Wen Liang pondered for a moment and shook his head. Well, if all else fails, just go to a private school. Apart from the higher fees, the admission requirements are much more relaxed. Xu Yao couldn't think of any good solution for the moment, so he could only say this. The admission requirement for kindergarten to primary school in Yangjing is already strict, especially for high-end primary schools, which have higher requirements on students' household registration and family economic conditions. So even though there is still a month before school starts, he must plan ahead. After all, the two kids just came from Rongchen, and neither Xu Yao himself has a registered permanent residence in Yangjing. Besides, it was not until last week that Xu Yao solved the rent problem. It's not that there is no solution at all. Wen Liang's eyes lit up and he suddenly came up with an idea. What method? Xu Yao asked anxiously. Har har, although it is difficult for us, it is a small matter for Director Yang and Song Yue. With your current reputation, I believe they will all do you a favor. Wen Liang suggested. Xu Yao nodded, and he immediately understood the key. If it were the original self, he might still have psychological barriers, thinking that it violated his own principles of doing things or something, but Xu Yao had traveled all over the country for so long that he was naturally accustomed to this philosophy of doing things. Besides, it's all for the children's education. How can we give up good educational resources just for our own face? But who should he find? In fact, Xu Yao and Director Yang didn't have a deep relationship except for meeting them twice. Song Yue and Xu Yao were just partners. Moreover, their relationship was a bit sensitive during this period. Solving the two children's admission problems through her might arouse suspicion among the onlookers. While he was thinking, he suddenly received a call. Hello, is this Xu Yao? I'm Cai Jie. Their voice on the other end was loud and powerful. Hello, Teacher Cai, I'm Xu Yao. Xu Yao still respected Cai Jie very much and replied quickly. Let's have dinner together tonight. Teacher Chen Guiqiang and I want to discuss songwriting with you. Har har, you promised us before, so you must come. Cai Jie is a generous and straightforward person. He and Chen Guiqiang have similar temperaments, so although there is some age difference between them, they can always play together. Xu Yao's heart moved, and he agreed. Har har, Teacher Cai, if you and Teacher Chen invite me, then I will definitely come, but I have two children at home. Your twin daughters are so cute, why don't you bring them along? We can also bring your family along, so tonight can be considered a family dinner. Har har har. I'll send you the address later. Okay. When Cai Jie hung up the phone, Xu Yao's face was already full of smiles. Wen Liang immediately guessed Xu Yao's intention and clapped his hands, saying, that's right. With these two old Yangjing people, Chichi and Yaoyao's enrollment problem will naturally be solved. Xu Yao nodded, and most of his worries disappeared. The family dinner was held at Cai Jie's house in the evening. Just as Cai Jie said, there were no outsiders present except Cai Jie's family, Chen Guiqiang's family, Xu Yao, Chichi and Yao Yao, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed and pleasant. He has a dedicated chef at home who can cook delicious meals that are clean and hygienic, and most importantly, nutritious. The chef also caters to the tastes of different people and his skills are quite impressive. Cai Jie's wife, Sister Lu, liked the two little ones very much and took the initiative to ask about their admission. Xu Yao naturally pretended to frown, saying that there was no solution for the time being due to their household registration issue and he was still considering private schools. Chen Guiqiang and Cai Jie immediately expressed their willingness to resolve the issue. After all, it was really a small matter for them. Chichi and Yao Yao actually didn't quite understand how difficult it was to study in Yangjing. They just saw that the uncle and grandfather seemed to care about them, so they liked them very much. Xu Yao did not refuse, but expressed his willingness to try his best to write a good song and strive to satisfy Chen Guiqiang and Cai Jie. The two bosses looked at each other. This was exactly what they had been waiting for. Naturally, they toasted each other and the atmosphere became even more cheerful. Chapter 22 New House, Big House. At a family dinner, the school admission problem of Chichi and Yao Yao was solved, and Xu Yao was very happy. I just drank a lot of wine with the two old brothers. Even though Cai Jie specially arranged for someone to send Xu Yao back home, the master still specially sent him upstairs according to Cai Jie's instructions. But the alcohol and food were churning in his stomach and his head was aching. Xu Yao lay on the sofa feeling very uncomfortable. He was even more worried that the two little ones were afraid of his appearance. The two little ones felt very distressed when they saw Xu Yao looking uncomfortable. Chichi took a cup of water, took out honey from the refrigerator, made some honey water for Xu Yao, and brought it to Xu Yao to feed him. Yao Yao wet a towel with hot water and wiped Xu Yao's face with her small hands with great effort. Uncle, please don't drink so much in the future. My sister and I feel bad seeing you in such pain. After Xu Yao finished drinking the honey water, Chichi took the initiative to persuade him. She knew that Xu Yao drank so much because of his and her sister's admission to school, but she didn't want Xu Yao to feel uncomfortable. Yes, uncle, can you please stop drinking in the future? Drinking is bad for your health. Yao Yao also said. Xu Yao sighed in his heart, stretched out his hand and touched the two little fists and said, "Okay, uncle promises you." The two little ones were happy then. It was almost 10 o'clock. The two little ones took turns to take care of Xu Yao. After they finished washing up, Xu Yao had recovered a lot. After he finished washing up and returned to the room to rest, the two little ones went back to their room to sleep with peace of mind. Xu Yao also made up his mind that he would never drink again no matter what. It didn't matter when he was alone before, but now he has concerns, and he doesn't want to hurt the two little ones' feelings. In the drunken morning, Xu Yao got up earlier than usual, but he felt a little uncomfortable because of the dull pain in his head. He took a cup of warm water and drank it in big gulps. After applying cold water to his face, he felt better. After having breakfast with the two kids, Xu Yao set out to look for a new house. With the money from selling songs, Xu Yao is now more determined to improve his living environment. If he was still alone as before, he would not have any idea of changing, but now that he has Chichi and Yao Yao, he naturally wants to provide them with the best conditions. Xu Yao contacted the agent, and then followed the agent from one community to another. The two little ones were a little tired. There is no way. Yangjing is very big and there are many communities. There are actually quite a few that meet Xu Yao's requirements. But what he wanted to find was a house that the two little ones would like. After running for more than 2 hours, Chichi and Yao Yao still couldn't reach a consensus, and they were a little dejected. "Brother Xu, how about this? Let's take a look at the last one. The owner happens to be at home and the conditions are quite good. If you still haven't decided, I will go back this afternoon to sort out the properties and then take you to look for one later." The agent was also tired and could only suggest this. Xu Yao nodded, he knew this was the best solution at the moment. As soon as he arrived at the last community, Xu Yao liked the environment inside very much. The greenery was very nice, there was not much noise around, and it looked quite high-end from the outside. The real estate agent took us all the way into Unit 5 and called the landlord downstairs. While waiting to take the elevator upstairs, the agent introduced, "Our community is very good." At that time, it was also the best building in the surrounding area, so the price is much more expensive than before. Xu Yao asked, "So what's the approximate annual rent for the house we're looking at?" The agent replied, "About 300,000 yuan, the details need to be discussed later." Xu Yao knew that according to the location and the grade of the community, 300,000 yuan a year was the market price. However, the two little ones were a little stunned, especially Chichi. She already had some concept of money, and 300,000 yuan a year in rent was indeed too high for her. Chichi gently pulled Xu Yao's hand, with a look of worry in her eyes. Xu Yao nodded slightly, signaling Chichi not to worry. He also felt a little frustrated. Even if he sold the copyright of Meeting, it would only be enough to support his rent here for a few years. Living in Yangjing is not easy. When they reached the 16th floor, the real estate agent took Xu Yao and the other two out of the elevator and came to the last house. The owner of the house was named Chen, a middle-aged man dressed in an elite style. He had already opened the door and was waiting outside. When he saw Xu Yao and his friends, he took out shoe covers and motioned for them to put them on. When he saw Xu Yao, he was stunned for a moment and then said nothing. Landlord Chen took a few people to see the house and introduced the interior of the house very carefully. The house is about 140 square meters and is very beautifully decorated. The electrical appliances used are all big brands. The living room is spacious and bright, and the 3 bedrooms are also decorated with special care, especially the style of the 2 secondary bedrooms, with large areas of pink, which are dreamy and princess-like, especially suitable for Kiki and Yao Yao. The two little ones tried hard to suppress their affection. After knowing the rent price, they were a little worried and didn't want to show their love. After all, they were just kids, and Xu Yao could tell from their performance that they were actually very satisfied. Landlord Chen smiled and said, "These 2 rooms were previously occupied by my older and younger daughters, so the styles are actually very suitable for 2 children. If we hadn't just moved recently and didn't want to leave them empty, we wouldn't really want to rent them out." Xu Yao was actually very satisfied with the house. He nodded and said, "It can be seen that Brother Chen, you guys really put a lot of effort into the house. But how much is the price?" Landlord Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Originally, our expectation was to rent for about 30,000 yuan a month, but if it were you, I could consider reducing it to 20,000 yuan a month. Xu Yao and the real estate agent were both shocked. How could a landlord kill himself? Landlord Chen smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. When you came here just now, I recognized you as Xu Yao. My whole family likes your songs very much. As long as you give me a few autographs later, the price is negotiable." Landlord Chen is actually not short of money. He has a wealthy family and a good income. Xu Yao didn't expect to meet his own fans. It seems that the spread of The Voice of China is really good. The real estate agent didn't expect that his client was a celebrity. He had heard from colleagues before that if you threw 2 bricks outside the city of Yangjing, you could hit a large number of celebrities. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed easier to encounter such a problem here than in other cities. But this client named Xu Yao must not be that famous, otherwise how could I not know him? That's definitely no problem. Xu Yao was naturally happy. Given the location and configuration of this house, it would be a big profit to be able to get it in Yangjing at a monthly rent of 20,000. After all, he and his 2 little ones really liked this new home. The real estate agent took out a standard contract and waited for both parties to sign it before leaving. However, the landlord couldn't find anything to sign at the moment, so he found a few comic books left by his daughter and asked Xu Yao to sign on the title page. Xu Yao also signed his name with a smile. The two added each other on WeChat. Xu Yao transferred the annual rent, the landlord told Xu Yao the keys and precautions, and then prepared to leave. "Well, I have another question to ask." Landlord Chen said hesitantly. "What's the problem?" Xu Yao was a little surprised. "Are you and Song Yue really together?" Chapter 23 Moving and Rain. Xu Yao was stunned. He didn't expect that the landlord who looked serious could be so gossipy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only reply, "It's just hearsay. How could such a big star like me, a divorced woman with 2 kids, be interested in me?" Landlord Chen curled his lips and said, "As long as a man is successful in his career, it's fine. Nowadays, what's the big deal about divorce? Besides, your twin daughters are so cute. He also has 2 daughters at home, and he is a daughter slave, so he doesn't think it's a big problem." After chatting for a few more words, the landlord said goodbye and left. Their main task in the afternoon was moving. Fortunately, Xu Yao didn't have much stuff of his own, and the 2 little ones didn't have much stuff either, so Xu Yao hired a huolaler to get it done. The landlord's facilities are quite complete, with basically everything you need, so you can move in right away. Xu Yao and the 2 kids did some cleaning, but as the house grew bigger, cleaning became a lot more troublesome. Chichi and Yao Yao were still young after all, so it was basically Xu Yao who was busy, which made him very tired. After moving into their new home and seeing how clean and tidy it was, the 3 of them felt much better. Especially when Kiki and Yao Yao moved into the princess room, they couldn't hide the joy on their faces at all. Xu Yao was also extremely satisfied. For him, if Chichi and Yao Yao were happy, he would be even happier. To celebrate the move, Xu Yao took them to Ken Chicken for another meal. Yao Yao was even happier. After dinner, the 2 kids played by themselves in the room while Xu Yao focused on writing songs. He promised his 2 older brothers, Cai Jie and Chen Guoqiang, that he would try his best to satisfy them. Naturally, Xu Yao had to come up with a song that would satisfy them as soon as possible. Like Song Yue, the song had to be classic and more importantly, it had to fit the personal characteristics of the 2 singers. For Xu Yao, who has a music library, it is not too difficult. After listening to the voices of Cai Jie and Chen Guoqiang respectively, he finally chose their respective songs and then started working. It was a long night. When Xu Yao finished 2 songs, he looked at the time and it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. He stood up and stretched his muscles, then looked into Chichi and Yao Yao's room. They were already asleep. After 0 o'clock, it will be Saturday, and the final of The Voice of China will officially begin at 7 o'clock in the evening. He had already prepared the song and practiced it repeatedly. He had no worries in his heart. Even if he didn't win the championship in the end, it would not be a big deal for Xu Yao. After all, he had already gained a lot. Xu Yao's thoughts flew far away. In his previous life, he had also participated in talent shows, but he was unwilling to compromise with the unspoken rules, so he never got a good ranking. Of course, if he can really write good original songs, he should be able to find some opportunities. But apart from being a good singer, Xu Yao's creative talent is limited. At best, he can only write some minor hits, but cannot create any classics. Coming to the parallel world not only allows him to spread the music culture on Earth, but more importantly, with Chichi and Yao Yao, he feels that he has an anchor here, rather than an illusory person. He looked at the night sky on the balcony and thought a lot. It was a sunny Saturday morning and Xu Yao had nothing to do, so he went to a nearby park with Chichi and Yao Yao. I just moved into a new house, so I'm familiar with the surrounding area. The two little ones were very happy to be out for some exercise, chasing and playing along their way. However, it was obvious that they were very careful, not affecting other passers-by, nor running too fast to threaten their safety, so Xu Yao just left them alone. No matter how sensible Chichi and Yao Yao are, they are just two children after all, and they still have a strong love for play. In Xu Yao's opinion, it's no big deal. Childhood should be sunny and happy. Passing by the stalls, Yao Yao saw other children playing with colored plaster dolls, so she stopped and stared at them with wide eyes. Xu Yao smiled and asked the boss about the price. 30 yuan each. The boss showed four fingers. Xu Yao was embarrassed. Boss, how much is this? The boss also reacted. 30 yuan is enough, har har. Xu Yao nodded, gave them 90 yuan directly, and asked them to play with the two little ones. When I was halfway through painting, the sky suddenly became gloomy and the wind picked up. It looks like it's going to rain, and quite heavily. It's going to rain, everyone hurry up and leave. Those of you who have paid can just take the dolls, and those who haven't paid yet, hurry up and pay. The boss directly told the children and parents that he was going to close the stall, and he was packing up his things while saying this. Xu Yao saw the weather and knew that they could not play anymore, so he took the two kids and the baby away. Although Yao Yao was reluctant to leave, she was aware of the current situation and followed Xu Yao, holding the half-painted doll. The summer rain came too quickly. As soon as they stood up, it began to drizzle. Xu Yao tried to stop a taxi on the roadside, but the taxis were either full or going in different directions, which delayed him for several minutes. I could only pull them and run quickly. Since they walked quite far, by the time Xu Yao and the two kids got home, they were already soaked through and looked like drowned rats. He quickly dried Yao Yao and Chichi's hair, asked them to take a bath, and then boiled ginger soup. Fortunately, after moving, the new house had 2 bathrooms, otherwise they would have to queue. Only after the two little ones came out of the bath and drank the ginger soup did Xu Yao feel relieved and went to take a bath. After all, they had been in the shower for quite a while and children's resistance was relatively poor. When Xu Yao came out of the shower, both Chichi and Yao Yao were sneezing a little. Xu Yao took out some children's cold powder and asked them to drink it. Fortunately, after lunch, Chichi and Yao Yao seemed to be fine. They probably just caught a cold. Xu Yaocai finally felt relieved, but he thought that he would have to bring an umbrella with him in case of emergency even on sunny days, because the rain came so suddenly. Following brother Wen Liang's advice, Xu Yao put on his newly bought clothes, which cost him $3,000. Although for many stars, this amount may not be as much as the price of a pair of shoes, it is the highest price he can accept at the moment. After all, this set of clothes was unanimously approved by Chichi and Yao Yao, and Xu Yao was very confident. When he arrived at the recording site of The Voice of China, at 6 o'clock, other singers had already arrived, and everyone stood up to greet him. Even though the official competition hasn't started yet, everyone expects him to win the championship. There is no way, Xu Yao's lead is not just a little bit, but a cliff-like gap in strength. Even Jiang Shuai and Li Bin were convinced. If it weren't for Xu Yao, the two of them might still have competed for the championship. As soon as Xu Yao's songs appeared, they no longer had any expectations. Wen Liang saw Xu Yao and quickly pulled him aside and said, "I asked you to come earlier. Why are you here only now?" Xu Yao was a little confused. "An hour earlier." Wen Liang said, "You are already the champion in everyone's eyes even before you compete. Why don't you put on some makeup and dress up for tonight's final? Fortunately, you are scheduled to appear later in the order, so you still have time for everything. Teacher Li, Teacher Zheng, please help him clean up. But today's outfit is still much better than before." Senior brother Wen still gave his affirmation. Xu Yao turned his head and saw that the stylists and makeup artists were already in place. He could only let them do whatever they wanted with his head and face. It was the first time for the two little ones to see Xu Yao putting on makeup, and they were very curious, looking around here and there. Just as Xu Yao was sitting in the chair, enjoying the professional services of the two masters, Queen Song walked into the dressing room. Chapter 24. On the night of the finals of The Voice of China, Chichi suddenly had a fever. Har har, Xu Yao, you always go out without makeup, but today you actually have to put on makeup and style your hair. Song Yue was in a good mood and started making fun of Xu Yao as soon as they met. Xu Yaozheng was held down by two teachers and could only keep his expression unchanged. Teacher Yue, please don't laugh at me. Oh, it's not convenient to send it. Song Yue covered her mouth and laughed. Knowing that Xu Yao was not convenient at the moment, she started playing with Chichi and Yao Yao. Unfortunately, she only played with the two children for a few minutes before she had to prepare for the competition. Tonight is the final night of The Voice of China, and except for Xu Yao, everyone else is extremely nervous. Xu Yao's number was 7, which meant he was the 7th performer, and his position was quite far back. The station also spent a lot of thought on tonight's live broadcast. Deputy Director Yang Xiufen specially invited a top domestic band to accompany the 10 contestants. With the support of the band and their own careful preparation, the top 2 singers showed strength that was much better than that in the semi-finals. It seemed that they really wanted to get better results tonight. After all, the difference in ranking may mean the difference of 100,000 yuan in prize money, not to mention the signing level of Phoenix Entertainment. Each signing level represents different resource support. The third singer to perform was Jiang Shui. The song he sang was Bright Starry Sky. Xu Yao was listening to it in the dressing room. Although it was a little blurry, he felt it was very good. It was obvious that Jiang Shui put a lot of thought into it. At this time, the two stylists had basically finished their work, and Xu Yao looked at himself in the mirror carefully. Not bad, quite handsome. He was still very satisfied. You have a pretty good foundation among idols. We have roughly modified it according to your face shape and try to bring out your strengths as much as possible. The two teachers were very humble. Thank you, Teacher Li and Teacher Zheng. Xu Yao expressed his gratitude. He turned his head to ask for Chichi and Yaoyao's opinions, but found that Chichi's face was pale, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, a few strands of hair were wet with sweat and stuck weakly to her cheeks, and her breathing seemed a little rapid and shallow. Yao Yao was a little at a loss. There was no one else in the dressing room except Xu Yao and the two makeup teachers, and apparently no one noticed that Kiki was in an abnormal condition. Xu Yao quickly rushed forward and touched Chichi's forehead. Very hot. Xu Yao didn't think about anything. He held Chichi and said to the two teachers, please help me take care of Yao Yao. I will take her to the hospital. Seeing that the two makeup teachers did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement, Xu Yao rushed out quickly with Chichi in his arms. Some contestants were stunned when they saw Xu Yao running out of the TV station, and the staff were also shocked when they saw it. Director Yang soon received the news and quickly contacted Wen Liang and Guo Taiping to ask the reason. Wen Liang and Guo Taiping didn't know the details either, so Wen Liang quickly called Xu Yao. Xu Yao, why did you suddenly run out? Singer number 4 is about to finish her performance and singer number 5 is about to perform. Wen Liang was very puzzled, but he knew that Xu Yao must have his own reasons. Senior brother Wen, Chichi has a fever, it's very serious. I have to send her to the hospital. We're almost there now. I won't say much. By the way, Yao Yao is still in the dressing room. I asked Teacher Li and Teacher Jing to look after her for me. Please also keep an eye on her until I come back. Xu Yao had already boarded the taxi heading to the hospital. He was very anxious at the moment. Especially when I saw Chichi's uncomfortable look, I felt so distressed. What happened? Okay, I'll take care of Yao Yao. Hey, call me and I'll take her to the hospital. It'll be your turn soon. Senior brother Wen sighed, but he also knew that the situation was urgent. According to Xu Yao's loyal and righteous character, he would definitely consider Chichi's health more important. After he hung up the phone, he called two makeup artists and asked them to help send Yao Yao over to take care of her. When Director Yang learned what had happened, although she appreciated Xu Yao's approach, it would naturally be her responsibility to handle the incident more appropriately. Guo Taiping looked like he was watching a show, and it was obvious that he was gloating over Xu Yao's sudden situation. Har har, as long as you can't get back in time, you are doomed to have no chance of winning the championship. If you give up the game, I don't know if you can handle the overwhelming criticism. As soon as Yang Xiufen saw Guo Taiping's expression, she guessed his inner thoughts almost exactly. She was really dissatisfied with the middle-level manager in front of her who only knew how to scheme and did things in a mess. If it weren't for Deputy Director Song's support behind the scenes, Guo Taiping would never be qualified to be in charge of The Voice of China. If Wen Liang was the main person in charge, the popularity of The Voice of China would at least go up 2 levels. Guo Taiping, what do you think we should do? Yang Xiufen asked directly. Har har, since Xu Yao quits the competition without saying hello, we can just disqualify him. It's very simple. Guo Taiping said casually. Are you so irresponsible as the person in charge? Who supports the popularity of the show, The Voice of China? There are still 20 million people watching it now. Is it because of you, Guo Taiping? Without Xu Yao, you should be thankful if you can break through 5 million. Yang Xiufen was not polite to Guo Taiping and scolded him while pointing at his nose. Guo Taiping frowned and said, what should we do? He won't come back. Yang Xiufen continued to scold, is this your attitude as a person in charge? Wouldn't anyone else handle it better than you? Guo Taiping was scolded so much that he was speechless. He also knew that he had no good solution and could only bear it silently. Wen Liang pondered for a long time and suggested to Director Yang, how about this, I will continue to call Xu Yao while rushing to the hospital. As long as Chichi's condition is under control, he will rush back immediately. Let's insert advertisements on the show first to let the judges and contestants take a break. Try to delay the show for a little longer, or hold a lucky draw or something. The details will be decided by Director Yang. Finally, we will put Xu Yao last in the order and communicate with contestants number 80, 90 and 11 in advance. I think this will minimize the losses and allow Xu Yao to complete the performance. Director Yang immediately realized the feasibility of Wen Liang's plan and nodded immediately, go ahead, and make sure to explain it to Xu Yao. I will be responsible for coordinating the program. She glanced at Guo Taiping, who was like a headless fly, and knew that she could no longer be relied on. Wen Liang nodded, called Xu Yao, and quickly left the studio with Yao Yao. When Xu Yao arrived at the hospital, he went straight to the night emergency room. After all, other departments had already closed by then. The nurse asked about the general situation and combined with the temperature test, she initially concluded that it was a common cold causing the fever. When Xu Yao said he had been caught in the rain in the morning, her judgment was further confirmed. She asked Xu Yao to go to the payment window to pay first, while she informed the doctor of the specific diagnosis. Xu Yao had no choice but to listen to the nurse and pay the fee first. Chapter 25 Xu Qingshue's Misunderstanding. When Xu Qingxue heard that a little girl had a high fever, she immediately rushed over from her office. It just reached 38 degrees Celsius. According to the child's parents, she was outside in the rain this morning and developed fever symptoms around 8 o'clock. Currently the girl's heart rate is high, her face is pale, and she is sweating a lot. When the nurse saw Dr. Xu coming out, she immediately explained the situation. Where are the child's parents? Xu Qingxue asked while measuring Chichi's temperature herself. Seeing that the temperature was not too high, she felt relieved. Paying the fee, the nurse replied. Xu Qingxue nodded and carried Chichi into her office. After Xu Yao paid the money, he went to Xu Qingxue's office under the guidance of the nurse. When Xu Yao walked in, he just saw Xu Qingxue looking up after taking her temperature. Although she was wearing a mask, her eyes were bright and attractive. Just by looking at her eyebrows and eyes, you could tell that she was definitely very beautiful. Doctor, may I ask how the situation is now? Xu Yao was very polite. Like other family members who entered the hospital, he judged the severity of the situation based on the doctor's expression. Her condition is not serious, but why would you parents let your child get wet in the rain? If you were a little more careful, she wouldn't catch a cold or a fever. Xu Qingxue frowned slightly. Although Xu Yao was very handsome, he was wearing makeup and his clothes looked out of place in her opinion. She subconsciously thought that Xu Yao was unreliable and did not fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Today's rain came too suddenly. We didn't expect it to rain so hard. We couldn't get a taxi in a short time, so we had to go home in the rain. But when we got home, I asked her to take a hot bath and made ginger soup. Xu Yao explained. He wanted the doctor to understand the situation so that he could prescribe the right medicine. After listening to Xu Yao's explanation, Xu Qingxue's expression improved a little. She prescribed medicine while saying, "It must be because he was exposed to the rain for too long, and his resistance is relatively weak, so he caught a cold and had a fever at night. I've prescribed medicine. You go and pay the fee and get the medicine first. Let the child rest in our Ward 3 and observe for a while. There shouldn't be any problem." After Xu Yao thanked the doctor, he went out to pay the bill and get the medicine. Although he understood that this was the routine procedure of the hospital, he still felt uncomfortable having to pay the fees as soon as he entered the hospital. When Xu Yao came back from the pharmacy with the medicine and just connected the hot water to Chichi, senior brother Wen Liang called. "What's going on?" "I just got some medicine. The doctor said it's not serious. It's just a normal cold and fever." "Okay, Yao Yao and I will be there soon." "Which ward are you in?" "Number 3, senior brother Wen, why are you here at this time?" Xu Yao was a little puzzled. "My good junior brother, you ran away without caring about anything. What will happen to the Voice of China? Without you as a candidate for the championship, the audience will be furious. If you really don't come, the audience's saliva will drown us. If someone else is really chosen as the champion, I'm afraid he won't dare to take it," Wen Liang said with a wry smile. "With Xu Yao's influence, this situation is really possible." Xu Yao said apologetically, "Brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't care too much about your gains and losses with the TV station. It was mainly because I was too worried about Chichi." Wen Liang said, "Okay, these things don't exist between us two brothers. I'm already downstairs." Within a few minutes, Wen Liang arrived at Ward 3. Chichi had just taken some medicine, and perhaps because she was too tired, she fell asleep quickly. Yao Yao was also very worried about her sister. She felt relieved when she saw that Chichi's face had regained some color and the temperature was under control. "Okay, now that I'm here, you should go quickly so you can catch the performance," Wen Liang urged. Xu Yao nodded and quickly left the hospital. At this time, their new voice had just inserted a 5-minute advertisement, and now the order of the singers has changed again, and the live broadcast room has exploded. What's wrong with the production team today? Why are there so many ads? Is the finals just to make more money? Where is my Yaoshan? Why is there no footage of him tonight? And isn't he number 7? How come he has become someone else? Something must have happened. Har har har, the program crew failed. Isn't it possible that Yaoshan was suppressed? But this is too unreasonable. There were many different opinions at the time, and Wang Jichao and Sun Feifei also had a lot of imagination. Wang Jichao said confidently, "Har har, there must be something wrong with this kid, otherwise with his popularity, the program crew would definitely give him a lot of shots." Sun Feifei was a little puzzled. She didn't remember Xu Yao having any illness or scandal. Could it be that he was affected by the last secret photo shoot between him and Song Yue? But it didn't seem like that. After all, Song Yue was still on the stage as a judge. Wang Jichao guessed, "Feifei, does this kid have any bad habits? Like gambling or something?" Sun Feifei shook her head. "No, when he was with me before, besides writing songs, he would play games at most. He would hardly go out unless I called him." Wang Jichao touched his bald head and wondered, "That's strange. But it's a good thing after all." Then, he found a middleman in the Water Army group and paid someone to start spreading rumors in the live broadcast room. Until singer number 9 finished singing and singer number 10 began to prepare, there was still no news from the program team about Xu Yao. Yan Xiufen was already getting nervous, and the 3 judges on the panel were also getting restless. Not to mention Song Yue, Cai Jie and Chen Guoqiang just made an appointment to sing a song at Xu Yao's place, and they are still on good terms with each other. More importantly, the talent Xu Yao has shown since the preliminary round has already been recognized by them. Just as Wen Liang said, if Xu Yao did not participate in tonight's competition, even if a champion was selected, the other contestants would not be convinced, and the general audience would not recognize it. The eyes of the public are sharp, and the gap between him and other contestants is difficult for others to cross. Besides, up to now other singers have sung their own songs, and no one and no song can surpass any of Xu Yao's songs. The scoring rules for tonight are that the scores of the 3 judges account for 30%, and the votes of the audience outside the venue account for 70%. According to the data so far, apart from Xu Yao, Jiang Shui and Li Bin each have more than 5 million votes, with Jiang Shui having slightly more than 100,000 votes, and the judges' scores are also slightly higher. In other words, if Xu Yao did not go on stage to perform in the end, the championship would most likely have gone to Jiang Shui. But Jiang Shui could hardly hide his embarrassment at this moment. He knew that if he was really forced to win the championship, he would definitely be blasted on the internet. At this moment, he was the one among all the people on the field who most hoped that Xu Yao would return. Just as everyone was worried, Xu Yao finally trotted onto the stage. The camera reacted quickly and immediately switched from the singer on the stage to Xu Yao. He walked out quickly from the darkness, his expression cold and serious, yet exuding an indescribable charm. As if seeing the camera, he showed a confident smile, announcing his return. Chapter 26, A Toast to Freedom and a Toast to Death. The Yaoshan has returned. Is Yaoshan preparing for a big move? What's going on with this entrance? I feel inexplicably excited. Wow, Xu Yao even did a special styling today. This is so handsome. Without makeup, he looks like the school idol, but with makeup, he looks like a top idol. So what happened? I mourn for contestant number 10. It was supposed to be his stage, but the limelight and the camera were snatched away by Xu Yao. Har har har, he is so unlucky. At this moment, affected by the incident of Xu Yao's disappearance, the popularity of The Voice of China continued to rise, and the popularity of the live broadcast room exploded. It reached its peak at the moment of Xu Yao's return, and the number of viewers exceeded 20 million. This is definitely the first time in the history of Yangjing television. Seeing the audience's reactions, Yang Shufan looked at the staff next to her in surprise and said, "If Wen Liang hadn't told me the reason, I would have suspected that this guy was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. Last time, he was in a relationship with a little diva, and this time, the favorite to win the championship has disappeared." She smiled and shook her head. Although the process was thrilling, the result was good. But if it happened again, she was afraid her heart wouldn't be able to take it. When contestant number 10 finished his performance and the host took over and opened the floor for audience voting, Xu Yao was already waiting backstage. Now, please welcome the last singer, Xu Yao, to perform the wonderful Xiaoqiu. Following Kang Jun's introduction, Xu Yao finally appeared on stage. As the band's accompaniment sounded, the lights suddenly came on, and Xu Yao sat on a chair and sang like a poet. When you walk into this happy place, carrying all the dreams and thoughts, different faces with different makeup, no one remembers what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinks you are in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs. Hear him drowned in the noise. You pick up the glass and say to yourself, Xiaoqiu, like all the other songs Xu Yao sang before, immediately captured the hearts of all listeners with its extremely high quality. In fact, the original songs of other singers tonight are basically more passionate and showy. Even the singer number 10 just now was quite high-pitched and intense. After all, it is the final of The Voice of China, and this type of song can arouse everyone's passion and love. Everyone thought that Xu Yao would make a similar choice. In the end, Xu Yao is Xu Yao and chooses a path that no one had ever imagined. When the song started, everything around seemed to become quiet. At this moment, the only sound in every listener's ears was Xu Yao's voice. 1 cup to the morning sun, 1 cup to the moonlight. It awakens my yearning and softens my cold study. So I can fly against the wind without looking back. Don't be afraid of rain in your heart or frost in your eyes. 1 cup to my hometown, 1 cup to the distant place, guarding my kindness and urging me to grow. So the road from north to south is no longer long. The soul no longer has nowhere to go. Song Yue couldn't figure out the complicated emotions in her heart at this moment. The lyrics of Xiaoqiu touched her deepest heart. She thought of her yearning for the entertainment industry and her love for singing when she was 18 years old. She also thought of the days when she really entered the entertainment industry, doing things she didn't like and didn't want to do, and suffering a lot of hardships that she should and shouldn't have suffered. She couldn't control her emotions again. Cai Jie and Chen Guqiang were also shocked by the lyrics, but they were more appreciative and agreeable. They have been through too many ups and downs and have reached another level. They hope that Xu Yao can shine and bring better singing to the Chinese music scene. The singers and all the audiences off the stage were mesmerized and immersed in the world of Xiaoqiu. After listening to this song, I seemed to be back to the year when I just graduated. At that time, I was still very innocent and had fantasies about everything. But now, I have been smoothed by society and seem to have no interest in anything except money. I have been working for half a year and I have always been anxious and impatient. I would easily break down when encountering a small matter. After hearing this song, I really calmed down a lot. I just simply think this song is so beautiful, I don't have these previous feelings. Yaoshan is awesome. The comments were unusually peaceful, with everyone expressing their own thoughts, occasionally praising Xu Yao and the song, Xiaoqiu, itself. Xu Yao sat quietly in the chair, all the events of his past life flashing through his mind like slides. His mood became more indifferent, but the emotions contained in his song became more complicated. One glass to tomorrow, one glass to the past. Supporting my body, heavy shoulders. Although I never believe in the saying that mountains are high and rivers are long. Life is short, why keep thinking about it? One toast to freedom, one toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness and dispel my confusion. Well, after dawn, I always leave in a hurry. The most absurd are those who are sober. Well, after dawn, I always leave in a hurry. The most absurd person is the one who is awake. Xiaoqiu has ended, but judging by the state of the others, it is clear that they have not yet come out of the aftermath of the song. The staying power of Xiaoqiu is too strong. 8 glasses of wine seem to tell the story of life, each glass stronger than the last, each glass more unforgettable. I have really become a fan of Yao Shenlu. Isn't this the stage of life? From the high expectations of youth, to the frustration of middle age, and finally to the relief of old age, it is too realistic and too heartbreaking. I can only say that it leaves one with an endless aftertaste and a desire to continue. Xu Yao bowed to express his thanks as usual, but this time it was a little longer. Then, he took the initiative to say, "First of all, I apologize to the program team, the judges, the contestants and all the audience. Due to personal reasons, I left for a long time, which had a great impact on the program and failed to live up to the support and expectations of the audience. I'm sorry." Xu Yao spoke very sincerely and bowed to everyone again. Just now he was expressing his thanks, and this time it was a sincere apology. After 30 seconds, Xu Yao finally stood up again. Since the program team had communicated with the judges in advance, Cai Jie and others knew the reason why Xu Yao left, but he also understood that only by letting the audience know would it not affect Xu Yao's subsequent development. Because of the previous voyeurism incident, Song Yue didn't dare to ask. After all, there were still some rumors spreading on the internet. "Xu Yao, why did you leave halfway?" Cai Jie's expression was very serious, but he was actually giving Xu Yao a way out. Xu Yao pondered for a moment and said, "My daughter suddenly had a high fever. I was very worried, so I sent her to the hospital." Cai Jie asked, "In fact, you can ask the staff of the program team for help. This way, it would be the best of both worlds for you, right?" Xu Yao shook his head. "I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that it would be faster and more reassuring if I went." Chen Guqiang interrupted, "Don't you care much about the championship, the prize money, etc.?" Xu Yao shook his head and said, "I just don't want to regret it. Even if there is a small possibility, I don't want it to happen." The 3 judges nodded, with recognition and appreciation on their faces. "Okay, please invite the 3 judges to comment. Warmly remind everyone in the audience that our voting channel is now open, and everyone can vote for our Xu Yao." The host Kang Jun took over the conversation and entered the voting and scoring session. Soon, Xu Yao's score and number of votes came out. Chapter 27 Win the championship. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. All 3 judges gave full marks, and the real-time voting count outside the venue was 14.3 million votes. Even Kang Jun began to roar excitedly. After all, this was an absolute surpassing. A cliff-like lead. Needless to say, Xu Yao has become the well-deserved champion of the Voice of China. There was prolonged applause from the audience. No one had any doubts about the result. Many people even predicted the outcome before the game. Yaoshan is awesome. Xu Yao won the championship, he really deserves it. He is indeed very capable, clearly much better than the others, and not on the same level. Huang and Sun Feifei were watching the live broadcast. The barrage was full of praise for Xu Yao. He was very popular. Even though the 2 were furious, there was nothing they could do. They had already done enough small tricks before, and with Huang Jichao's ability, there was nothing they could do. Cai Jie also commented, "Xu Yao, you really gave all of us a big surprise. You deserve the championship." Chen Guqiang also said, "I hope you can bring us more good songs in the future. Keep up the good work in the days ahead." Song Yue smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xu Yao." The old director and deputy directors including Song Yun and Yang Xiufen presented awards to the top 5 and presented bonus medals. The actual prize money will be transferred to Xu Yao's account after tax deduction. The champion, runner-up and third-place winner all had a speech session. Jiang Shuai and Li Bin basically expressed their gratitude and said a lot of words. Xu Yao didn't know the situation in the hospital on stage, but he was still worried about Chichi. His speech was very concise: "Thank you for your support and encouragement. I hope you will continue to pay attention to my work. Thank you." Almost as soon as the ceremony ended, Xu Yao said goodbye to several leaders and judges and went straight to the hospital. At the same time, in Ward 3 of the hospital, Xu Qingxue looked at Wen Liang and asked unhappily, "Where are the child's parents?" Wen Liang replied, "I left for something and left me here to take care of them." Xu Qingxue said somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Although the child's high fever is not very serious, the parents are so careless that they ran away as soon as they took the medicine. What is your relationship with him?" "We are good friends and fellow apprentices. He does have something important to do tonight and he has to go, so I came here," Wen Liang said with a wry smile. He was about to explain for Xu Yao when he was interrupted by Xu Qingxue's next words, "Okay, move aside, I'll take the temperature again." Wen Liang had no choice but to move aside and watch Xu Qingxue diagnose Chichi. "Let the temperature drop a little, but it's best to keep you in the hospital for observation tonight. If there is no problem, you can go home tomorrow." Xu Qingxue glanced at Yao Yao, who was standing obediently next to her, and was a little surprised. The twin girls were good-looking and very cute. Wen Liang had no choice but to nod and go to pay the bill. When Xu Yao rushed back to the hospital, Xu Qingxue had already returned to her office to see other emergency patients. Looking at Chichi, who was already asleep but still showed a lot of pain on her face, he felt distressed and blamed himself. Okay. Children have poor resistance and it's normal for them to get sick. Don't worry. My boy looks so strong, it's impossible for him not to get sick twice a year, let alone the two girls, Chichi and Yao Yao. Wen Liang comforted. Xu Yao sighed and said, "I have to be more careful in the future. At least I won't get wet in the rain today, and Chichi won't suffer so much. Let's not talk about this. What's the result? Did you win the championship?" Wen Liang changed the subject. "Yes, first," Xu Yao replied. "It's not surprising to me. Now that you've received the bonus, are you ready to sign the contract?" Wen Liang asked. "I don't have any idea of signing a contract for now. I'll think about it more." Wen Liang could also understand it. After all, with Xu Yao's current strength and traffic, he had more choices. Phoenix Entertainment was no longer the best choice. After all, companies of the level of Oriental Entertainment behind Song Yue were very interested in Xu Yao. Then you can wait and see, and consider their strength and conditions comprehensively. You just won the championship, and now you hold the copyrights of so many popular songs. It's right to be cautious. Wen Liang nodded, agreeing with Xu Yao's idea. At this time, Chichi just woke up and called out softly, "Uncle, I'm a little thirsty." Xu Yao quickly poured the warm water in the cup for her. After Chichi drank it, Xu Yao asked again, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "It's better now, but I still feel a little uncomfortable." Chichi's voice was weak and she was obviously very weak. "Lie down and rest more. Now we need to build up our immunity." Wen Liang comforted her. After all, he had raised a child himself and had a lot of experience. "Sister, please get well soon." Yao Yao cheered Kiki on the side. She really wanted to help, but she didn't know how, so she could only stand by and watch. "I'm fine. I'll be fine tomorrow." Kiki took the initiative to comfort. "Okay. You can have fun first." Yao Yao kissed Chichi on the face and continued, "Sister, go to sleep quickly. You will get better faster if you get more sleep." When Chichi fell asleep again, it was almost 12 o'clock. Xu Yao didn't want senior brother Wen to drag on for too long, so he took the initiative to let him take Yao Yao home. "Take Yao Yao back to rest, I'll just look after here. I've already reported this to your sister-in-law, so you don't have to worry about me." Wen Liang waved his hand and refused. "How can you do that? You're exhausted today, and you've been preparing for the finals for so long." Xu Yao naturally disagreed. No matter how tired I am, I'm not as tired as you. You've been running back and forth so many times today. Besides, Chichi and Yao Yao got caught in the rain, and so did you. You should go home and have a good sleep, or you'll catch a cold, and that'll make it harder for them. But Xu Yao still insisted. He didn't want to trouble senior brother Wen too much. Senior brother Wen has already helped him a lot, and now he really feels a little guilty. In the end, Wen Liang couldn't persuade Xu Yao and took Yao Yao home. Yao Yao refused to do it and said tearfully, I don't want to leave my sister and uncle. I'm here with you. Xu Yao could only touch Yao Yao's head and coax her, Yao Yao, be good, go home with Uncle Wen and sleep. If you were in the hospital, your sister would be well tomorrow, but you would catch a cold again. Your sister and I would be distressed. Yao Yao thought about it and could only leave reluctantly. After the two left, Xu Yao turned on his mobile phone and saw a lot of messages. Song Yue asked, how is it, is Chichi feeling better? It was more than half an hour ago when Xu Yao replied, I feel much better after taking the medicine. I am resting now. Thank you. The two elder brothers, Cai Jie and Chen Guoqian, also expressed their concern and greetings, and Xu Yao responded one by one. There were 2 missed calls, but they were from unfamiliar numbers. Xu Yao wasn't sure who they were from, and it was already very late, so he didn't call back. When Xu Yao woke up from the accompanying bed, it was already past 6 o'clock in the morning and Chichi was still asleep. He walked to the bedside, touched his forehead, and found that the temperature had dropped, so he felt relieved. Chapter 28, A Song for the Two Big Brothers. The nurse in charge of Ward 3 changed shifts, and the one who came today was a younger girl who looked to be in her early 20s. Seeing Xu Yao, the nurse was a little surprised. She took a few more glances before confirming that it was indeed the champion of The Voice of China, Xu Yao. Seeing that Xu Yao was busy, she was too embarrassed to ask, and secretly looked through the hospitalization information. When she found out that it was true, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. After Xu Qingxue finished the examination and confirmed that Xu Yao could take Chichi home from the hospital, the nurse followed Xu Qingxue out and whispered, Dr. Xu, do you know who that handsome guy was just now? Handsome guy? The man with makeup on. Xu Qingxue was stunned, unable to understand. He is the champion of The Voice of China. During last night's show, I was wondering why he only came on stage to perform at the last moment. He almost missed the competition and was about to be disqualified. Fortunately, he is very talented. The little nurse is also a fan of Xu Yao and likes some of his songs very much. He. Xu Qingxue smiled profundly. She is not a fan of stars and does not have any good feelings towards the stars in the entertainment industry. But now she also understood why Xu Yao was so busy yesterday, and she had fewer complaints about him. It's a pity that she debuted too late, otherwise she would have become very famous with her good looks. Also, she got married too early, which is not good for the entertainment industry. The young nurse said regretfully. Can celebrities still get married and make their debut again? Don't they all say they are single now? Xu Qingxue was a little confused. She didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but she also knew that few celebrities would make their marital status public. After all, if this was made public, they would lose fans. Well, I don't really understand. Maybe it's because he's so talented, so he doesn't care. The nurse wrinkled her nose and suddenly added, by the way, he just started participating in the show last month, and he had a scandal with Song Yue not long ago, so many media reported it. Are you strong enough? Does Dr. Xu know 10 years and love transfer? I've heard it. I really like it. It's a rare good song. Xu Qingxue nodded. This is the song she recently added to her playlist. She fell in love with it almost as soon as she heard it on the music software. They were all written by him, including Blue Lotus from the semi-finals and Xiaoqiu from last night's finals. They are all good songs. To be honest, besides me, my parents are also his fans. Last night, my family alone voted for him 3 times. The young nurse was very happy. Xu Qingxue was a little surprised. She had just listened to the songs before and didn't pay attention to the singers. Only today did she find out that these songs were all composed by Xu Yao. His talent was truly amazing. Okay, I'll listen to it when I have time. Xu Qingxue replied coldly. Quality is guaranteed, it's an absolute masterpiece. The young nurse successfully recommended the medicine to Dr. Xu, but seeing that she was still an icy beauty, she thought to herself that Dr. Xu was indeed difficult to get along with, as other colleagues said. I spoke to Dr. Xu so enthusiastically, but he was always cold and didn't respond at all. We have been working together for several months, but it was like we just met. It's really hard for her to make friends with her personality, let alone how she will fall in love in the future. After Xu Yao completed the discharge procedures, he took Chichi home. Wen Liang brought Yao Yao over directly and put down a lot of nutritional supplements before leaving. Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang asked Xu Yao for the address and brought a lot of things to visit the two little ones, especially a lot of dolls suitable for little girls. Chichi and Yao Yao liked them very much. Xu Yao remembered that he had not given them the song he wrote for them yet, so he opened the song and showed it to the two of them. Of course, he directly copied the styles of the two older brothers and chose the songs that best suited them. The one for Chen Wuqiang was Hill and the one for Cai Jie was Rescue. Chen Wuqiang is rich in experience and his life realm has surpassed most people. It is natural and very appropriate for him to sing Li Zongxing's songs. Cai Jie himself has a relatively wide vocal range and excellent musical literacy, so it is quite easy for him to perform Rescue. As soon as they got the song, they felt like they had found a treasure. They didn't bargain much, and the conditions they gave to Xu Yao were even better than what Sister Kong had given before. They directly rejected Xu Yao's invitation to stay for dinner and hurried back to their homes to try out their songs. Xu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After lunch and a nap, Chichi has almost recovered and no one can tell that she was sick at all. At this time Xu Yao received a call from Deputy Director Yang Xiufen. He knew it was probably about signing a contract, but he couldn't refuse the call. Hello, Director Yang. Xu Yao was very polite. Har har, Xu Yao, how is the child's condition now? Is he feeling better? Leaders are always calm and composed, and they need to lay the groundwork first. Almost done, thank you for your concern. Well, that's good. But the child is still young, so he must pay special attention to nutrition during this period, replenish his body and enhance his immunity. Director Yang changed the subject and asked, how about it, would you consider signing a contract with Phoenix Entertainment? Xu Yao laughed quickly, well, I still want to think about it. After all, I'm not very familiar with the company. His reaction did not surprise Director Yang. After all, they had been in contact for so long and Director Yang had extremely rich work experience, so he could understand his thoughts to a large extent. Well, it's right to think about it more. So, Phoenix Entertainment is going to give you an A+ level contract. All the support and benefits are basically double the original A-level contract. The company has made a great determination, and I hope you can accept it. Xu Yao was stunned. He didn't expect Director Yang to take the initiative to raise the standard and even double it. Okay, I will definitely consider it seriously. Well, I'll wait for your good news. Only after Director Yang hung up the phone did Xu Yao breathe a sigh of relief. Then another call came in. I picked up the phone and saw it was Sister Kong. Hello, Xu Yao. I'm here, Sister Kong. How is it going? Have you signed a contract with Phoenix Entertainment? Sister Kong joked. Huh? Sister Kong, are you so well informed? You know all this news. Xu Yao was a little surprised. Is Sister Kong so well informed? After all, you have been in the industry for so long, so you can probably guess it. But I still guess that you haven't signed a contract. Sister Kong said with a smile, her tone relaxed. As expected, nothing can be hidden from a top agent like you. It is true that the contract has not been signed yet. Well, it's right not to sign it yet. You should discuss the terms with a few more companies, right? For example, our Oriental Entertainment is very good. But I'm not calling you today to discuss the contract. After all, even if I give you an A+ contract, I feel that it's a bit unfair to your talent. Sister Kong's words were domineering and she was very optimistic about Xu Yao. After hearing these words, even though Xu Yao had traveled all over the country for many years, he couldn't help it. After all, Sister Kong sitting opposite him was not an ordinary person and would not easily flatter others. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Kong. So what is the matter that you called me today? Xu Yao was curious. Sister Kong would never come to visit him for no reason. It was impossible that she would simply ask something that he could already guess. It's like this. Wasn't the matter between you and Yu Wei a hot topic before? In addition to the Hui spreading false information, there were also people who hired internet trolls to hype and maliciously slander you. And the mastermind behind this is somewhat related to you. Sister Kong briefly explained what happened. When Xu Yao heard that the person behind this was related to him, he was a little stunned. Who is it? Chapter 29, Severe Punishment of Huang Zhichao, Frustrated Sun Feifei. Well, in terms of relationship, it should be your ex-wife's current boyfriend, but whether this is your boyfriend or not needs further verification. When public opinion arose, Sister Kong, as an ace agent, smelled the opportunity hidden in the risk, immediately reported to the company's senior management, and developed a very comprehensive response plan. In recent days, after fully grasping the relevant evidence, the employers of the Water Army were dug out. It was only because this involved Xu Yao's ex-wife that she called to ask about Xu Yao's attitude. Sun Feifei and Huang Zhichao. Are they still making trouble behind the scenes? Xu Yao was stunned. He almost forgot about these two people. Yes, Huang Zhichao hired a group of trolls to spread rumors and so-called black material online, and they were very targeted. Then it depends on what you guys do, Sister Kong. Now Sun Feifei and I can be said to have no relationship at all. Xu Yao smiled and didn't take it to heart. Okay then, our company will just handle it according to the relevant procedures. After getting Xu Yao's affirmative answer, Sister Kong no longer had any worries. Sister Kong now thinks highly of Xu Yao. If Xu Yao only had first-rate musical skills, Sister Kong would not pay much attention to him. But if he also had incredible creative ability, she would definitely win him over no matter what. After all, judging by the quantity and quality of creations Xu Yao has demonstrated in The Voice of China, it is no exaggeration to say that he is a wholesaler of superstars. Meeting has brought Song Yue the highest level of attention ever, setting the best single record since her debut. Therefore, she is now trying her best to persuade the top management to sign Xu Yao with an S-level or even S+ level contract, and has made significant progress, which will be realized soon. After hanging up the phone, Sister Kong immediately took action. She wanted to resolve all related matters within today. After she issued the order, Oriental Entertainment quickly demonstrated its terrifying strength as an entertainment giant. The Public Relations Department had already collected and organized the relevant evidence, and the legal department started the legal process. When Huang Zhichao received the lawyer's letter from Oriental Entertainment, he was sweating profusely and trembling. He thought he was doing it very secretly, but he didn't expect that Song Yue's company still got the evidence. Sun Feifei looked at his panic, a little puzzled. What are you afraid of? Aren't lawyers' letters usually meant to scare people? Huang Zhichao cursed the stupid woman inwardly and said unhappily, do you think a company like Oriental Entertainment is just a scare tactic? If they didn't have the key evidence, they wouldn't have sent it to me separately. Well, if I get entangled with them, compensation is a small matter. I guess I might even lose my job. Sun Feifei suddenly stood up from the sofa. What? Is it that serious? If you can't be the director, what should I do? Huang Zhichao was fed up. What do you mean you can do this? I can't even keep my job, what else can you do? Just go back to where you came from. Then what's the point of me being with you for so long? I don't care, you have to compensate me. Sun Feifei's mood has been up and down during this period. She originally chose to divorce Xu Yao and get involved with Huang Zhichao, which she felt would be of great help to her star career. As a result, apart from getting some money, she didn't get any important resources or support. The key point was that her ex-husband Xu Yao seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and he showed extraordinary talent and became more and more famous. He left her far behind with just one song. She had already regretted it, and now seeing that Huang Zhichao might even lose his job, she naturally wanted to get more benefits from him. Damn it, if I didn't want to vent my anger on you, would I have hired some internet trolls? It's all for you, why are you asking me for compensation? Who should I ask for help? Huang Zhichao was furious and cursed viciously, no longer showing his so-called gentlemanly manners in front of Sun Feifei. You! Why are you so fierce? Sun Feifei looked at Huang Zhichao in shock, frightened by the ferocity he displayed. You clearly promised me before that you would make me a big star, and now you dare to scold me. Par Huang Zhichao saw that Sun Feifei was still nagging, so he slapped Sun Feifei in the face. A crisp sound was made and a red blood mark appeared. I've really given you too much face. You can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Don't say I haven't been fired yet. Even if I really don't want to do it later, it will be easy to. In her current company, she has hardly established any other personal connections other than Huang Jichao, and has completely become a marginal figure. Even the soups and drinks that Huang Jichao had arranged for her before all turned into nothing. After the finals, Xu Yao felt that the time completely belonged to him. In addition, the program team quickly transferred the prize money to his account, so he didn't have to worry about money in the short term, so he was in a very happy mood. I had decided to take Chichi and Yao Yao back to Rongcheng, so as soon as I had time, I booked the plane tickets. When Xu Yao and the two kids got on the plane, several passengers nearby had already recognized him. After all, most of the popularity of The Voice of China lies in Xu Yao. The songs he sang, such as 10 Years, Love Transfer, Blue Lotus, and even Xiaoqiu, at the end of the finals, have received considerable playback volume. He is now quite famous and basically causes a small commotion as soon as he gets on the plane. Yaoshan, you are more handsome in person than on TV. Can you get me an autograph? The man in front was a male student. He took out a notebook and asked politely. Har har, thank you, no problem. I wish you good study and good health. Xu Yao said as he signed his name. Can you take a photo with me, said a professional woman dressed more maturely. She liked Xu Yao's songs very much and was very excited to see her idol. Sure. Xu Yao smiled back. Go with your daughters, they are so cute too. Chichi and Yao Yao also cooperated well in taking the photo. Then other people asked for autographs or to take photos with them. Since meeting was fate, Xu Yao agreed to all of them. But many people also wanted to take photos with the two little ones. They were all a little tired, and the plane was about to take off, so everyone basically fulfilled their wish and returned to their seats. Yao Yao pouted her little mouth. Xu Yao rubbed her head with amusement and heartache. The little girl squinted her eyes and enjoyed it very much. Chapter 30 Dad. Xu Yao bought some incense, candles and paper money in the town and took them to Shenfeng's grave and lit a fire. Standing in front of the grave, the two little ones couldn't stop crying. Although the two little ones usually hide their emotions very well, when they really arrived in front of their father's tombstone, they couldn't help but feel sad. Xu Yao could only stand behind them silently. After they finished crying, I took out tissues to wipe the tears from the two little ones' faces. Shenfeng had a rough life. His father died when he was in high school and his mother remarried, which was similar to Xu Yao's situation. That's why the two had such a good relationship during college. In addition to their shared love of music, there was also a kind of mutual appreciation between them. After graduating from college, Shenfeng's girlfriend soon became pregnant. The two, who had originally planned to wait a few years before considering getting married, were forced to get married. But after giving birth to Chichi and Yao Yao, the family's financial situation became even more difficult. She yearned for the outside world and chose to divorce Shenfeng to make her own way. Apart from Chichi and Yao Yao, the only living relative of Shenfeng is the disabled old man. After Shenfeng passed away, his funeral affairs were basically arranged by his grandfather. However, Shenfeng knew before his death that his grandfather was unable to raise Chichi and Yao Yao, so he entrusted the two little ones to Xu Yao. However, that period of time was when the original owner gave up on himself, and he could not contact him for a while, so he had to contact the police for help. After the two children wiped their tears, Chichi said to Shenfeng's tombstone, Dad, Uncle Xu Yao takes good care of me and my sister now. He sings for us, buys us a lot of new clothes and toys, takes us to the amusement park, and moves us into a big house. He loves us very much, just like you. Yao Yao also said, Dad, don't worry, my sister and I are doing well. I don't know if you will be cold over there, and if you are afraid of being alone. Xu Yao rubbed the two little ones' heads and said silently in his heart, Don't worry, I will take good care of Chichi and Yao Yao and will not let them suffer any grievances. After the fire was out, Xu Yao took the two kids back to the old house. Before they reached the front of the house, a big black dog started barking fiercely. It didn't stop until Yao Yao and Chichi ran over excitedly. Instead, it wagged its tail and acted coquettishly towards the two little ones. However, when it looked at Xu Yao, it was still very alert. When the old man heard the dog barking, he walked out slowly, leaning on a cane, with cloudy but kind eyes. He is nearly 70 years old and has only one arm. He was very happy to see the two little ones come back. Grandpa, we're back. Yao Yao turned around and hugged Grandpa's legs, very intimately. Grandpa, are you okay? Chichi also came closer to support him and asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing the two cute little ones, a smile broke out on the old man's wrinkled face, and he glanced at Xu Yao again. Xu Yao took the initiative to introduce, Uncle, I am Shenfeng's good brother, Xu Yao, before. The old man nodded and said, I still remember that you came here not long after Chichi and Yao Yao were born. He entrusted them to you before he left. Come in and sit down. Xu Yao followed him into the house and found a place to put down the milk. The house is not big. Apart from 3 bedrooms, there is only a kitchen and a warehouse. It is really small for a rural house. Usually, only the old man is at home. The old man is missing an arm and has difficulty walking, so the house is rather messy. But Xu Yao said nothing and calmly found a bench to sit down. The sky gradually darkened. After chatting with Xu Yao for a while, the old man said he was going to cook for Xu Yao and the other two. Xu Yao quickly followed into the kitchen to help, and Chichi and Yao Yao also went into the kitchen. The noodles cooked by the old man are also the most convenient dinner for him when he is alone at home. There were no other seasonings in the noodles except salt and oil, but Xu Yao, Chichi and Yao Yao still ate them with relish. The old man smiled cheerfully, as if he was very satisfied to see his descendants happy. The TV at home is still an old 21-inch color TV. Xu Yao is a little skeptical whether the old man can see it clearly, or whether he can just hear the sound. There is not much entertainment in the countryside at night, and even the mobile phone network is poor. After washing their feet, they watched TV together. Xu Yao hadn't watched TV for a long time, let alone this old-fashioned color TV, but when the whole family could sit in front of the TV, the atmosphere was very different. This is the feeling of home. Not long after, a strong wind suddenly blew outside the house, followed by lightning, thunder, and heavy rain. The old man immediately turned off the TV and stood up to close all the doors and windows tightly. Xu Yao also immediately helped. When it was time to go to bed, the 2 little ones ran over and knocked on Xu Yao's door. What's wrong, Chichi? Xu Yao asked. Uncle, the thunder is too loud tonight. Yao Yao and I are a little scared. There was still a look of fear on Kiki's little face. Even though she usually appears more mature than her peers, she is still just a 5-year-old girl after all. At this time, she still has a natural fear of thunder and rainstorms. Well, then I'll go to your room and come back after you fall asleep. Xu Yao thought for a while and said. Good. With Xu Yao around, the 2 little ones were no longer so worried and scared, but they couldn't fall asleep for a while. Can Uncle tell you a story? Xu Yao thought about it and decided to tell them a story and ask for the 2 little ones' opinions. Okay. Children actually like to listen to stories. When they hear Xu Yao telling stories. I just don't know what story to tell for the moment. I got it. Let's tell a story that all little girls will like. Xu Yao thought of the movie Frozen. This movie captured the hearts of countless little girls almost as soon as it was released. There is absolutely no problem using this story to put them to sleep. He recalled the story and said, in the picturesque kingdom of Arendelle, which is surrounded by the sea, there live 2 lovely and beautiful princesses, Elsa and Anna. The elder sister was born with the magic to create ice and snow, and she often uses magic to play with Anna. Yao Yao was a little unhappy. What about my sister? What is Anna's magic? Xu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only explain, well, not everyone has magic, and having magic is not necessarily a good thing. Yao Yao pouted playfully and continued to listen to Xu Yao. As the plot was very complicated, the 2 kids were always worried about the 2 sisters in the story, which made them even less sleepy. Xu Yao was also helpless. This result was obviously not what he wanted to see. By the end of the story, the thunderstorm had subsided and the 2 kids began to feel sleepy. Uncle, we have a request, can you agree to it? Chichi and Yao Yao looked at Xu Yao with teary eyes and spoke seriously. What request? Anything that Uncle can do is fine. Xu Yao gently stroked the 2 little ones' faces and spoke softly. Can we call you Daddy from now on? Xu Yao was stunned, feeling mixed emotions. Chichi and Yao Yao looked at him nervously, obviously waiting for his answer. Xu Yao rubbed the 2 little ones' heads and nodded, okay, call me Dad from now on. Chichi and Yao Yao were happy and kissed him on the cheek lightly. Xu Yao covered them with the quilt and said, go to bed early. Good night. Good night, Dad. Chapter 31 Primary School Registration. In the morning, under the guidance of Chichi and Yao Yao, the big black dog reluctantly acknowledged Chu Yao as its master and began to wag its tail at him. It was not until he took Dahe for a few laps around the village and fed him a few delicious meals that Dahe truly accepted him and started to act cute as soon as he saw him. After staying in his hometown for a few days, Chu Yao not only bought a lot of food for his grandfather, but also went to the town to buy a refrigerator and a color TV, and recharged the electricity bill for his home by 500 yuan. I originally planned to buy electrical appliances online, but later, considering the inconvenience of repair, I bought them directly in town. Although the price-performance ratio is a bit worse, the advantage is that if the appliance breaks down, I can find someone to repair it without any trouble. Xu Yao was originally planning to buy some clothes for the old man, but the old man was adamant and said that he had enough clothes at home. When Xu Yao took the two kids away, he had to ask Chichi and Yao Yao to leave 600 yuan for the old man, and he accepted it with tears in his eyes. Judging from the old man's expression, he definitely wouldn't take any more money. The old man sent the three of them to the car, tears streaming down his face. He held Xu Yao's hand and asked him to take good care of Chichi and Yao Yao. Xu Yao promised the old man very seriously that he would do his best to treat Chichi and Yao Yao well and would not let them suffer any grievances. The old man finally let go and reluctantly watched the three people leave. Big Black kept barking and chased the car for 2 miles before slowly stopping. Tears welled up in Chichi and Yao Yao's eyes. Xu Yao took out a tissue and started wiping them for the two little ones. After they flew back to Yangjing, the little ones were taken by Xu Yao to have a few good meals. After going out to play twice, their mood gradually improved. Xu Yao received a call from Cai Jie, who said that Kiki and the others' admission problem had been solved and he would take them to register in a few days. It is already late August, which is almost the time for primary school registration. Yanqing Experimental No. 2 Primary School, where Chichi wants Yao Yao to attend, is one of the top primary schools in Yanqing and its students are mostly rich or noble. The most important thing is the excellent teaching quality, so No. 2 Primary School is also the dream school of most parents in Yangjing. Xu Yao is naturally happy for Chichi and Yao Yao to be able to study in No. 2 Primary School. After hearing the good news, Xu Yao also knew the difficulty and effort involved, so he naturally thanked Cai Jie again. Har har, let's not be so polite, brothers. Have you had enough rest during this period? Are you interested in writing songs again? Cai Jie asked with a smile. Brother Jie, the recent competitions have consumed too much of my inspiration. I need to take a break. Xu Yao said with a wry smile. That's fine. Since every one of your songs is of such high quality and your creative efficiency is amazing, it's normal for me to have fantasies about you. Cai Jie was just joking. After all, after he got rescue from Xu Yao, he has been busy recording MVs recently. If it's the other songs, forget it, they can be done quickly. But when he got salvation, he was extremely excited because the song was exactly what he wanted. And from his professional point of view, this song will definitely be a hit. He will practice repeatedly, determined to perform at his best and strive to make a splash. He learned that his brother Chen Guqiang was also doing the same, basically devoting himself to the preparation of The Hills. Both of them were envious of each other's songs, but they knew in their hearts that their own songs were more suitable for them. TSK, are you interested in coming to our company? It will definitely be the best treatment. If you are interested, I will try to get you an S signature. I heard that you haven't signed with Phoenix Entertainment yet. Cai Jie tried to invite. Xu Yao laughed and said, let's wait and see, brother Jie. Okay, anyway, you give it some thought. I have other things on my hands. We'll talk later. In order to prepare the two little ones for school, Xu Yao took them to the mall to buy new school bags and new stationery, and also bought 2 new sets of clothes for them each. The two little ones look even prettier and cuter in new clothes and new school bags. When the registration time came, Xu Yao took a taxi to Yangjing No. 2 Primary School. When the taxi driver heard Xu Yao say he was going to the No. 2 Primary School and saw that he was taking 2 little kids with him, he knew he was going to register. He was just very puzzled and asked, brother, are you taking your kids to register for the No. 2 Primary School? Yes, what's wrong? Xu Yao felt that the location was so obvious and didn't understand why the driver kept asking. I'm not saying this, But this is the first time I've seen parents of a number 2 primary school student take a taxi. You're definitely being low-key. Which parent of a child who can go to number 2 primary school doesn't have a driver at home? Even if your family doesn't have a driver, your workplace will definitely have one, har har. The driver thought what he said was very funny and started laughing. Is it really that exaggerated? Although I know Xiao is a good person, it shouldn't be this serious, right? This was also Xu Yao's first time taking care of a child. He didn't know much about the school and naturally had no idea what was going on. Har har, in front of the second primary school, it can be said that there are great scholars chatting and laughing, and there are no unlearned people coming and going. No one who goes in is an ordinary person. I see that you are so handsome, you must be from a wealthy family, so naturally you don't understand the envy of us ordinary people. It can be heard that the driver is a chatterbox and he can't stop once he starts talking. Xu Yao and the 2 kids were a little helpless and interrupted the conversation once, but the driver soon took the initiative to find another topic. Fortunately, my home is not far from the second primary school, only a 20-minute drive away, otherwise I would have to suffer more torture. When we arrived at the gate of Yangjing number 2 primary school, the 2 kids were fine. They just saw a lot of cars parked on both sides of the road, but they could recognize the quality of the cars. When Xu Yao took a look, it was like a luxury car exhibition, with Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Lamborghini and other cars everywhere. There were also many cars whose names Xu Yao didn't know. The license plates are even more amazing than each other, some have consecutive numbers, some have the same numbers, and some have numbers less than 200. Xu Yao was amazed. No wonder the driver said that. It was really awesome. Once you enter the school gate, you will find a different world with rockery and lake views, which shows how luxurious the number 2 primary school is. The kindergarten the 2 little ones attended in Rongcheng was naturally much worse than the one they attended before, so it was natural that they had some difficulty adapting. After finding the registration office, Xu Yao submitted the information and paid the tuition as Caij reminded him, and the admission procedures were completed quickly. The female teacher in charge of registration also liked the 2 little ones very much. However, when filling out the procedures, she noticed that Xu Yao's last name was different from the 2 little ones, so she took a special look at them. After all, she had worked in the second primary school for a long time and was quite experienced. She was not surprised by anything and did not ask any more questions. Chichi and Yao Yao are both in class 3, grade 1. Xu Yao took the 2 kids to the classroom to take a look at the environment. They were very satisfied overall. After all, it is the second largest primary school, no doubt about it. All the parents are either rich or noble. Xu Yao saw on campus that many of the people who brought their children to register were not parents themselves, but servants, housekeepers, etc. He clicked his tongue and inexplicably felt a little sad for these kids. Although their lives were not bad at all and even better than 99% of people, they also had their regrets and loneliness. Chapter 32 Oriental Entertainment S+ Level Contract. After registering, Xu Yao felt a little stressed again. The tuition for the second primary school is 100,000 yuan per year, and the living expenses are about 20,000 yuan. The total cost for Kiki and Yao Yao is almost 250,000 yuan per year. By this calculation, the bonus he just received would only be enough to support the 2 little ones for 4 years. This does not include rent and other expenses. It seems that the rumors about Yanjingju and Daiyabui are not groundless. It's not easy to lie down completely. Fortunately, the songs released previously have begun to be uploaded to various music platforms. Judging from the current number of plays, the future copyright income will be very considerable. As soon as Xu Yao returned home, he received a call from Sister Kong. Let's have dinner together tonight. Yu Wei and Mr. Jiang Xingzhou from our Oriental Entertainment will be there. Sister Kong stated straightforwardly. Well, is there anything wrong, Sister Kong? Xu Yao asked. Sister Kong chuckled and said, good news, let's talk about your contract. Xu Yao was stunned. Why do you sound so confident, Sister Kong? Not long ago, Sister Kong took the initiative to say that she would not mention signing the contract for the time being, but today she was unusually confident and it was obvious that she had made special preparations. Har har, you'll know tomorrow night. I'll send you the address later. After saying that, Sister Kong went to arrange the relevant matters in person. She learned from the last lesson and paid more attention to privacy and security this time. Xu Yao didn't take it too seriously and would wait and see what conditions Oriental Entertainment offers. When the time came, Sister Kong personally drove a black car to the community to pick up Xu Yao, with Song Yue sitting in the passenger seat. Tonight, Song Yue wore a black long skirt, which brought out her more extraordinary temperament and was quite captivating. "You are so polite, Sister Kong." Xu Yao was flattered. After all, with Sister Kong's status, she could be considered a senior executive of Oriental Entertainment. The fact that she drove to pick him up personally was enough to show how much the company valued him. "It's okay, you're worth it." Song Yue covered her mouth and smiled. "Don't be surprised yet, you might be even more surprised later." Xu Yao was unsure of the situation and looked at Song Yue, but Song Yue was obviously half-hearted and only said that he would know during the meal. Sister Kong is a very good driver and she drove smoothly all their way to the restaurant. Xu Yao and the two kids followed Sister Kong and Song Yue to the room. There was only a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting inside, wearing a custom-made suit. Although he was not very handsome, he exuded the charm of a mature man. Sister Kong introduced the two of them separately. "Xu Yao, this is what I told you before, the general manager of our Oriental Entertainment, Mr. Jiang Xingzhou. Boss Jiang, this is the great scholar Xu Yao. The two children are the daughters of his good friend and are now adopted by him." Jiang Xingzhou took the initiative to shake hands with Xu Yao. "I've heard a lot about you, Xu Yao. You've been very popular recently." Xu Yao was very modest. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your praise." The positioning was also very particular. Sister Kong deliberately placed Xu Yao between Jiang Xingzhou and Song Yue, obviously treating him as the core of the night. Xu Yao refused twice but failed, so he stopped considering it. After a few pleasantries, they began to eat and chat. "You probably know the topic of tonight. It's mainly about discussing your contract." Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Jiang Xingzhou took the initiative to speak. "Well, Sister Kong mentioned it to me before, but she didn't go into details." Xu Yao didn't know what Oriental Entertainment was considering, so he just continued. Jiang Xingzhou had communicated with Sister Kong before. He glanced at Sister Kong and nodded, saying, "The company is going to give you an S+ level contract. This is also the highest level contract in our Oriental Entertainment. Currently, there are only two people in the company, one is King Liu and the other is Film Empress Ye." Xu Yao was really shocked. He thought it would be S level at most, but he didn't expect Oriental Entertainment to be so generous. After all, even the prospective Queen Song Yue is S level, not even S+. Song Yue's expression remained unchanged, and it was obvious that she had known the news a long time ago. The two little ones ate quietly. They actually didn't quite understand the difference between the so-called S-level contract and S+ contract, but it sounded very impressive. Xu Yao was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Can I ask why I was given an S+? After all, it has only been over a month since I officially participated in the New Voice program." Even though Xu Yao has come up with several good songs in a row, he knows his shortcomings. That is, although his singing level has reached the first-tier level, it is still far from the level of a superstar. His popularity has increased significantly now, but after all, he is still far from the level of superstar or movie emperor. If Oriental Entertainment gave him an S grade, Xu Yao would think it was natural, but S+ meant that he was absolutely sure to become a superstar. Jiang Xingzhou smiled and said, "This was suggested by Sister Kong and Yu Wei, and was ultimately decided by our chairman Wu Jun himself. I also thought it was too high at first, but then he said something to me and I understood." "Which sentence?" Xu Yao asked. "The Chinese music scene is not short of superstars, but it lacks a Xu Yao." Xu Yao suddenly understood that what Oriental Entertainment valued was his originality, ability. After all, every song on The Voice of China was a popular and classic song in the Chinese music scene on the planet. Each song has its own unique value. In this world, the music market and creators are more impetuous. Every year, there are many so-called fast-paced and internet-famous songs, but there are too few songs that can stand the test of time. This is where your value lies. Song Yue knew that Xu Yao was not clear about the specific terms of the S+ level contract, so she took the initiative to explain it to him. In addition to the support and resources being much higher than the S level, more importantly, the S+ level enjoys executive treatment and owns company equity. However, Xu Yaogang will definitely not get any benefits if he signs the contract. He can only enjoy equity benefits for 2 years and will not have formal equity until 2 years later. For Xu Yao, the most important thing is a greater degree of freedom. He can choose to accept or not accept many programs. In addition, the copyright of Xu Yao's original songs belongs to himself, which is similar to other people. It is just stipulated in the contract that Xu Yao should give priority to writing songs for the company's singers under the same conditions. These will be explained in detail in the contract. Xu Yao read it carefully and found that the requirements for himself were indeed very relaxed. Xu Yao asked Song Yue, "How is it going? You should be close to the S+ level contract, right?" "Well, there's still some distance, but it's much faster than expected." Song Yue was rather calm. She always believed that as long as the treatment matched her ability, it didn't matter. She was so calm because she recognized Xu Yao's ability. If someone else enjoyed the same treatment as Xu Yao, she would definitely make a big fuss. Seeing Xu Yao nod, Jiang Xingzhou continued to ask, "How is it? Can we decide now?" Xu Yao smiled and said, "Since Dongfang Entertainment thinks so highly of me, I won't be ungrateful." Jiang Xingzhou raised his glass, "Let's toast to our win-win cooperation." Xu Yao picked up the highball glass filled with Sprite. The two kids thought it was fun and raised their glasses to clink with the others. When Song Yue saw their cute appearance, she smiled happily with her hands covering her mouth. She has always liked Chichi and Yao Yao. When Chichi was hospitalized last time, she was the first one to show concern after the show ended. For a moment, both the guests and the hosts were having a great time, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Jiang Xingzhou and Xu Yao agreed to go to the company to sign the contract tomorrow. This will also be Oriental Entertainment's third S+ level contract. After the contract was almost settled, Jiang Xingzhou asked Xu Yao about the two children's studies. After knowing that they were already enrolled in the second primary school, he nodded and said, "The second primary school is good. If it has not been resolved before, the company will probably help you contact the second primary school." Xu Yao nodded, agreeing with this. After dinner, Jiang Xingzhou arranged for someone to bring gifts to the two little ones, which were all toy dolls that the little girls liked. The two little ones also had a good impression of this uncle. Chapter 33, Public. The next morning, Xu Yao brought the two kids to Oriental Entertainment Company's headquarters, Oriental Building. The receptionist had been reminded by her leader, and as soon as she saw Xu Yao and the two kids, she took them to Jiang Xingzhou's office floor and left. The back was led by a beautiful and elegant female secretary. After the female secretary knocked on the door, Jiang Xingzhou's voice came from the office, "Come in." Seeing that it was Xu Yao, Jiang Xingzhou quickly stood up and shook hands with him, then greeted Chichi and Yao Yao. Chichi and Yao Yao both shouted, "Hello Uncle Jiang." After the secretary brought the contract, Xu Yao looked at it carefully for a long time before he finished reading the contract. It was indeed as Song Yue said, the S+ level contract treated the singer very well and the freedom was much greater than other levels. Xu Yao looked through it again and confirmed that there were no problems. Finally, he and Jiang Xingzhou signed their names. After the female secretary took out the contract and stamped it with the official seal, the contract officially came into effect. Xu Yao also officially became a member of Oriental Entertainment. "Next, I will arrange an agent for you and announce the news," Jiang Xingzhou said with a smile. Xu Yao nodded. He knew this was a matter of course, so he asked, "Boss Jiang, who is my agent?" Jiang Xingzhou said, "I'll call him over, and we can talk when we meet." After a while, a middle-aged man with a pale face and seemingly unwell came over. Xu Yao frowned, obviously somewhat suspicious of him. Jiang Xingzhou introduced, "This is our Dongfang Entertainment's ace agent, Chen Xu. He used to be the agent of actor Xie. He had surgery and took a break for a while. He just returned to the company recently, but you can rest assured that his ability is absolutely first-rate. Brother Xu wanted to take more rest before, but I told him about your situation, and it was not easy for me to ask him to come out." Xu Yao didn't expect Jiang Xingzhou to be so polite to Chen Xu. It seems that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He must have strong strength. Then he introduced Xu Yao to Chen Xu, "Brother Xu, I told you a few days ago that Xu Yao is a great talent. You have heard several of his songs, right? Har har, this is more convincing than my introduction. After all, it is an S+ level contract signed by Chairman Wu Jun himself." Xu Yao and Chen Xu shook hands and chatted. During the conversation, Xu Yao discovered that Chen Shu was indeed very thoughtful and was able to understand his thoughts and ideas from his words. The two of them got along better and better as they talked. And Chen Shu indeed felt from Xu Yao's words that he was mature beyond his age and had his own ideas. Xu Yao didn't give him the feeling of a rookie who had just entered the entertainment industry. Instead, he added a lot of inspiration to his ideas. Chichi and Yao Yao felt a little bored and kept dozing off. Jiang Xingzhou called his secretary and took the two kids out to play. After a conversation, Xu Yao and Chen Shu also clarified the short-term development direction, which is to still focus on original songs and continue to expand their influence by participating in the show. Well, after the signing announcement is sent out, I will contact a few more programs to see what the program teams are interested in, and then we can discuss the details. Chen Shu took the initiative to suggest. Xu Yao thought about it and decided not to rush. He preferred a slower pace, so he nodded and said, "Okay, we can discuss it together when the time comes. Anyway, this will be something your team will consider from now on. As long as it doesn't involve major interests or major impacts, you can make your own decisions," Jiang Xingzhou said with a smile. After Xu Yao and Chen Shu added each other's contact information, Chen Shu took him to his own office. The secretary took the two little ones away, and the three of them gasped. "This office is quite big." Seeing their expressions, Chen Shu smiled and said, "Har har, this is your exclusive office. Apart from the chairman's office, your office is the largest. When the time comes, see if you need anything, and I'll arrange for someone to buy it for you." Xu Yao took a look around and found that everything was complete, so he shook his head to indicate that there was no need to buy any more. "Well, in fact, you won't have many opportunities to come to the office later. Most of the time, you'll be either on stage or in the hotel. Even if there are fewer announcements, you'd rather stay at home." As a veteran agent, he naturally knows the status of the stars. Leaving them an office in the company is more of a treatment and does not have much practical effect. After getting familiar with his office, Chen Shu took a few people on a tour of the company to gain a basic understanding of the company's structure. Finally, Xu Yao was picked up by a nanny car arranged by the company. Xu Yao thought it was a good idea. He wouldn't have to take a taxi for everything in the future, and it would be more convenient to pick up and drop off the two kids to school. When Xu Yao was on his way home, Oriental Entertainment officially announced the news of signing Xu Yao. For a while, Xu Yao's phone was almost blown up by calls, from people who had their contact information saved and those who hadn't. "Xu Yao, you have signed a contract with Oriental Entertainment and are no longer considering our Phoenix Entertainment," Director Yang said, a little disappointed. "I'm sorry, Director Yang, the treatment offered by Oriental Entertainment is better, so I decided on it," Xu Yao replied. Although she had expected it in her heart, she had no right to make the final decision at the moment, so she could only sigh and say, "Okay, I wish you better development and come back to the TV station more often when you have time." "Of course, and thank you for your concern all the time." Xu Yao was very grateful to Director Yang. After all, he had just participated in The Voice of China, and it was she who gave him the opportunity to be on stage. Then there were calls from several entertainment companies, obviously wanting to get more accurate information from Xu Yao. Because their relationship was ordinary, Xu Yao just said it according to the announcement and did not reveal any information about the contract. Several entertainment companies returned empty-handed. In the Oriental building, a feminine man was raging in his office. "Brother Zhua, how can he, a newcomer, get the contract? I've worked so hard for so long and I can only get an A+ contract, but he hasn't even made his official debut yet, and yet he can get an S+ contract," the man said viciously, very unconvinced. Who knows what the company's top executives are thinking? Maybe it's because he became famous so quickly and has so many fans. Wang Zhua didn't understand Xu Yao's value and could only respond casually. "Humph, I've been at A+ for almost 5 years, and a champion of a small competition can get a top-notch signature. The top management is really shady. Okay, forget about him for now. We'll release your new album next month. By then, it will have a big influence. If you can reach Song Yue's level, it shouldn't be a problem to get an S contract from the company." The agent, who was called Brother Zhua, changed the subject. He continued, "After all, the S+ contract has not been officially confirmed yet. It's just a rumor." The feminine man snorted coldly, "The rumors are true, I hope they are fake news, otherwise I really won't accept it. The album is coming soon, you know my level, isn't it several levels higher than this guy named Xu Yao? I really don't understand what the top management is thinking, giving it to a newcomer. Brother Zhuo nodded and said, it's normal for the top management to not understand their ideas. After all, they are not perfect people, so it's normal for them to think whatever they want. As the matter continued to ferment, Xu Yao signed with Oriental Entertainment, actually topped the hot search list of Kuaishou and Weibo. Soon, the hot search term, Xu Yao plagiarizes, also rose rapidly to the second place. It caused an uproar in public opinion. Chapter 34 Xu Yao plagiarized. The person who broke the news is Jing Bo, a 40-year-old male who is a teacher at a music training institution in Rongchen. He also has a certification on Weibo, which shows that he is indeed a music training teacher who has been in the industry for many years. He claimed that he had mentored Xu Yao during his training, and that all of Xu Yao's original songs on The Voice of China were written by himself. He had never released them, but only demonstrated them to students in class. He did not expect that they were plagiarized and adapted by Xu Yao. He only got the news from a friend recently. The so-called evidence he posted on Weibo were basically chat records with students and friends. As soon as this news came out, it was immediately forwarded by many self-media, and some tabloids also began to forward it again and again. Xu Yao has kept a low profile since the finals of The Voice of China, as if he had disappeared from the entertainment circle. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, 2 more trending searches topped the list, directly dashing the wish of a singer who wanted to make the headlines. In just 1 hour, the internet quickly split into 2 voices. On the one hand, har, I knew it. Xu Yao is only in his 20s, but he can write such a profound song. It's incredible. Only a singer with rich life experience like teacher Zheng can write these lyrics. It's so despicable. He plagiarized the work of others and shamelessly said it was his own work. Copycats are the most despicable. They even look like decent people. Support teacher Zheng and defeat the plagiarist Xu Yao. On the other hand, many of Xu Yao's true fans questioned. Since when can chat records be used as evidence? Let me first state that I have 2 accounts, so can I pretend that Song Yue is my wife? Har, in principle you can. You should at least show evidence of your past songwriting, right? You can accuse someone else of plagiarism without any evidence? Are you that lowbrow? I absolutely believe in Yaoshen. There are stories in his songs. How can we not know whether it is plagiarism? More viewers who have watched The Voice of China spoke up for Xu Yao, and even the program team and the 3 previous judges spoke up. The official Weibo account of the New Voice program team said, "The experience of working with Mr. Xu Yao has given us full trust in him, a man of amazing talent and extraordinary humility. We hope that Mr. Xu Yao can bring us more good songs in the future." CAIJ, no doubt about it. I will never believe that Xu Yao plagiarized. It's impossible. Chen Wuqian, unconditionally support Xu Yao. Song Yue, teacher Xu Yao is very talented. I hope those who question him can come up with solid evidence. Otherwise, they are just clowns. Oriental Entertainment also issued a statement saying that Xu Yao's talent is well known, and hoped that relevant media would pay attention to verifying the information and not forward false information at will. Jing Bo, who broke the news, was nervous and excited when he saw his number of fans increase from less than 20,000 to over 1 million. Of course he knew that Xu Yao did not plagiarize his songs. He had not written many songs, let alone these classic works of Xu Yao. Zheng Bo originally saw Xu Yao becoming popular on The Voice of China, and then remembered that this was a student he had taught before. He had the impression that he was indeed quite outstanding, but his creative ability was average. He did not expect that after time, he could write such good songs. Zheng Bo's original plan was to state that he was Xu Yao's teacher to gain popularity, but later on some unknown reason the song was attributed to himself, hoping to attract more fans. Unexpectedly, when Xu Yao signed the contract, his entry also soared to fame and became a hot topic discussed throughout the internet. But the continued crazy increase in fans made him feel ecstatic. These are all traffic, all money. Although he has been a training teacher for most of his life, he also wants to become famous. Now that the opportunity has come to him, he must seize it. With greed taking over his mind, he never thought about the consequences of the matter. Instead, he fabricated false evidence, took an old notebook, copied Xu Yao's song on it, and then processed it to look old. At night, when he thought the effect was almost there, he used lights to take pictures, and under the effect of light and shadow, it really looked like the real thing. For a time, Weibo and Kuaishou were in an uproar, and many people believed Jingbo's so-called evidence. After all, Xu Yao hasn't responded yet. Could it be that Jingbo was right, and all of Xu Yao's good songs were plagiarized? When Oriental Entertainment contacted Xu Yao was helping the two kids review knowledge. The school has already registered and naturally distributed the books. Xu Yao took them to study whenever he had time. Chichi's progress was much faster and she was obviously more talented in studying. But Xu Yao was not worried about Yao Yao. Yao Yao liked singing anyway, so he would just focus on developing her ability in this area. The phone rang. It was Chen Shu calling. "Brother Shu, what's wrong?" Xu Yao asked. "Har, do you know Jingbo? He was your training teacher before. As a gold medal agent, Chen Shu is a professional. Of course he believes in Xu Yao's ability and never thought that Xu Yao would plagiarize." "Jingbo? Oh, I remember now. I had training with him before. But I remember that his level was very average and his character was also problematic. I only trained with him for 2 weeks, less than half a month." Xu Yao searched the memory in his mind and found that his original body had indeed participated in training with him. He said that all your original songs on The Voice of China were plagiarized from him, and he even showed some so-called evidence. However, I think it's all hearsay and full of loopholes. "But you have to take a look and respond," Chen Shu explained. "There is such a thing?" Xu Yao was stunned. He recognized the plagiarism, but they were all plagiarized from the superstars on Earth. What did they have to do with Jingbo? "Okay, I'll take a look and reply once I understand it clearly." Xu Yao thought for a moment and replied. "You still have to let me see it before you reply. I'll take a look at it before you send it back." Chen Shu was worried that Xu Yao had no relevant experience, so he reminded him. Xu Yao understood that this was a necessary procedure, so he agreed. Chichi and Yao Yao heard the word plagiarism and saw Xu Yao's serious expression. They knew that something bad must have happened, so they stopped studying and looked at him worriedly. Xu Yao smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry, it's just a small matter." Then he opened Weibo, quickly understood what had happened, and laughed out loud inadvertently. "Just a clown, no threat at all." Xu Yao edited the reply on Weibo and sent it to Chen Shu. Chen Shu also quickly sent a message saying "very good, no problem," and Xu Yao then sent the editor's reply. "Hello everyone, I'm Xu Yao. I've been busy with a lot of things recently, so I haven't been online much. I didn't know about such a big thing until I was reminded by a colleague at the company just now. Today, many fans who believed in Xu Yao also began to frantically tag Jingbo in the comments section, further increasing the heat of the incident, and Oriental Entertainment was also collecting and locking up evidence at the same time. At around 12 o'clock in the morning, Jingbo replied on Weibo. Chapter 35, Salvation and the Hills released simultaneously. "I must have other songs here, but I'm sorry, my other notebooks have been burned and I can't get them out now. And I don't know how much Xu Yao copied, after all, it was 10 years ago." Jingbo had only one response to Xu Yao's reply and questioning, which was to drag it out. As long as he did not respond directly, it would be difficult for Xu Yao to prove his innocence. After all, only those who have wronged you know how wronged you are, and they also know that it is difficult for you to produce evidence to convince the public. Of course he knew that he couldn't produce more evidence. As long as he dragged it out long enough, he would be able to attract more attention and traffic, and he would naturally have more fans. In the afternoon, some companies wanted to find me to run soft advertising. Although they were all small companies, every little bit of money was still money, so any profit counted. More importantly, at this moment he was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Although there were many people cursing him under his Weibo, there were also quite a few people supporting him. For Jingbo, as long as he can attract the attention of those who are trying to defame Xu Yao, he will make money. He had a very good attitude and specifically posted all those people who had been cursed the most harshly online, in order to show the low quality of Xu Yao's fans and win the applause of the haters. At the same time, he received a private message from a woman, and after reading the content of the private message, he was ecstatic. He immediately started chatting with the woman, and became more and more excited as they talked. After seeing Jingbo's so-called reply, Xu Yao simply sent a to show his speechlessness. His fans and most of the onlookers also saw that Jingbo was guilty and knew that he would probably not be able to make any waves, so they posted comments in support of him under Xu Yao's Weibo, and some even went to Jingbo's comment section to leave messages scolding him. The next morning, Cai Jie called and said, Brother Chen and I have discussed it. Today, the two of us will release a new song together to help you maintain order. Xu Yao knew the good intentions of the two and did not refuse. He just asked, are you all ready? Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang cared a lot about their songs and prepared carefully for a long time. They basically wanted to wait until the songs reached a perfect level before releasing them. Xu Yao did not want to affect their established plans because of himself. Har, just don't worry. After all, your two brothers are veteran singers and they know all this very well. They have been preparing for so long, so there won't be any problem. Cai Jie laughed generously. He and Chen Wuqiang have similar personalities, so they became close friends regardless of age difference. Now, they also recognized Xu Yao very much, and the three of them ignored their age and treated each other as brothers. Xu Yao smiled and replied, okay, since both of you are confident, I won't worry anymore. Besides, you guys are releasing songs these 2 days, so the popularity will be higher, which is also good news. Yeah, that's right, it's time to strike while the iron is hot, but are you interested in releasing another song to give that person a slap in the face? Forget it, there's no need. If 2 more people come out and accuse me of plagiarism, can I still release songs in response to them one by one? Har, what you said makes sense. Cai Jie said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Cai Jie started to take action. He and Chen Wuqiang each warmed up on their own accounts and would release a new song at 12 noon. The MV would also be released on major music platforms at the same time. They also specifically tagged Xu Yao to show their support for him. Fuck, what does that mean? Xu Yao wrote songs for teachers Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang. Since the two singers tagged Xu Yao, it must be related to him. Har, I'm looking forward to it. Yaoshan is invincible. I'm waiting to slap Jingbo in the face. I was worried about not having any new songs to listen to. Although I can't hear Yaoshan singing himself now, it's not bad to listen to the songs he wrote. After all the songs produced by Yaoshan are high quality. There are also a few people who have doubts. Har, it must be plagiarized, otherwise the quality would not be good enough. I'm really impressed. Xu Yao really pretended to be so good. However, this voice was drowned out by more expectations and recognition. At 12 o'clock, Cai Jie's Rescue and Chen Wuqiang's The Hill were officially released. When singing Rescue, Cai Jie perfectly demonstrated his unique musical charm and profound singing skills. His voice is steady and accurate, with a golden luster, injecting a grand atmosphere and majestic momentum into the entire song. When performing this song, Cai Jie fully demonstrated his powerful and loud high notes, pushing the emotions of the song to a climax. Especially at the end of the song. What can I do to save you? When love is spilled, it can't be reversed. Who can bless whom? Who is the wish waiting for? What can I do to save you? Love can kill with one blow. Who can bless whom? Can make love immortal. Cai Jie brings the audience into an emotional world full of love and hate, struggle and salvation. After listening to the entire song, I can only say that Cai Jie sang very well, and the audience enjoyed it even more. Cai Jie's fans had long been fixed at 8.2 million, but within 6 hours of releasing Rescue, the number of fans exceeded 9 million, a surge of 800,000. This is undoubtedly a terrifying thing for a mature singer. Chen Wuqiang's Hills is not much different. Although his interpretation is slightly different from the original singer Li, it still has its own characteristics. It is more of a calmness that comes from having seen a lot of things. Combined with the excellent lyrics and music of Hills itself, it is simply invincible. The songs of both of them have their main fans in different age groups. Saving tends to be younger, while The Hills is more for the middle-aged group, and also attracts many elderly listeners. Soon, both songs were on the hot song charts of all major platforms, with Rescue at number 1 and The Hills at number 2, while in some cases the order was swapped. But no matter what, the lyricist and composer are both Xu Yao, which attracted everyone's attention. It's Xu Yao again, all of it is Xu Yao. Tell me, who can plagiarize at this level? If Jingbo can create such an amazing song, why would he have to stay in Rongcheng as a small training teacher? Okay, there is nothing to question. I suggest the police arrest the person who spread the rumor. It is a threat to society. He's just a clown trying to get attention. Let's see how long he can keep jumping around. Achoo Yao. Enough of words, Yao Shen is awesome. This time, Jingbo didn't respond and remained strangely silent. Public opinion was almost one-sided and completely in favor of Xu Yao. Xu Yao was not too upset. After calling the two big brothers personally to express his gratitude, he posted a message on Weibo to talk about his cooperation with the two. As a result, fans in the comments section began to ask questions. Yao Shen, when can you sing again? Now that you are not participating in the show, I don't have a chance to hear you sing. That's right, 10,000 people signed a petition in blood begging Yao Shen to return to the martial arts world. Har har har, Yao Shen only rested for half a month, why did he retire from the martial arts world? Really? It's only been half a month. Without Yashin's songs, I feel like time is passing so slowly. Seeing that everyone tagged him in the comments section, Xu Yao responded, the company is in contact and will notify everyone when there is news. Chapter 36 The Monkey King Animated Film. In the crew of the animated film, The Monkey King, director Yi Xiaojun was very worried. The assistant director looked at the unhappy director and asked, "What's wrong, Director Yi? The movie is almost done. What are you still worried about?" Yi Xiaojun sighed and said, "Hey, I listened to the theme song we decided on before, and I always feel that it doesn't have the flavor of The Monkey King. Do you understand?" The assistant director had heard the theme song before and thought it was okay. He was a little confused. This song from Journey to the West is pretty good. It can beat more than 80% of the songs on the market. Is it okay? Yi Xiaojun shook his head and said, "It's not enough. After all, we spent 3 years on this work. I don't want it to be overshadowed by an inadequate theme song. Besides, this song doesn't match our main theme. We are talking about the Monkey King, not Sun Wukong, who is seeking Buddhist scriptures." The assistant director said with some embarrassment, "But, we have almost decided on it. Will it be too late now? Besides, if we find another person to write it, not only will it take a lot of time, but it may not be as good as the current song. It's okay. I already have someone more suitable in mind. You can just contact his company directly and find the singer to contact." "Well, forget it. I'll contact the singer myself when the time comes." Yi Xiaojun waved his hand. The assistant director looked at Yi Xiaojun in surprise. Yi Xiaojun was a leader among the new generation of domestic directors. He had won almost all the international and domestic awards in less than 10 years in the industry. He also made many newcomers famous. Needless to say, his status in the industry was absolutely crucial. This time, the animated film, The Monkey King, was the one he had been preparing for a long time and finally decided to shoot. Director Yi had high expectations for it. At the last minute, he even wanted to change the theme song and personally contacted the singer's company. "I don't know which great god or king it is. Find the contact information of Xu Yao's company. I will talk to him in person after I get Xu Yao's number." Xu Yao. The assistant director was confused. Who was this singer? He had never heard of him before. What's wrong? Director Yi frowned. I've never heard of his name before. Is this a new singer who came out of nowhere? The assistant director was an old friend of Yi Xiaojun, so he asked directly. "Oh, that's right. You've been busier than me lately, so it's normal that you don't know him. He just officially debuted 2 months ago, but the songs he released are all excellent. You can learn about him first. I believe you will like him." The assistant director nodded, wondering, a newcomer. Is he reliable? But based on his trust in Yi Xiaojun, he did not ask any more questions. Soon, the assistant director found Xu Yao's relevant information, and after listening to songs such as 10 Years and Blue Lotus, he also fell in love with this new singer. Well, did he also write Cai Jia and Chen Guiqian's new songs? That's really amazing. These two veteran singers can become popular again. They are really talented. Because of the previous collaboration with Oriental Entertainment, the assistant director quickly contacted Chen Shu. After receiving the news, Chen Shu quickly called Xu Yao. "Xu Yao, there is a notice that is a great opportunity for you." Chen Shu's tone was full of excitement. "What announcement, Brother Xu? Have you seen big scenes?" Xu Yao said with a smile. "Director Yi Xiaojun has an animated film, I think it's The Monkey King, and it's now lacking a theme song. Actually, it's not that there is a lack of it. It's mainly because he is not satisfied with the original theme song, so he specifically asked you to write a song. How can this not be a good opportunity? Chen Shu said excitedly. Director Yi Xiaojun. Xu Yao searched his mind and only knew that he was a famous director, but didn't know anything more. After all, the original person was indeed a bit eccentric. Apart from staying in the rental house to write songs, he didn't know much about the entertainment industry. Har har, you don't even know Director Yi, so I can only give you some basic information. He is the best among the current young generation of directors. His debut film, Clouds of Hometown, swept all the domestic newcomer awards, and his subsequent works have won many international awards. More importantly, his works are both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, and his appeal in the film industry is very strong. Awesome. After listening to Chen Shu's introduction, Xu Yao knew that Director Yi was indeed very talented. I've already given them your phone number. They'll probably call you soon. You should have a good chat with them. It might be an opportunity for you to develop your career in the film industry in the future, Chen Shu reminded. Har har, I just need to sing well first. Xu Yao has not thought about entering the film and television industry. After all, he was just a singer in his previous life. It would be good enough for him to copy some songs after traveling through time. There are no good conditions for developing into the film and television industry. Except for being handsome, he has no other advantages. But it seems like being an idol isn't too bad, har har. More friends mean more paths. If I perform better this time, I can leave a good impression on Director Yi and there will always be more opportunities. After all, Chen Shu is a veteran agent and is obsessed with multi-line development. Don't worry, if there are any points that fit with Director Yi's new work, I will definitely prepare well. Okay, I believe in your ability. Chen Shu was not worried at all about Xu Yao's work. After hearing Xu Yao's assurance, he hung up the phone with peace of mind. Chichi and Yao Yao heard an animated movie nearby. It was The Monkey King, which was obviously the story of Sun Wukong. The two little ones' eyes lit up and they asked, Dad, are you going to sing the theme song for this movie? Xu Yao smiled and said, it's possible. They haven't contacted me yet. Chichi said happily, of course he will. Uncle Chen Shu just said that the director personally came to you, so it must be you. Yao Yao also agreed, that's right, sister is right. While I was talking to the two kids, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hello, is this teacher Xu Yao? I'm Yi Xiaojun. A mature man's voice came from the phone, very polite. I'm Xu Yao, hello Director Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Xu Yao replied with a smile and was very respectful to Yi Xiaojun. I think the company has told you about this. I'll make it short. Now our Monkey King is almost finished, but I'm not satisfied with the theme song. The reason I found you is because I want a song that can really match the Monkey King's theme song. Director Yi, strictly speaking, I'm just a newcomer in the music industry. Xu Yao was actually under some pressure. He had not seen the sample footage or script of The Monkey King, and did not know the spiritual core of the film. He also did not know whether the songs in his music library were suitable. Har har, I've heard your previous works, including the new songs by Cai Jie and Chen Wuqiang. I have great confidence in you. Besides, is there any newcomer in the music industry who can match your level? Now you have over 10 million fans on Kuaishou alone, and it's only been 2 months. Yi Xiaojun didn't bother to be polite with Xu Yao and directly pointed out the actual situation. Har har, Director Yi, you pay attention to all the news. Xu Yao said helplessly. Okay, why don't you come to our crew tomorrow? I'll prepare the sample film and script for you then. Yi Xiaojun invited. Well, okay then. Thank you Director Yi for your trust. Xu Yao agreed. The two little ones were dancing excitedly beside them, even more excited than Xu Yao. But Xu Yao didn't expect to encounter problems as soon as he arrived at the crew. Chapter 37 Arrival at the Crew. The atmosphere on the set of The Monkey King was a bit tense at this time. The assistant director was explaining to a woman at this time, but the woman just kept a cold face and didn't listen at all. There's no need to explain anything else. I just want to ask, what's wrong with my song? Why do you want to change the song? Zhang Yuyin sat on a stool. She was small in stature and her voice was small, but she was very intimidating. As a well-known female singer in China, she is already at the first line level. Although she is still far from being a queen, her strength is quite good. It's just that she has always had a hot-tempered and outspoken personality, which has offended many people in the circle. She has been better in recent years and can generally restrain herself in front of authority, but she is still as strong as ever in front of people who are not as powerful as her. The assistant director wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself that he must punish these people. He had just decided to change the song yesterday, and Zhang Yuyin came to him today. It was obvious that someone had tipped off. But he could only laugh dryly and explain, "Sister Yuyin, you are joking. Your song is absolutely great. Director Yi likes it very much. He just thinks it is slightly inappropriate for the spirit of resistance that we expressed in The Monkey King. After all, the main plot of the movie is the havoc in heaven. There are much fewer other plots." Zhang Yuyin ignored him and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for Director Yi to come. I guess it wasn't you who decided this." When the assistant director heard this, he thought that was perfect. He knew that although Zhang Yuyin was a big star, she was not good enough in front of Director Yi. Since she didn't want to listen to his explanation, he was relieved. So he asked the staff to make Zhang Yuyin her favorite Longjing tea, and then waited by the side. Xu Yao had communicated with Director Yi beforehand and sent the two children to school first before coming to the crew. Fortunately, the two primary schools also finished school in the evening, so Xu Yao didn't have to pick them up in the middle of the day. Director Yi had a dinner party last night, so he could sleep a little longer today. Anyway, there aren't many things that require his presence right now, so the assistant director will be fine. Half an hour later, Director Yi finally arrived. When he saw Zhang Yuyin sitting in the middle, he was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" "I heard that Director Yi is going to change the theme song, so I wanted to come and see what it is that makes you dissatisfied." Zhang Yuyin changed her previous arrogant look and was very polite. Director Yi waved his hand and said, "It's not that I'm dissatisfied, it's just that it doesn't fit the movie. I still have to pay you, but it may just be an interlude." Zhang Yuyin smiled awkwardly and said, "That's fine too. I wonder who Director Yi is going to ask to sing the new theme song." "Xu Yao." Director Yi said calmly. "Xu Yao?" "The newcomer." Zhang Yuyin's smile froze. She originally thought that it had to be someone of at least the same level as herself, but she didn't expect it to be a newcomer who just debuted. "No, Director Yi, this is also." Zhang Yuyin was about to argue for herself again, but was interrupted. "Well, Xu Yao is here. Let's go and greet him," Director Yi said to the assistant director after receiving a call from Xu Yao. Zhang Yuyin was so surprised that she was speechless. With her status, she had never been greeted by Director Yi before, but now Director Yi took the initiative to pick up Xu Yao. When Xu Yao and Chen Shu got out of the car, Director Yi and the assistant director were already waiting at the door. Chen Shu was also a little surprised. Although he had never met Director Yi before, he heard from his friends that this #1 director of the young generation had a bad temper and was quite proud. He didn't expect that he would take the initiative to greet him. After Xu Yao got out of the car, Director Yi took the initiative to shake hands with Xu Yao, very enthusiastically. He also introduced the assistant director to Xu Yao, but when he saw Zhang Yuyin behind him, he was a little embarrassed and said, "Well, this is Zhang Yuyin, a famous singer, and the singer of the previous theme song." Xu Yao greeted her awkwardly. He didn't understand the specific situation and was very puzzled as to why Director Yi invited her here. Was he going to compete with him? Chen Shu knew Zhang Yuyin's hot-tempered personality and guessed a little bit. Although Zhang Yuyin didn't dare to be presumptuous to Director Yi, she said disdainfully in front of Xu Yao, "I heard that my song was replaced, so I came to see which superstar replaced me, but I didn't expect it to be you." Xu Yao didn't understand the situation for a moment, so he just said politely, "Teacher Zhang, you are too kind. I am only here to learn at the invitation of Director Yi. As for whether I can sing the theme song or not, it is still Director Yi's decision. Besides, I am just a newcomer who has just debuted, so I definitely cannot be compared with you." Zhang Yuyin snorted coldly, hypocrisy. She knew that Xu Yao Gang had signed with Oriental Entertainment, and she believed from the bottom of her heart that he had snatched the opportunity from her entirely by using backdoor connections. Xu Yao smiled and pretended not to hear. As soon as we arrived at the internal screening room, the assistant director arranged for someone to start playing the sample film. Xu Yao watched it very seriously. After all, he had no idea about director Yi's new film before. Only by savoring it carefully could he understand its spiritual core. In fact, the plot is very simple. It is 2 hours long and simply describes the birth of the stone monkey and his apprenticeship to seek the truth. The next part is about Sun Wukong making trouble in the heavenly palace, challenging the authority of the heavenly palace with his own strength, not fearing power, and finally being pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain and embarking on the journey to the west. The story is an old one, but what is very innovative about director Yi is that the plot design not only shows the courage and heroism of Sun Wukong, but also reflects his wisdom in struggle, and the literary drama is also very exciting. Even though Xu Yao had seen many versions of Monkey King in his previous life, he was still moved by this version of the Monkey King. When he finished watching the sample, he already knew which song would be suitable for the movie. After watching the movie, the assistant director took out the script for Xu Yao to review. Xu Yao roughly flipped through it and found it was almost the same as the sample film. Generally speaking, the plot of a movie strictly follows the script and will not change easily. Zhang Yuyin looked at Xu Yao's confident expression and taunted him. "What? Teacher Xu has already thought of a song." Xu Yao shook his head and said, "I have some inspiration, but it will definitely not take shape so quickly." Zhang Yuyin curled her lips, thinking Xu Yao was bragging. Director Yi showed a happy expression on his face and asked, "Can you give me a brief introduction?" Xu Yao then explained the creative ideas behind Dai Quan's version of Wukong, indicating that the Wukong spirit in his heart is rebellious, changeable, optimistic and persistent. Because director Yi's Monkey King is an animated film, and it is based on the classic novel Journey to the West, we can consider combining opera elements with pop music to make the song both traditional and modern, and more suitable. After hearing Xu Yao's explanation, director Yi's eyes lit up and he thought it was a very good idea. Har har, everyone can say nice things. Rebellious spirit. Opera elements? Aren't these everywhere? Whether it's good or not depends on the finished product. Looking at director Yi's expression, Zhang Yuyin was very dissatisfied with Xu Yao and continued to make sarcastic remarks. "Okay. Stop making trouble here." Director Yi was angry and spoke in a stern tone. He had been silent before, simply because he felt that it was not a good idea to change the song at the last minute. However, the contract they had signed only said that it would be used for the movie, but did not say that it had to be the theme song. Seeing that Zhang Yuyin kept pestering him, he became a little impatient. After being told by director Yi, Zhang Yuyin had to shut up obediently, but the look she gave Xu Yao was still full of provocation. Chapter 38, Writing Songs on the Spot. Being ridiculed by Zhang Yuyin, Xu Yao was a little angry. He sighed and asked, "Do you have any musical instruments? Guitar or piano or something will do." The assistant director was stunned. Is Xu Yao going to create something on the spot? Is this so amazing? The assistant director quickly responded, "The crew has a guitar. I'll get it right away." Zhang Yuyin didn't believe Xu Yao could write a song on the spot. Even though director Yi had warned her, she still mocked him. "How is that possible? If you can really write a good song on the spot, I will avoid you from now on." Xu Yao naturally wanted to hear what Zhang Yuyin said. He smiled and asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you serious?" Zhang Yuyin said proudly, "Of course." "Xu Yao, are you sure?" Although Chen Xu believed in Xu Yao, he was still a little worried. After all, writing songs on the spot was too difficult, and it would be good enough if he could write a complete song. Not to mention that Zhang Yuyin actually has a high status in the singer circle. He was afraid that Xu Yao would have a hard time in the singer circle if he offended her. At this time, the assistant director brought the guitar over and handed it to Xu Yao. Director Yi is looking forward to Xu Yao's performance, but the assistant director is a little skeptical. Zhang Yuyin was waiting to see Xu Yao make a fool of himself. Xu Yao plucked the instrument twice, tested the sound and found that there was no problem, then prepared to play. The moon splashes across the starry sky, and the road is long. The wind and smoke have faded away, and the lone figure is fading away. Who said I am extraordinary? Who makes me love and hate? In the end, I was heartbroken. As soon as the first few sentences came out, everyone at the scene got goosebumps. The looks in director Yi and the assistant director's eyes were obviously different. A good song has a soul. Xu Yao took out Wukong and captured director Yi's heart from the very beginning. Although he is Xu Yao's agent, it was the first time for Chen Xu to see him compose a song live. Even though he had already recognized Xu Yao's ability before, the shock in his heart was still indescribable when he actually saw this scene. Zhang Yuan's pupils widened, apparently finding it hard to imagine that Xu Yao could write a song so quickly. As a veteran singer, she certainly knew how difficult it was to write songs on the spot, but this rule did not seem to exist in front of Xu Yao. He just watched the sample film for 2 hours, but he already had ideas while watching. Even after I read the script again later, I only read more than 10 minutes. As a professional singer, she certainly knows the quality of this song, and it is hard to compare with her best songs. Incredible. Really incredible, she murmured to herself. Xu Yao continued to sing. In this illusory world, stop harboring grudges. Abandon enlightenment and leave delusion, the 6 dusts remain unchanged. Angry, sad, and crazy. Is it a human, a ghost, or a monster? It's just that there is a debt of evil in my heart. Call out to Buddha, and there is no turning back. Kneeling down to be a teacher to someone does not matter whether you live or die. Good and evil, the world of truth and falsehood. The dust and the gathering are not clear. It's hard to tell. When singing, difficult to break. After hearing this, Director Yi has already decided that the theme song must be Xu Yao. Let us not talk about this song for now. Although it's just a guitar accompaniment, Director Yi has so much experience in directing that he had already identified it as a good song. This word alone fits the original story of Journey to the West perfectly and contains Zen principles. Wow, as soon as the 2 lines abandon enlightenment and leave delusion, the 6 senses remain unchanged and good and evil, the world of truth and falsehood, dust and fate disperse and gather, it is unclear came out, the artistic conception of this song reached 2 levels. The assistant director exclaimed. Did you really just come up with this idea? This is too terrifying. Even Director Yi, who is knowledgeable and always known for his strict requirements, was completely impressed by Xu Yao's talent. Xu Yao was immersed in the song at this moment. If he knew what Director Yi and the others were thinking, he would definitely blush. After all, in fact, he was not the creator of the good song, he was just a carrier of classics. Zhang Yuan's face turned red and white, and she was extremely conflicted at the moment. She really didn't know how she would get along with this rising star in the future. Should she really hide when she saw him? This is too outrageous. Chen Shu was as steady as an old dog at this moment. As soon as he saw Director Yi's obsessed look, he knew that he not only passed the test, but also exceeded Director Yi's expectations by a large margin. Hey, it's so easy to have such an awesome artist. It's more comfortable than having a superstar. It's a pure win without any effort. Zhang Yuan's agent showed envy towards Chen Shu. A singer like this who has original creative ability is really a golden commodity. What is the use of this iron rod? So what if I have this change? Still uneasy, still melancholy. With the golden hoop on your head, you can't say anything. I want this iron rod drunken dancing demon. I am confused and turbid with this change. Trampling on Lingxiao, being unbridled and unruly. The world is evil and dangerous, and there is no escape. The world is evil and dangerous, and there is no escape. It's too late to wake up from the dream. This stick. I will turn you into ashes. After the song was over, the few audience members at the scene applauded spontaneously. Director Yi suddenly stood up from the stool, walked forward and shook Xu Yao's right hand tightly without letting go. Okay. 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 Xu Yao was still holding the guitar with his left hand. Director Yi's grip was quite strong. Xu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems Director Yi is quite satisfied." Director Yi smiled and said, "Har har, I'm more than satisfied, it's beyond my expectations. This is the song, we'll sign the contract right away, and we can't change it. By the way, what's the name of this song?" Wukong. Zhang Yuan on the side felt very bitter. Director Yi had completely different attitudes towards Xu Yao and herself. Before, because of their cooperative relationship, he was barely polite to her, but now he was completely respectful to Xu Yao. She also knew in her heart that Xu Yao's songs were indeed very good. Even though she had a prejudice before, she was convinced after listening to Xu Yao's improvisation. His so-called qualifications were completely powerless in the face of Xu Yao's talent. When Zhang Yuan saw Xu Yao's eyes looking at her, she wanted to take the initiative to talk about the previous bet. But Xu Yao just smiled at her and said, "Teacher Zhang, I was just joking at first. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Xu Yao actually took the initiative to give her a way out. Zhang Yuyin was slightly startled, then she reacted, "Okay, I also hope to have more opportunities to communicate with you in the future. Your songs are great." Zhang Yuyin's agent was shocked. She had been with Zhang Yuyin for such a long time, but when had she ever seen her be so polite to a junior? Judging from Zhang Yuyin's expression, she was obviously convinced. Chen Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in the circle, harmony brings wealth, and one more friend means one more way. Xu Yao's way of resolving the situation was really mature and very much to the agent's liking. Originally, Chen Shu was worried that Xu Yao became famous too quickly and lost his original intention. After all, there are too many unfortunate incidents in the entertainment industry. Some people became famous too quickly and couldn't control themselves. Once negative news came out, they were immediately exposed, without even giving the public time to react. Soon, the assistant director brought over a new contract based on the original contract and made slight modifications according to Xu Yao's actual situation. Chen Shu and Xu Yao looked at it and signed it after finding no problem. Director Yi was very satisfied. For him, as long as Xu Yao went to the recording studio to record today's song, the job would be done. Seeing that things were almost done, Xu Yao prepared to say goodbye and leave. Director Yi wanted to invite Xu Yao to dinner, but he refused on the grounds that he had children to pick up at home. "That's fine, but you have to come to the celebration party. I'll introduce some people to you." Xu Yao nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Yi." Chapter 39, Encounter in the Library. Since Chichi and Yao Yao started attending the second primary school, Xu Yao bought them tablets according to the school's requirements. They are used to study some online courses, and the teacher also assigns some homework through a special app. But after a few days, Xu Yao discovered that Yao Yao was addicted to games and short videos. She was often unwilling to study because of playing games or watching videos. Even if Xu Yao urged her, she would deliberately procrastinate. Speaking of harsh criticism, Xu Yao was a little reluctant. As long as Yao Yao opened her big watery eyes and looked at him pitifully, Xu Yao couldn't bear to do it. Only Chichi would use her authority as the eldest sister to teach Yao Yao a lesson. Only when criticized by her elder sister would Yao Yao reluctantly put down the tablet and touch her book or do her homework. Although Xu Yao knew that Yao Yao was still young and lacked self-control, he could not allow the situation to continue like this. He also thought about it seriously. Yao Yao and Chichi have too few friends in the community. Unlike his childhood in his hometown, the yard was full of children. As soon as school was over, a group of people would go up the mountain to climb trees and go down to the river to fish. It was so much fun. The situation is different now. Children living in cities do lack friends and playmates at home, except for electronic devices and classmates. So, after careful consideration, Xu Yao intentionally reduced the time they spent playing with their mobile phones and watching TV. He took the two children outdoors more often or let them play with their peers in the community. As a result, they got to know several children in a week. Yao Yao spends less time playing with the tablet and is happier now. During this period, apart from a meeting held by the senior management to introduce Xu Yao rarely came to the company. After the meeting, Xu Yao went to the company's recording studio to record Huang in its entirety. The rest of the matter was handed over to Chen Shu, who was responsible for arranging people for post-production and contacting Director Yi. Chen Shu told Xu Yao that the company was also contacting several music competition programs and asked Xu Yao to prepare a few songs so that they could be used at any time. Although Xu Yao's previous songs were of impeccable quality, they were not very competitive, and he would always be at a disadvantage if he were to compete. But Xu Yao didn't take it too seriously. After all, he was a man with a music library. The weather was great on Saturday morning. Xu Yao went to the district library with the two children and took them to experience the learning atmosphere. The three of them found their favorite books from the borrowing area. Xu Yao borrowed a copy of Ji Wen Guanji and a book on music, while Chichi and Yao Yao each borrowed a fairy tale book. Xu Yao walked to the reading area with a few books in his hand, whispering to the two children to keep quiet while reading and not disturb others. As soon as he found a seat and sat down, Xu Yao's eyes were directed to the left front. Sitting there was a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a long white dress that revealed an arm as white as snow. Her eyes were lively under her eyelashes, her lips were plump and pink, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. It was this pair of bright and lively eyes, as well as the cool temperament, that made Xu Yao feel like they had seen her before. Have I seen him somewhere before? Xu Yao was puzzled, but he couldn't remember it at all for a moment. The young woman seemed to sense that someone was looking at her and looked in Xu Yao's direction. Seeing that his actions were discovered, Xu Yao showed a slightly embarrassed smile. He thought to himself that it was a bit too embarrassing to see a beautiful woman being discovered in front of Chichi and Yao Yao. But I didn't expect that when the woman saw Xu Yao and the two kids, she was stunned and surprised, but not angry as I imagined. Xu Yao did not think much about it. After all, there were many people who knew him now. He thought she was his fan, so he nodded and smiled, then looked at the Ji Wen Guanji in his hand. Chichi and Yao Yao were so absorbed in reading the fairy tale that they did not notice this scene. After more than half an hour, Yao Yao gently pulled Xu Yao's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, Yao Yao is thirsty and wants to drink a beverage. I'm also a little hungry." Xu Yao thought about it and realized that the two kids had been doing a good job of controlling themselves during this period. They didn't eat much snacks or drink much beverages, so eating less wouldn't have much of an impact. He agreed, "Okay, then you and your sister continue reading, and Dad will buy some for you." Yao Yao nodded, her little face smiling like a flower. Xu Yao remembered that there was a vending machine on the way here, which should have a lot of drinks and snacks, so he walked back along the same route. He bought 2 bottles of Coke, a bottle of soda and some snacks. When he paid, got his things and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered who that girl was. When Chichi had a fever, Dr. Xu came to the emergency room. No wonder these eyes looked so familiar to me. It was because Dr. Xu was wearing a mask at the time, so he could only see these beautiful eyes. It's ridiculous that I really thought I was famous now and had fans everywhere. In fact, Dr. Xu might just think I looked familiar. It was more likely that he had a deeper impression of Chichi and Yao Yao. After all, twins are relatively rare. So I bought another bottle of soda and 2 packs of snacks. After returning to his seat, Xu Yao put down the snacks, opened a bottle of Coke for the 2 kids, and prepared to give it to Xu Qingxue. Chichi was very careful and noticed that there were 4 bottles of drinks. She asked in a low voice, "Dad, why did you buy 1 more bottle?" Xu Yao smiled and said, "You'll know in a moment." He stood up and walked in front of Xu Qingxue, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Dr. Xu, I am a relative of the emergency patient you saw before. You may not recognize me. You happened to be off work when I was discharged from the hospital last time, and I didn't thank you in person. It just so happened that we met today, and I don't have any other thanks, so I can only buy you a drink." As he spoke, he placed the soda next to her hand. Xu Qingxue turned around and nodded, "I know you, Xu Yao." But the hands did not receive the drink, let alone drink it. Xu Yao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Dr. Xu still remembered him, but when he saw that she didn't take the drink, he subconsciously thought that she was being alert. After all, it is normal for a girl not to drink drinks given by others casually. He could only explain, Har, don't worry, I just bought this from the vending machine at the door. I still have the payment record, and it has never been opened." Xu Qingxue glanced at Xu Yao and didn't respond for a long time. She could only walk back tactfully. Chichi and Yao Yao on the other side watched this scene. Yao Yao asked her sister curiously, "Is Dad trying to flirt with me? It looks so awkward." Chichi was also confused. "It seems so, this aunt is so beautiful, but she seems a little familiar." After all, Kiki was sick at the time and didn't pay much attention to the doctor's appearance, so she just felt that he looked familiar. Har, if Dad succeeds in striking up a conversation, will we have a mother soon?" Yao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly. "Yeah, it's possible." Kiki nodded and thought it was possible. But she had been quite optimistic about Song Yue before, and felt it was a pity. What about Aunt Yue? Yao Yao's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. "Oh, yes, Aunt Yue seems to be very suitable for Dad. What a pity." "What a pity?" Chichi asked puzzledly. "It's a pity that we can only have one mother. Both aunts are so beautiful. I don't know which one to choose." "Hey, you've made your choice. Then we'll see which one Dad likes, and which one likes Dad." "Well, can I choose both?" Yaoyao's big eyes were full of innocence, clarity and cuteness. Xu Yao, who had just walked back, saw the 2 kids whispering and asked, "What are you talking about?" Chichi and Yao Yao shook their heads like rattles, denying that they were whispering. Xu Yao felt something was wrong. Chapter 43 Little Girls. Faced with the aloof Xu Qingxue, Xu Yao was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Originally, I just wanted to thank her in person, but I didn't expect that even though she knew me, she still seemed very wary. Xu Yao took a sip of soda and looked at Xu Qingxue again. He saw that she hesitated for a long time, as if she had made up her mind with difficulty. She stretched out her tender little white hand, opened the soda and started drinking. Xu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xu Qingxue did not distrust him. But he was more curious about what Dr. Xu was thinking. Why do you drink a soda so carefully and secretly? Xu Qingxue had almost finished reading the book in her hand, so she walked towards the borrowing area and passed by Xu Yao. Xu Yao took the opportunity to take a look at the book in her hand. It turned out to be a fairy tale. No. A fairy tale. Dr. Xu, who looks aloof, spent half a day reading books in the library, and he turned out to be the same as Chichi and Yao Yao, who are in the first grade of elementary school. Xu Yao was stunned, totally unable to believe it. When Xu Qingxue came back with another book, Xu Yao took another look at the newly borrowed book in her hand. Well, a new book of fairy tales, the kind for little girls. Xu Yao couldn't help but smile. It was such a contrast. It was completely different from the first impression Dr. Xu Qingxue gave him. Chichi and Yao Yao looked at their father, who suddenly laughed and were a little confused. They read for more than an hour, and it was almost 11:30, and the two kids were a little tired. Kiki is fine, after all, she still likes reading very much. Yao Yao had wanted to leave a long time ago. Fortunately, the storybook she took had pinyin, otherwise she would not know many words. After all, her grades were much worse than her sister's, and she was not very interested in reading. When Xu Yao stood up and left, he glanced at Xu Qingxue again, and Chichi and Yao Yao both noticed it keenly. Dad, do you like this aunt? After coming back from her place, we saw you were always looking in her direction. What's going on? Don't you know her? Xu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yao Yao asked in a daze, do we know that auntie? Xu Yao nodded. My sister was sick and hospitalized at that time, and it was this Dr. Xu who treated her. The two little ones suddenly realized and understood. Do you think I would just go up and talk to any pretty lady I saw in the library? Xu Yao said helplessly. No. No. The two kids felt a little embarrassed. Xu Yao rubbed their heads, obviously having a pretty good grasp of their psychology. When the three of them returned the books and were about to leave the library, Xu Qingxue had also finished reading a book and was about to leave. The two kids just wanted to say thank you to Aunt Xu, but they were afraid of disturbing others in the library. Seeing that Xu Qingxue was about to leave, they said to Xu Yao, Dad, how about we invite Aunt Xu to have lunch with us at noon? The last time I was discharged from the hospital, I didn't have time to say thank you to her. Xu Yao naturally nodded in agreement. Chichi and Yao Yao were grateful, so he should naturally support and encourage them. Aunt Xu, hello, I'm Shen Mingqi, whom you treated in the hospital before, and this is my sister Shen Mengyao, who you also met last time. Chichi took the initiative to introduce herself to Xu Qingxue. Chichi was so well behaved and cute that Xu Qingxue didn't have any defensive feelings. She nodded and said, yes, I know you. You had a high fever last time. Yao Yao also ran over, holding Xu Qingxue's hand and said, Auntie, we want to treat you to lunch. You were not there when my sister was discharged from the hospital, and we didn't thank you in person. Xu Qingxue raised her head and glanced at Xu Yao, who was standing beside her, a little hesitant. Since she started high school, she hasn't had the time to be alone with a stranger of the opposite sex. Although Chichi and Yao Yao were here today, for Xu Qingxue, it seemed that being alone with Xu Yao was not much different, so she couldn't help feeling a little worried. She wasn't afraid that Xu Yao would do anything out of line, she just felt like she was going to mess it up. When she was studying and even working, her classmates and colleagues all thought she was aloof, but in fact she was not. She was just a little worried that she would not perform well and was even afraid to have in-depth contact with others. In short, she is actually a socially anxious person, but she is very beautiful. Her beauty always makes people ignore this fact and misunderstand her as a cold goddess. Every time someone approached her, she would remain silent for a moment and the person would leave tactfully. She also tried to explain, but it always led to more misunderstandings. Over time, she got used to being alone. But the two little ones were different. When they saw that she didn't say anything, they just stood beside Xu Qingxue and looked at her pitifully. Xu Qingxue couldn't handle it anymore, as if she would be an unforgivable villain if she didn't agree to their request. She could only hesitantly answer, okay. Seeing that Xu Qingxue agreed, Chichi took her hand and walked forward. Yao Yao also turned around and made a V gesture to Xu Yao. Dr. Xu, what would you like to eat? Xu Yao asked with a smile. Well, that's all right. Xu Qingxue was still cold and indifferent. Then are there any taboos or foods that you cannot eat? No, anything ordinary is edible. Xu Yao nodded and said, then just arrange it yourself. I originally wanted to ask Xu Qingxue to ride in the nanny car with me, but unexpectedly Xu Qingxue said that she had a car, and it would be more convenient for her to drive home. Xu Yao didn't force it, then let's add WeChat. I'll send you the address and you can just navigate over there. After the two of them added each other on WeChat, Xu Qingxue went to the parking lot and drove out in her own car. Wow, Dad, Aunt Xu's car is so beautiful. When they saw Xu Qingxue's car, Chichi and Yao Yao's eyes sparkled. Xu Yao also took a look and was also very surprised. It was a pink Mercedes-Benz, very beautiful and very expensive. More importantly, the license plate number is a consecutive Beijing A number, which is more valuable than the car. Isn't it a bit too outrageous? I didn't realize that Dr. Xu's family is so wealthy. She is definitely a fair, rich and beautiful lady. Otherwise, how could an ordinary emergency doctor, who had just graduated, have such ability? When they arrived at the restaurant's private room, Xu Yao ordered dishes according to his own and the two children's preferences, then handed the menu to Xu Qingxue, asking her to see if there was anything she liked. But Xu Qingxue just shook her head, obviously there was no dish she particularly wanted to eat. Xu Yao also gradually got used to their way of getting along with her, so he handed it to the waiter without asking any more questions. During the meal, Xu Yao tried to find topics to talk about several times, but Xu Qingxue was rather cold. On the contrary, she was very interested in the fairy tale the two little ones were reading today. Seeing Xu Qingxue kept asking questions, Chichi and Yao Yao became more and more excited as they told the story. In the end, the prince defeated the devil and lived happily with the princess. After Chichi finished telling the story, Xu Qingxue and Yao Yao also smiled. Anything else? Xu Qingxue asked. No more, I just read these few stories today, and I'll read the rest later. Kiki replied. The light in Xu Qingxue's eyes gradually dimmed. Seeing that Xu Qingxue's wish to hear a story was not satisfied, Chichi quickly pushed Xu Yao out and said, My father is a good storyteller, and we have never read his stories before. They are very novel and interesting. Xu Yao was stunned. He didn't expect that Chichi, who was usually well-behaved and cute, would betray him like this. But seeing the hope on Xu Qingxue's innocent face, Xu Yao couldn't bear to ruin her fantasy, so he could only tell her the story of Frozen again. Xu Qingxue listened with fascination and was obviously immersed in the story. Although Chichi and Yao Yao had heard it once before, they still enjoyed it very much. Xu Yao was speechless. Why was it like taking care of 3 children?